This program has been made possible by the Citizens for Nonpartisan Civic Engagement, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Southwest Organizing Project, and the Las Cruces Channel Media Network, streaming live on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube.
When you partner with Mesilla Valley Transportation, you can count on a group of hardworking professionals that make sure your freight is secure, handled with care, and delivered on time. We have proudly been moving America's cargo since 1982, starting with local businesses to now transporting for Fortune 500 companies. We invest in the industry's most advanced technology when it comes to dispatching, logistics, and safety. You can trust that our customers are our number one priority. Every day we drive our company to be the best, and that's why we drive for you.
Hello, I'm Arturo Uribe with Citizens for Nonpartisan Civic Engagement, and welcome to our New Mexico Election 2020 Candidates Forum. Because of the pandemic, we've had to think of new ways to engage with the candidates, and it's been an interesting time and challenge for all of us. So because of the pandemic, we are here in the studio practicing social distancing. We were wearing our mask when we came in, and we have plexiglass in between our commentators and with the candidates. I wanted to share the Safe Sets International COVID-19 certificate. This was for the studio here, and that we are certified safe for the COVID. So that's something that I really wanted to share with you all. And I think it's important that we are able to come together with our candidates. So this will be live streaming on Facebook, where the viewing audience will be able to ask questions. It will also be on Twitter and YouTube, but you can ask the questions on Facebook Live at the Las Cruces Channel. This is going to be a different show. This show, we had invited our candidates, and in this one, we were able to have some of the candidates confirm, but one of the candidates today in the last hour was, called us up and said that she wasn't able to make it. She was busy. The other candidate didn't make it, said right from the get-go that she wasn't going to come out, and that she didn't think that it was important enough for her to engage with us in a way that we were trying to do. She said some things about the COVID and the pandemic and about socially distancing and being safe, and like I said, we all are here doing just that. One of the things that I really want people to know is that it's important for us as voters to be informed voters, to know who the candidates are that are asking for our votes, and that we do the research. And in times before, in the past, candidates would come knocking on your door. You'd be able to go to a forum. You'd be able to engage with them. They would come to our communities. We would have opportunities to ask questions. And that's precisely why we're doing this. So when the candidates can't make it or don't show up, it makes me wonder just how important our votes are to them. And I think it should matter to all of us as voters that when candidates do show up, especially now with this pandemic, I think it's really important. It shows a lot about the candidates and how important we are to them asking for our votes. It's ultimately us who put them in office. With that, I want to turn to my commentators and carry this conversation on just a little bit more before we introduce our candidate. But Shirley, Austin, you guys have been working in the community. How different has it been in this election cycle? Shirley.
Okay, first of all, I want to thank the viewing audience tonight. I'm E. Shirley Bata, former state representative and PRC commissioner. Currently, I work for the state senate in Santa Fe during session. And thanks to our moderator, Arturo Uribe, and to my co-commentator, Austin Trout. Thank you for that question, Arturo, because I think that more than ever, it is so important for the viewing audience to be informed, to hear what the candidates in their district and district-wide, because ultimately people that get elected serve all of us in Doña Ana County and in New Mexico. And it's important to listen to what the candidates' perspective, their view, their point of view, and their knowledge of what they want to do for the community. And because of the pandemic, just as you said, Arturo, I personally have not seen a lot of activity. I think there's a couple, there's a public television station, there's a public radio station that I hear some of the candidates being involved in, and then the newspaper, the Las Cruces Sun News, has had a commentary every day with each particular race, and they have both candidates or three candidates whenever there's a write-in or an independent or a libertarian. And so I think it's very, very important for us to have these public forums. I want to thank the Las Cruces Channel for doing this, and for the Center for Community Engagement, because this is how we're going to listen and learn from the candidates and what their ideas and their platform is going to be should they be elected.
Austin, Trout.
Hello everybody, Austin Trout here. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you to all who got me here. I have to agree. Right now, it's the temperature of the country, the kind of civil unrest that's happening. It's very important for our leaders to go above and beyond to let us know why they can lead us into a better position or a better place than where we are now. I understand that this COVID has caused everybody's plans to be put on hold or canceled, but at the same time, we're still living, and the civil unrest did not go on pause, even though COVID was making everything else stop. So it's very important, I think, for the candidates to be able to, to come in and take the advantage, or take every opportunity they can to come in and tell us why they can make this country better for the next, however long the term is. And for those that are afraid for their health, it's understandable. We all are. So who are we going to put into office in order to help stop what's making us afraid, right? And if we all are afraid, then then maybe you shouldn't be the leader at the time. So it is very important to take full advantage of all these opportunities that we are trying to present, so that way we can engage with our future leaders.
Again, I just want to reiterate that we thank the candidates that have showed up, and again, I want to say thank you for all of you guys participating. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and introduce Mr. Chuck Wendler, running for State Senate District 38. Mr. Wendler, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Thank you, Arturo. I'm going to take off the mask. Since you showed us we have been certified here, that's quite an accomplishment. I commend you for doing that. That being said, I'm Charles Chuck Wendler. I'm running for State Senate here in New Mexico, District 38, and I think that area has been described to the viewing audience. And I certainly want to thank everyone for putting this together. This is kind of an unusual situation, I think, because it's an unusual circumstance. So the work that goes in, having been a school principal for a number of years, I understand, I think, more fully than some, just what it takes to put together a program, all the legwork behind the scenes and everything to do that. I am disappointed that my opponent's not here this evening. I was really looking forward to a good, honest, sincere, civil discussion about issues. And so, anyway, it is what it is. 37 years I spent in the school business, teacher, science composite, math, chemistry, physics, biology, etc. Then I got into school administration, about 25 years of that or so. I was at the district's at-risk coordinator for a while too. Maybe they thought I was the one at risk, I don't know, but anyway, here I am. I thoroughly enjoyed doing that and working with at-risk populations and so forth and so on. My wife and I have been small business owners for over 45 years, so I have spent time in both the public and private sector. We've been blessed with 3 wonderful children, and I'll have to admit I'm just a proud parent here right now. So our older son, Christian, Air Force Academy graduate, spent 20 years in. He's now retired, and he's teaching ROTC at a high school in Virginia. And our middle child is, say child, she's older than that, but anyway, she's Doctor of Optometry. And then our youngest one, Carlos, civil engineer, processing engineer, chemical engineer, I'm sorry, graduated from New Mexico State University. He works at home, he's a consultant. So we've been truly blessed with 3 wonderful children, 6 great-grandchildren, on and on and on. So my wife and I have been married for 54 years, and she tells folks that she deserves a Purple Heart, and you know what? She's absolutely right. So you know how we men are sometimes. So anyway, that's a little bit about me, and I really, I'll be honest, I've run for office for 4 times now, and my wife tells me, you shouldn't say that. And she says, people will think you're, one of those that just, and I say, well, no, wait a minute, I'm just showing you that I really am a public servant. I'm not a politician. I like to emphasize that, please. 37 years in the school business, okay, I think qualifies me to be able to say that. And when you see things that you just feel like, that's not quite right. And of course, everybody's got their own opinion, okay? But in my opinion, there's some things that could be done differently, tweaked, whatever. And it saddens me when people says, well, our country's broken. No, it needs to be mended. True. We need to tweak things. And goodness says that if you look down through history, we have had our challenges. And you notice I didn't say problems. It's all about the words. I term things as challenges. It's whether the glass is half empty or half full kind of thing, And so I really work hard at being an optimist. Having been a school principal, I was trained to evaluate personnel. I've evaluated hundreds and hundreds of personnel, not only teachers, but my assistants, the cafeteria manager, custodians, the list goes on and on and on. And so I feel pretty comfortable. Well, I feel very comfortable in the classroom evaluating personnel, and that was just my job. And I worked very, very hard at maintaining the dignity of the individuals, knowing that they're wanting to put beans on the table like all of us. And so you need to be very, very careful and diligent and conscientious about your work and what you're doing. And so I've also evaluated the programs. Being the principal of a school, I mean, the buck stops there. Let me assure you, when people walk into that building, they go straight for the office. I want to see the principal, okay? So the buck stops there. So I sat across the desk with many, many people, parents, attempting to resolve situations that are conflicts, quite frankly. And I always liked it when you could give a little piece of the pie to everybody. That's kind of one of the things that I had in my mind. And another thing I worked on was when I got into, a lot of things after a while, you get into a rhythm of things, and so many things are kind of a routine, but once in a while you say, this is a tough case. How am I going to handle this one? And I stop and think. I said, well, you know what? If this Janie, Johnny, Lupe, Jose, et cetera, was my child, what would I do? And when I put it in that perspective, I said, okay, let's look at it that way. Because that's what we got to do, folks. Every person out there is a human being that's entitled to the dignity, respect, whether it's your own child or someone else's child. I mean, parents trust that they're sending their child to your school to be safe and to have the education that they deserve to have. And I took that very seriously, providing a positive learning environment for kids. So I can go on and on. You can cut me off whenever you want me to. And
Well, since you are here alone without the other candidates, we are going to have questions from our commentators.
Sure.
You'll have a minute and a half to answer. When the minute comes, I'll put up the yellow card.
Okay.
When the minute and a half is over, the red card will come up. And then we have questions coming from the viewing audience.
Yes, sir.
So, but yes, you're here by yourself, so we gave you a little bit more time
Right.
to introduce yourself and share your thoughts. The district, I mean, this is an open seat district. I'm originally from Mesquite, so, our senator was Mary Kay Papin, and she was a great senator for our community and what she did for the Colonias Infrastructure Trust Fund, the Colonias Initiative, our community parks. So I've worked with her on many projects in our community. The community, registration breakdown is there's about 12,700 registered Democrats, and Republicans about 5,838 registered Republicans, and then 7,245 independents or did not state. The majority of those folks are of Hispanic Mexicano descent, so it's a pretty large Mexicano community. So, it goes from Berino, Bosque, out into Cruces. And Shirley, I know you know the district pretty well, if you want to share.
Yes, I think it's one of the most varied, and it's also, as you said, it's 66% Hispanic, of which the largest part of the Hispanics are Mexicanos. So it's really got its uniqueness. It also goes as far north in Las Cruces as the North Alameda district, and then goes into the downtown of Las Cruces. A lot of it is the overlap of when I was in the House of Representatives. That was some of the area that I represented. And then it has the Bellama area, which is very blue collar. It's up there by University Hills and Carl Conley and Valley View and those areas. And then it includes New Mexico State University, and it has Mesilla and Mesilla Park, and a lot of agricultural areas. So it's very, very diverse, and there's a large percentage of it that's blue collar, working class, a large percentage that's agricultural, and then you've got some that are a little bit more, let's say, in the technology or the upper middle class area. But it's a big variety of area that you would represent should you be elected to the Senate, Mr. Windler.
And it's one of the few seats. The other race was with County Commission District 4. When we reached out to those folks, Susana Chaparro is one of the candidates that was running. She was sick. She wasn't able to make it. Buck Bonner just never responded. And Stacy Durham at the last hour said she couldn't make it. Your district with Carrie Hamlin, and again, another open seat. So, people and voters don't know who you guys are, only from what we're reading in the paper. So I think it's important that I'm glad you're here. I think it would have been important for the other candidates to show up also. Well, with that,
and Arturo, let me add to that too. Not only is it an open seat, it's an open seat. I don't think what the voters of Doña Ana County realize is that Senator Mary Kay Papin was the most powerful senator in New Mexico. She was the president pro tem. She served for 20-some years. She had the ability to bring home the bacon, if you will, and to be involved in all of the committees. So the person that takes this seat has some big shoes to fill, even though she might have not had that big of a foot. They have big shoes to fill, but this is a person that really brought home a lot for for Doña Ana County and in New Mexico. So yes, it's important that this open seat be looked at and how we're going to fill it.
Austin, we'll go ahead and start with the question for Mr. Wendler if you want to open up.
What is one of your main issues that you feel for your district that is important? Not to give her too much attention, but it seemed like one of her first issues, or at least she listed it first, was transportation. Do you feel that this is an important issue? And if not, what is your main issue for your district?
What's jobs? You know, it's always got to be about jobs and the economy, more so than anything else. I mean, you know, it's said time after time we're a poor state. Research shows time after time that unfortunately we're at the bottom of a lot of the socioeconomic indicators. And, you know, let's face it, money makes a difference. Money in the pockets of breadwinners, and it helps to stabilize families. And that's one of my big issues, quite frankly, is family. The family has been eroded so much. So unstable families are anymore, and we can go into a lot of detail on that. But yeah, transportation is important, but I'll tell you what, there are foundational things that hold up everything else, and that's jobs and economy. You know, when parents can provide money that's necessary to give a good, stable home life, that makes parents proud, okay? Mm-hmm. And that's what we need, okay?
Shirley, if you want.
Well, in that same light, Mr. Wendler, I would like to hear you elaborate a little bit more on how you would develop jobs or develop the economy, because particularly now, because of COVID and so many businesses have gone under or are struggling, what would be some of your ideas to improve the economy and to build on more jobs?
Well, one of the things is the taxes. I mean, taxes takes a big chunk out of a family. Social Security is taxed, for example, and among the older, and there's a lot of grandparents that are raising families now. We know about that, okay? But empowerment zones, you read a lot about some of the different efforts that's been tried, but one of the things I recall off the top of my head was a few short years ago, the land commissioner came out with a publication that said that if our public lands were turned over for private enterprise, there would be a considerable, significant amount of more revenue gained by doing that. Now, I understand that's another issue, okay? But if you really dig into it, you'll find that 13 western states contain about 90%, a little bit more than 90% of all the public lands. So why is that? When the Constitution says, the equal footing doctrine in Article 4, I believe, that every state admitted subsequent to the original 13 are entitled to the same rights and privileges. So, you know, I guess I'm running short on time on that one. Okay. Stop.
Well, yeah, but I still think that, you know, just building on what both Shirley and Austin said is, like, so if we were going to create jobs, like for instance, there's the Vado Speedway that the community, some people were opposing the Vado Speedway, some people like myself really thought it was a great idea. And working in that district, there's been other opportunities to bring in businesses. You know, what vision do you see when you speak about jobs and getting our families to work? What are some of the ideas of type of work that you would be helping that district with?
Well, you mentioned the Vado Speedway down there. You're right about that. But, you know, small businesses has always been the backbone of the country. I think a lot of emphasis has been put on bringing in the big businesses, and understandably so. And they're shooting for lots of money, you know, higher salaries and so on and so on. But, you know, we all start from someplace. And I would emphasize small businesses. I know that there's a lot of regulations on small businesses. Having been a small business person myself for 45 years, I can speak to that. Talking to friends of mine, they're in small businesses. Yeah, they're really encumbered with a lot of regulations, and we're talking about small businesses, mom and pop. Where is the entrepreneurship? Are kids encouraged to go out and to invent and to think of ways of making money? I know people. You see people out on the street, vendors. I see more people than I ever have before with their trucks and their trailers behind doing yard work, as an example. I mean, they're willing to start from someplace to take the initiative to do things on their own. It used to be not too long ago, people were out picking up the aluminum cans, on and on and on. So, we keep thinking so big all the time, which is good, don't get me wrong. But what about scaling it down a little bit and taking the initiative? Because it's all about self-accountability. How can I get involved with this? Okay, instead of waiting for somebody else to give me a job, let me create a job. And then I can hire other people. It's about risk-taking. How many people are willing to take risks to go out there and start something? Okay.
Austin, I think we all went around, so...
Right. I kind of wanted to build on the public land issue that you brought up. There was a big rally, I want to say a year or two ago, when they wanted to keep the desert mountain peaks and things like that unchanged and whatnot. What are you suggesting? Like selling some of the public land off to private sectors is a good way to start jobs and bring in money. And what does that really look like to you?
Well, it's our land, yes. And I'm a biologist. I got over 50 hours in biology. I could be a tree hugger like anybody else for that matter, and I say that affectionately. I mean it. I've been out in California, seen the redwoods and the sequoias and magnificent organisms. That being said, but there's a trade-off here, folks. And it's been said that if you go and make all these lands in the wilderness, well, do you know what that means? Motorized vehicles can't go out there. I mean, if someone is out there dying or hurt, you can't fly a helicopter in there because no mechanized machinery can get in there. They can't even go in there with even chainsaws to clear the lands and keep it from being a fire hazard, on and on and on. And yes, there's beautiful things out there. I've been out there and seen those things. We'd like for everybody to share in that. But there are other ways to capture that. I mean, the TV station shows the beauty of our land all the time. People can see that from their homes. But, respect the land. But we've also got to be able to take portions of that and make it productive. I mean, land is there to be productive. The good Lord gave us land to produce things. Ranching and agriculture, ranching and farming accounts for about 13% of our revenue for this state. It is a rock-solid revenue source for our state. So, again, I'm running out of time. Stop.
All right, Shirley.
I'm interested in this discussion that we're having about land, about jobs and the economy. And one of the things that it seems like you're emphasizing is small businesses, yet at this time of COVID, those are the first to go. A lot of our small businesses have closed up. Many of them have been eligible to participate in the loans or the funds that are being offered, and they can't for some reason or another. They're not. And so if small businesses is something that you're looking at, how do you address the fact that those are the ones that we're losing right now in the community? And I've heard a lot of people say that even after the country opens up, they're not going to be able to open up.
Well, you're right. I think it's sad when we start classifying businesses as non-essential and essential. Now, anybody who's wanting to start a business, do you think they're going to get into that kind of business environment? New Mexico has a reputation of not being business friendly if you do the research, okay? It's one of those low on the socioeconomic indicators. And so people are discouraged from being risk takers to begin with. So I just wouldn't want to say that, well, you're a non-essential business. I mean, to me, that's not fair. Not fair at all. And we need to be careful how we approach these things. And as senator, that's one of the things that you do in the Senate. You have time to sit down. I say time because it's 4 instead of 2. You're not out just raising money all the time, 2-year cycle. You're on a 4-year cycle. And money, that's another issue, okay, if you want to talk about that. So you can sit down and debate these things, and I would really look forward to sitting down with my colleagues in the Senate and discussing these issues and really look at the long-term ramifications of our decisions, because our decisions impact the whole state, really, not only our district, but the whole state. And I think we are rather short-sighted sometimes on our decisions. And again, I go back to my experience, 37 years as a public servant in the school business. Well, you got to be careful about what you're going to say and what you're going to do, because I'll tell you what, you're going to have a line of people right there facing you as you walk out that door. Anyway, I'm short on time again.
Well, thank you. With that, we're going to go ahead and take a quick little break and come back with some more questions. And you, the viewing audience, if you have any questions you'd like to ask of Mr. Chuck Wendler, this is your opportunity. So thank you.
When I think of MVT, I can't help but think of the finest trucking company in the U.S. They provide a driver experience like no other. From regional routes to great pay, they make it a priority to make sure you feel right at home. As a truck driver, there are several companies to choose from, but I decided to drive with MVT, where they have state-of-the-art equipment and the best trucks in the industry, so you arrive at your destination safely and in style. I truly love what I do. After all, I'm proud to be with MVT.
Join the Mesilla Valley Transportation family.
Thank you, and welcome back to our New Mexico Election 2020 Candidates Forum. We're here today with Mr. Chuck Wendler. And we also got a question, kind of interesting, from one of the people that we had invited, Miss Stacy Durham. She's asking you, Mr. Wendler, what would you recommend as a senator to your fellow colleagues for a form or recreation aside from scenic outdoor recreation? And that, I wish I could. I don't understand the question myself, but that's how it came on the Facebook. But I guess he's asking, for a form or recreation aside from the scenic outdoor recreation. I guess what other recreation ideas do you have for?
Well, we've got a lot of recreational areas already. I know Elephant Butte Lake up there, there's still water up there, thank God for that. And when the kids were little, we used to go up there almost every weekend, and did the boating and the skiing and thing and so on and so on. For an example, and our kids still remember those trips up there to the lake, and afterwards going to the Dairy Queen and getting a blazer, a good treat. I mean, I was kind of tough on them, okay? So to get a little treat, they really remember those things, and I'm really thankful that we build up some good memories, and that's what we're all taking with us in the end anyway, our memories. So build them up. So New Mexico is a wonderful state with so many scenic vistas all over the place. Just coming down off the Oregon, coming into Las Cruces, look at that space. To me, that's freedom. When you see that amount of space, so just enjoy what we do have that's already there, folks. I mean, you can go on and list all these different places that you can go to. A day's drive around here. City of Rocks outside of Deming, okay? The museum at Deming. Pancho Villa Park down in Columbus. You ever been down there? And of course, going to Pink Store across the border over there and enjoy our neighbors over there. I mean, the list goes on and on. Silver City and all around up and through there. The copper mines, go and view the vistas there in the copper mine. Santa Rita's no longer there. I remember when it was there, I used to deliver milk for Price's Dairies down in there when I was going to school. But anyway, there's just a lot of places that are already here, okay, in my opinion. Enjoy them.
Shirley.
Yes, I'm going to change the subject a little bit because you mentioned, Mr. Wendler, that one of the things you would do as a senator is prioritizing tax dollars. And so the fact that gas and oil is such a big source of tax dollars in New Mexico, and you want to prioritize tax dollars, and yet it's a non-renewable item and it's volatile in terms of when money comes in and when it doesn't, and tax dollars. How do you believe that New Mexico can diversify its economy on taxes or away from the gas and oil industry, which puts a lot of tax money into the budget that the legislature uses?
Well, Ms. Baca, they've been saying that we're going to run out of gas and oil, and I've been hearing about that for a long time. Major magazines used to do studies on it's going to run out way before now. That being said, I can't predict that. I don't think anybody truly can when it comes down to the bottom line. But yes, we need to diversify. There's no question about that, okay? And that's the reason why the permanent fund, the severance tax permanent fund, was such a big boon for our state. Thank goodness some legislators a number of years ago had the foresight to establish that. And it's generated, what now, almost $20 billion? And they want to keep tapping into that to take out of that. And I'm saying, ooh, wait a minute. I'd say that's your principle. One thing my grandfather told me a long time ago, don't touch your principle, okay? And it makes sense to me. A lot of these things are commonsensical. So, yeah, we need to diversify as much as we can. Well, mining, I didn't mention mining as a small business, We've unfortunately gotten away from mining, and that was one of the mainstays of this state way back in the early times. In fact, part of the land grant permanent fund allocated money for miners and their welfare, hospitals, et cetera, et cetera. So we're very rich minerally speaking. And I think as long as we're able to, I think we need to safeguard those as much as we can, parcel them out. I got to stop again. Okay.
You can finish up.
The San Juan Basin up there in the northwest is supposedly the largest reserves of natural gas. I mean, look at that, folks, and coal up there. Wow. And I mean, we've just got a lot of mineral deposits all over, apparently still, that would do a great job of funding us. And of course, uranium is one of those words that nobody wants to talk about, but I worked up at Grants, New Mexico. Well, okay, I got to stop.
Wrap it up.
Sorry.
Yeah, no. Well, you mentioned, the infrastructure needs down in our community in the district. Many years ago, and Austin, you brought up the question about transportation. There's been numerous studies that the county has done to talk about the needs and the priorities of the district. And many years ago, it was flooding. It was roads.
Yes.
It was parks. And then, because of, for whatever reason, the transportation became an issue. But there is still big time needs for the infrastructure in those communities that you'll be representing. How are you going to address the needs, say for instance, when it comes to the flooding that happens every year in places like Vado and Mesquite?
Well, thank you for asking that question. I remember very vividly in 14, I think it was, when I was running for county commission. Thank God I had my Jeep, and we traveled down through Barino, Vado, other areas too, and that was a rainy year. It was in August, if I remember right, and a lot of flooding. And I talked to a lot of people in through those areas, and they were so saddened because they said, you know, we had petitioned the county numerous times to come in and help us. These are folks, like you say, a lot of that's farming area out there. They had the machinery. They said, just give us some materials. We will provide the equipment, the hands-on stuff, the sweat labor, and we will improve the roads out here. But I thought, man, these folks, and I saw it myself. Like I said, I had a Jeep, so I can get in through there and navigate. They couldn't. And these people couldn't get to work because there were ponds, there were lagoons out there. It was horrible. We do definitely need to do something about the infrastructure in those areas, the colonials as they're called. But these people were crying, and they repeatedly told me they'd gone to the county. I said, well, vote me in and I'll do what I can. I assure you I would. And so I experienced that firsthand. But what they did instead was they went ahead and got an extension of the bus line down there. That's another issue. I can talk to you a long time about that and how they did that. And I thought, well, no, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense. The buses couldn't even get into those areas, okay? But here, the roads come first, folks, before you get the buses in there, or the transportation. So people have neighbors and everybody, they have a way of working out transportation under these conditions. They've done it. It's not right, but it's happened.
Awesome.
As a long-time teacher, principal, been in the school system, you must have an idea what you can do to help New Mexico get from last place in education. The education it's just bad, and I don't want to put my children in any schools here because of where it's at. What are you willing to? What can you do to help the education in your area?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Trout. As a principal, I really did a lot of thinking on these things. And number one, and as a teacher, it's called expectations. Think about that word. Expectations. Have you asked your kid, what do you want to be when you grow up? Have you asked your kid, what is your reading level? See, we talked a lot about the kids and this and that, and we're looking around for who do we put the blame on for this challenge we have, the horrible ranking we have in education. I know for a fact, I taught at Gaston. I taught at Gaston High School. I taught chemistry, physics, and these kids, they do these things. But you know what, and I can tell you exactly how that all happened in my opinion. Okay, you raise it, you let them know, first of all, you can do this. But when I keep hearing, oh, we're a poor state, our kids aren't succeeding, this and that, I said, that's nonsense. They can succeed. I can tell you name after name after name about kids that have succeeded. They're doctors and they're lawyers, et cetera, and they're from our area. Gaston's a prime example of that. Okay, and I will brag on that, quite frankly, because it has happened and it continues to happen. So we're playing that we're the victims. We're the victims of poverty, et cetera, et cetera. But you know, it comes back to what I said earlier. It's about self-accountability. That you can do this. I mean, we live in this wonderful country, this wonderful state, that you can be anything that you want to be, and that's been proven time after time after time. Where is that American spirit of, I can do it, okay?
And as much as I agree with you, and everything you said, I agree with you to the fullest. If you have to put yourself into accountability as the parent, as the child, but also, from what I have experienced, I went to a private school as a kindergartner. When I got out, the private school was about 2 grades ahead of public school. When I put my daughter in the same private school, which did the exact same things as when I was looking at like, I didn't. Anyway, she came out about 5, 6 grades ahead of the public school. Now, as much as I would love to say my daughter, she is extremely smart. She takes after her father.
Of course.
But at the same time, it was the public school that changed. It wasn't that the private school, it stayed the same. Shout out to College Heights Kindergarten. It was the public school that got in a sense, dumbed down more and more and more. There's no child left behind. This testing, these things that I feel like are not working. I know that there are exceptions to the rule, and there's very smart people, but as an overall, looking at the public school system, that system is not working. And these tests and such now is not working. Is there anything you can do to help fix that part?
Well, of course, we all can. Where do I start on this one? Okay, I might also say that I had the honor of serving as the chairman of a charter school in Anthony, and parents want their children to be successful. We all do. Okay, and so it all starts at home. The parents are the child's first teachers, not the state.
That's right.
Let me emphasize that. We parents are our child's first teachers. And research shows that by the time a child's about 7 years of age, they've already formed their personality. You can see it emerging, okay, the characteristics that they have. And research says by the time a kid is 10 to 12 years old, they have this world view of what's going around them. Hypocrisy is one of them, and they don't like hypocrisy. And we keep telling them, don't do as I do, but do as I say. And kids don't do that very well. But we've lowered our standards, okay? Again, it goes back to expectations. We've lowered our expectations, okay? I think that kids can do a lot more than we give them credit for doing, and they can do a lot more. The experiences I had, we do a lot of peer tutoring. I've had teachers, I've learned so much. I had 12 full-time kindergarten teachers in one of my campuses I was a principal of. 12 full-time kindergarten teachers, okay? I learned a lot from them. Read the book. All I ever learned, I learned in kindergarten, for example, okay? And so it's a personal thing. You get, and teachers, bless their heart, they've worked so hard to do the things that they're supposed to do, but we've encumbered them with so many obstacles. Teachers can't teach. Okay, thank God I got started when I could teach. I guess that's what they called it. I did what I could. So anyway, I ran short of time.
Can you cut their hands loose?
Yeah.
Would you be able to cut their hands loose? 'Cause if the teachers have their hands tied.
Oh yes,
and they
teachers
can't
have their hands tied. My heart goes out to teachers. Okay, I'd say that. Well, look, these are trained professionals. Okay, let's treat them like professionals. Okay. What I started doing in one of my campuses after I got some experience was we started doing our own in-service. You know, most people at that time, well, you hire consultants, lots of money, bring them in, tell them what the latest there and here in New York City, no offense. And meanwhile, you got professionals, experts right there on your own campus. They know your kids better than anybody else. Why not use them? I'm sorry, I'm getting carried away.
All right, Shirley.
Well, and along that same line, and you've touched the top of the iceberg on some of them, but I'm going to just hit to something that New Mexico is dealing with in education now. And what should New Mexico do to meet the requirements of the Martinez-Yazzie lawsuit?
Well, you know, the state constitution is very clear that to provide a positive work environment. I got a copy of it. I can read it off to you if you're going to know that. But, you know, what is the equalization formula all about? Okay? How many people actually know the ins and outs of the equalization formula that the state uses? I understand it's rather complicated, this and that, okay? But, you know, why not maybe just use, let's have some fun with this. Why not use a voucher system? Why not go ahead and the money that's allocated to these children, every child gets the same amount of money, but then they have special needs, et cetera, allocated in its weight. Okay, we understand all those things. That's fine, okay? And then give those parents that money and then let them pick their school. Okay? Put it on a competitive basis. You see, I don't think we have enough competition. Everything, we live in a competitive world. And whether we like it or not, it's about competition, and kids need to learn as early as possible that you live in a competitive world. We've got to prepare them for that, okay? And counseling in schools. You know, I'm serious, but no offense, but we misuse a lot of people. Counselors are used as quasi-administrators. The experience I've had, they use them to do a lot of the paper shuffling stuff because everybody's got a lot to do anymore. Okay, so as a principal, you look around. I did all my own master scheduling, which ask principals, how many do their own master scheduling? I hand scheduled every single kid in my building.
Well, Mr. Windler, the thing is that Martinez was dealing with special ed, and Yazzie was dealing with Navajo kids on a reservation, which, if you've been up in the southeast quadrant, the Eastern Nation as they call it, for the Navajo Nation, it's very, very rural and very sparse. And you mentioned special ed. Vouchers in that case does not give you a lot of options. So you say, give them a voucher and let them make a choice. Well, when you're living in a chapter house area that's an hour's drive to the next community, how are they supposed to meet those choices?
Ms. Bach, I worked up in Grandson, New Mexico at high school.
Mm-hmm.
I was familiar with Navajo. I was familiar with the Laguna Acoma, very traditional. Okay.
I know, but answer my question, please, about choices and vouchers.
Well, I'm coming to that, please.
Okay.
I found those children to be like any other children. They wanted to be successful. Okay. Mm-hmm. And I think maybe, personally, I think we ought to maybe turn more autonomy. They're supposed to be sovereign nations. Are they really truly sovereign? Okay. I would ask that question first of all. I would like to entertain the idea of turning over more authority to those nations and let them truly be sovereign, that they can take care of their children better than perhaps some others can that don't have the sensitivity to their needs. And so I'd say let them be sovereign, okay? See what they think about that.
The ones living on the reservation are sovereign, and particularly the Navajo Nation and the incorporated pueblos, the 23 pueblos. A lot of them are the children of Native American status that are living in the urban areas, but certainly in the rural areas on the mm-hmm. reservations are sovereign and are managed by their own government.
All right, well, I wish we had more time, but you got all the time today, Mr. Chuck Wendler. So we could probably go another hour, and it's been said to us before.
I feel like we're just getting into it.
Yeah.
I'm very, very honored. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And again, I really commend you all for setting up this venue. We should be doing this all the time. It's about the issues and about the candidates. You know, do people really know these? And the way that people vote, I'm telling you, this is great stuff. I thank you, truly.
Wow.
Thank you.
Well, you got one. I'll give you one more minute just to go ahead and look into the camera and the viewing audience. Ask them for your, let them know who you are. You got a minute to ask for the votes.
My name is Charles Chuck Wendler. I'm running for State Senate District 38. And I really would appreciate your vote, folks. I know you have choices. We all have choices. That's what it's all about. Our lives are a series of choices. But I would ask that you sincerely think about the content of the character, not the color of the skin. I mean, Martin Luther and John F. Kay, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. And I'm in that mode, folks, honestly. I'm a public servant. I just really diligently want to serve what it is that you need. I'm willing to do the hard work. I'm still at it after all these years and these trials, and I really feel like I have the experience. And I've got 2 ears that I really try to use, and only one mouth, okay? And I do have a size 12 to 13 foot, okay? Somebody said something earlier about a big foot. And I do have big shoes to fill. And that's what I would attempt to do. We need stability in the Senate. The Senate has been the stopping point for a lot of these issues. Okay.
All right, well, thank you very much, Mr. Wendler, for coming and joining us today. I'd also like to say thank you to the folks that have been watching. Austin, Shirley, this was the first time that we didn't have both the candidates here with us. We had all the time with Mr. Wendler. What was your opinion? How do you guys think in answering your questions? Shirley?
Well, I thought he answered the questions, just fine. I liked what he said, how he said it. Even on some of the issues I didn't agree with, I still liked him because he was real about how he felt and his point of attack, so to speak.
Yeah. Shirley?
I'm disappointed that his appointment didn't come, because I did feel that Mr. Wendler did give his well-researched and honest opinion, and as Austin said here, we don't always have to agree with everything everybody says. I don't know if I'd agree with everything that his opponent would have said, but at least I would have been able to hear that individual's perspective. And when the audience hears your perspective and hears how you speak and how you discern issues and questions that are presented to you, I think it makes a big difference. And I really appreciate that Mr. Wendler did come and spend his time with us and the listening audience and the viewing audience so that they could get an idea of who he is and what some of his thoughts and ideas are should he be elected to the Senate.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting. I would sit there and think that, you know, is there an advantage to just being the only person on the hot seat per se? You know, but with commentators like both of you, I mean, I really saw that you guys were trying to get him to answer the questions. I mean, there was a couple of times you had to go back and just, you know, can you answer the, you know, get to the question. I think there was a lot of ideas in there, but, you know, there was some, you know, how are you going to bring jobs to this area? You know, so I thought when he was going to the education, I thought both of you guys were doing, you know, trying to get him to come out, and I think he finally sort of did. And it is, you know, important for them to answer the question. So I really appreciate both of you when you're trying to get, you know, the person to answer the question.
But Arturo, we've seen this with many of the other candidates in the past too. Sometimes they just give you a very generic or a very general answer and they don't get down to specifics. Maybe they don't want to commit themselves. Maybe they don't know. Maybe they didn't do the research and they really don't understand the implications of the questions that we're asking. But even then, I think that Mr. Wendler he was honest. And he spoke from his heart, and I felt like he was being honest with us and the viewing audience, the voters.
Again, I just want to say thank you both for the work and coming out and asking these questions. And I think that's something that I'm taking from both of you that we need to work on, is to be a little bit more, when we see that they're giving us a brush polished or generic answer, that we should go ahead and just, you know, respectfully interrupt and say, can you please answer the question? And I think that's something that we can work on with the next few candidate forums that we have. We're in the halfway point, so it's been pretty interesting. It's been a learning experience, but I thought you guys did a great job.
I think you did a great job too, and I want to say to the other candidates that still haven't had the chance to come in, if there's a fear of the sanitation or the lack of the safety, I'm compromised, and I'm very cautious about where I go and what I do. I do wear my mask. That's a choice I make. We do have our little plexiglasses, even though it's not, you can't necessarily see it on the camera, but and then you yourself, Arturo, presented the certificate that was given to the station. So sometimes I don't want candidates to use that as an excuse. I know we're not going door to door like we used to, and as Mr. Wendler said, he loved going door to door. I loved going door to door when I was a candidate. You really learn a lot from people. But if you don't come to the forums, how are the voters going to get to know what your stand is on particular issues and what you think of? So,
all right, well, that wraps up our candidate forum today with District 38, Senate District 38, with Mr. Chuck Wendler. On Wednesday, we'll be meeting with Mr. Rick Little for his representative district with, I think his candidate also refused to show. But we will have Mr. Rick Little here on Wednesday at 7 p.m. I want to say thank you very much to our commentators. I want to say thank you to Southwest Organizing Project, Mesilla Valley Transportation, and the Las Cruces Channel. And most importantly, I'd like to say thank you to the viewing audience. And this is what we're doing it for, is for all of us and you guys to have an opportunity to meet the candidates and ask questions. So with that, I'd like to say, live to vote, vote to live. Have a good night. Thank you.
team, I can't help but think of the finest trucking company in the U.S. They provide a driver experience like no other. From regional routes to great pay, they make it a priority to make sure you feel right at home. As a truck driver, there are several companies to choose from, but I decided to drive with MVT, where they have state-of-the-art equipment and the best trucks in the industry, so you arrive at your destination safely and in style. I truly love what I do. After all, I'm proud to be with MVT.
Join the Mesilla Valley Transportation family.
This program has been made possible by the Citizens for Nonpartisan Civic Engagement, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Southwest Organizing Project, and the Las Cruces Channel Media Network, streaming live on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube.
When you partner with Mesilla Valley Transportation, you can count on a group of hardworking professionals that make sure your freight is secure, handled with care, and delivered on time. We have proudly been moving America's cargo since 1982, starting with local businesses to now transporting for Fortune 500 companies. We invest in the industry's most advanced technology when it comes to dispatching, logistics, and safety. You can trust that our customers are our number one priority. Every day we drive our company to be the best, and that's why we drive for you.
Hello, my name is Arturo Uribe with the Citizens for Nonpartisan Civic Engagement. Welcome to our New Mexico 2020 Candidates Election Forum. We are doing this with you, the viewers out there, and with Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. On Facebook, you have an opportunity to ask questions, and we encourage that. Due to the pandemic, it's been a challenge for us as voters to engage with the candidates. And so we've created the space here with the Las Cruces Channel to come together with our commentators and the candidates to ask them questions. The pandemic has been a real challenge to the candidates. They no longer get to go door to door. They're not going out into our communities. They're not gathering with us so that they can have community forums so that we can ask them questions. And this is the space that we are doing it in. We're practicing social distancing. We've got plexiglass partitioners in between us. We have our candidates that are social distancing, and we have the Safe Sets International COVID-19 certificate. So I'm really pleased to have that, and just to let all the other candidates and the folks know that we are doing our part to practice what we should be doing under the governor's orders. With that, I just want to be able to just share a little bit about, you know, when we come together and we're sitting there trying to meet with the candidates, this is really truly our opportunity as voters to hire these folks that are asking us for our votes to do the job that we need in our communities, to carry our voices to Santa Fe so that we can have a voice through our representatives, our senators, our commissioners, those elected officials that have the power to change what's going on in our community. And it's important for these candidates to come out and join with us. This pandemic, in my honest opinion, has made some of the races and some of the candidates use the pandemic to not engage with us. So this is how we're trying to do it, so that we have an opportunity with you, the viewing audience, to ask questions. And I really encourage you all and the viewing audience to just do that. You can do that, again, on Facebook Live on the Las Cruces Channel. With that, I'd like to go ahead and just give a minute or two for our commentators to introduce themselves and tell them what they do in our community. Marcy?
Thank you. Thank you so much for including me in this. My name is Marcy Dickerson, and I am the owner of Game 1 and Game 2, restaurants in Las Cruces, as well as an owner of a catering company and several other companies in town. So I'm very honored to get to be able to question, to really have the one-on-one opportunity that I know all of you would like to have, to question our candidates and those people that we are casting ever important ballots for, to see what is the next step for New Mexico. So I'm honored. Thank you very much.
Right on. Kelly.
Hi, Kelly Sean O'Connell, and local attorney, and also worked for 6 years on KOBE, the AM Las Cruces show talk radio, which was then taken off. The format was removed, and Spanish music was put in its place. Was not a very popular decision, but they do have talk radio back there now. I was former academic researcher at St. Thomas Law in Miami, and was the Encanto house piano player for a year, and I published a column with Canada Free Press in Toronto.
Thank you very much. With that, I'd like to go ahead and take this opportunity to go ahead and introduce our candidate. We invited the candidates for District 53 up in Chaparral with Mr. Rick Little, a former representative of the area, and the current representative declined to show, and it was very disappointing in the way that he declined to show. I have my personal feelings about that, but I do want to say that those that show and are willing to take questions from us, the viewing audience, and from us, our commentators, we're carrying the voice, we have to respect that. And so I really appreciate the opportunity to be here with Mr. Rick Little. If you would like to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay. Rick Little. I'm running a candidate for District 53. I have been in the legislature for 3 terms, not all consecutive, but one of the reasons I got into the legislature in the first place and wanted to run is because I don't think New Mexico is being run the way it should be run, especially when it comes to our finances and our education system. Those are 2 really main issues that I think we really need to look at. And I've been working on those issues on the 3 terms that I was in the legislature. District 53, do you want me to describe that? Where's
sure,
that?
I mean...
District 53 is, Chaparral is the main area now, and people don't understand, Chaparral is about 27,000 people out there now. It's a huge community. It's bigger than the city of Deming and the city of Silver City, as a matter of fact. And then, but Chaparral, and then it's the East Mesa of Las Cruces, and then it runs over to White Sands, Holloman Air Force Base, and then the county part going south of Alamogordo back to Chaparral. So it's a very, very large district. But the reason I ran in the first place was because I wanted to serve people, to help New Mexico get back on its feet a little bit better, especially our education. We are in the bottom of all the top or high lists, and we're on the top of all the bad lists when it comes to crime and when it comes to drugs, when it comes to just all kinds of issues. And so we really needed somebody in there to be able to change things around and make things work for the state of New Mexico.
In District 53, when I was looking at the House District registration, people registered there, I mean, you have, as Democrats, 4,681 registered Democrats. Republicans, 3,455 registered Republicans. Right. But you've got independents, people that did not state, that don't claim a party. There are 4,000 voters that aren't claiming a party. The majority of them are 61% Hispanics. It's a pretty diverse district, but that's one of the largest districts of people who are independents that did not state, that don't claim a party, that live in your district. So it's a pretty versatile district. I know that when we were looking at it, I mean, what was your thoughts on that there, Marcy, about the Chaparral area?
Well, are we ready for my first question?
Sure.
Is that it? Okay, let's kick this thing off. Thank you very much. So, obviously, your district is one of what we call the forgotten districts. We all know that there's a line in New Mexico that hits about Socorro that our state, our state legislature, our governor certainly forgets that we're there. So I'm going to ask you, this question has two parts to it. First of all, I think we've seen during COVID that our governor certainly isn't taking any advice from her representatives, from her Senate, from our elected officials. So how is it that you plan on going up in January and not only standing up for your forgotten district and made sure that you are an important piece of New Mexico, but also to go up to stand up to our governor to make sure that what is best for New Mexico is represented?
And thank you for that question, because it's really, really strong on my heart right now. One of the things that we really need to do is, it shouldn't be one person being a tyrant that decides who gets to work and who doesn't get to work in this state, and what businesses can stay open and what businesses are closed. It's arbitrary, it's capricious, and what we need to do is get into the legislature and pass a bill that says that the governor doesn't have that. She needs to call the legislature together. We're the ones that are closest to the people, and we're the ones that should be having that input. It shouldn't become from one person just for political reasons to be able to put, economically, we're in terrible shape. And so we've really got to do something to change that dynamic. And well, we'll get into the difference of COVID later, but the numbers of COVID to me are outlandish. And I will tell you, I was surprised also when the Restaurant Association had that lawsuit against it, and it was so quickly turned down. It was that was unconstitutional to me. It should have never gone straight to the Supreme Court in the first place. It should have gone through the process. But it's like I say, it's arbitrary, it's capricious. This governor shouldn't have that kind of power in the state, and she's not respecting New Mexico by doing what she's doing.
Absolutely. And just to make a point, Mr. Madrid, would you like to tell us your thoughts on the issue? Oh, that's right. He did not show up because, you know what, unfortunately, the person running against Mr. Little does not feel that you, the viewers who are sitting at home, that it is important for him to communicate with you, that it is important for him to dictate nor establish what his views are. So for you all at home, we thank you for joining us. And I want you to remember that, because every vote counts, and every vote is so important in New Mexico. And certainly the idea that it's time for people to stand up against, your quote, our tyrannical governor is certainly very important right now.
All right, Kelly.
I was going to say, it sounds like we need to free Willie here. Rick, I know we met before. You came on my show, and we had, I think, a couple of pretty good shows. I don't remember asking you, though, specifically, what is the purpose of government, in your opinion?
The purpose of government is for prosperity for the people, freedom, and government is not there to dictate to us what's going on. We are to dictate, the people are to dictate to the government how it should run. That's what the Bill of Rights was all about in the first place. And so they are to support my freedom, they support my religious liberty, they support they're not supposed to get involved and shut it down. And me, especially as a Christian, when it comes to religious liberty, I'm not sure why thousands of people can show up to Walmart and then I cannot sing in church. This is absolutely outrageous, and it's unconstitutional besides.
Follow-up question then,
Yes.
do you feel like the government and maybe even the governor might have a jaundiced and negative view of religion?
I'm sorry?
A negative view of religion, is it possible? The government?
And I believe that must be the case, or she wouldn't be doing what she's doing. And this country was founded upon religious freedom. It was a country founded upon Christianity. And if we do not continue at all, our founding fathers said if we were not a religious and virtuous people, this nation would not stand. And so that's one of the fundamental rights that we have that I really believe has got to be cleaned up, especially in this state of New Mexico.
Thank you.
Mr. Little, I understand that you ran for office there before, and then ran against William Madrid, I think Nate Cote. Can you give us the history of that?
The history was, I wasn't real happy with the way things were going back in 2010. And I was really busy running my business and trying to make a living, and I didn't have time for it. But I was called by the party here, the Republican Party here in Las Cruces, to see if I would be interested. They had talked to somebody out in Chaparral and said, hey, we need somebody for the district, and they recommended me. Well, when they first called me, are you kidding me? I don't have time for any of this kind of stuff. I was conservative at that time, and so anyway, I got they got me into the legislature. I went down for a missions trip, and I told them, if you get me in, I'll get in. And so when I came back, they got me into all my petitions signed, everything done. But that first time was against Nate Cote, and I happened to win. I worked really hard. I go out and I do door to door, and I do those kind of things, and that wasn't done. So I won that, and then after the next time, I will say the Democrat Party came out and worked real hard for Nate Cote, and he beat me by 300 points. And then after that, Nate retired. I ran again. I was in for 2 more terms. Now that second term that I ran against William Madrid. I beat him that time. And I think this last time where he beat me, I think it had to do partly with all the ideas about Trump that I believe aren't true, but that were out there, especially in my district.
Right. And then just if you can share with us, I've worked in Chaparral. I've met with you before with our community groups. Mm-hmm. Can you tell us a little bit about the community group that you are part of over there with a bunch of community leaders?
Well, that's one thing that I am proud about Chaparral. I have been part of that community since 1968. My father retired from the military, bought property out there, and since that time we were involved in Optimist baseball. We had 4 teams out there in Chaparral, and then when those kind of dissipated, my kids got older. Now I have 7 kids, so I was coaching baseball for quite a while, and so but we were taking teams from Chaparral and going into El Paso. We were part of the volunteer fire department for a while. It was hard for me because I was working all day and had to work half the nights, and that got a little bit rough, but was with them for quite a while. And so I've been a part of the community for a long time. CCDA, Chaparral Community Development Association, been part of that for about 20 years out in Chaparral, been officers and president, officers, whatever. But we do a lot of good in Chaparral, and one of the great things we do, which is coming up right now, is Toys for Tots. So support Toys for Tots, and let's get toys in these boxes, especially out in Chaparral.
Marcy?
So one of the things, we talk about business, and you are certainly a business owner in a very hard place to make a business work in one of our forgotten counties, or forgotten areas. New Mexico has almost double the amount of business regulations as Arizona and Texas. How do you intend, as a representative, to help remedy that, to make New Mexico a desirable location for these companies that are looking to relocate?
This is a problem that I've had, and one of the reasons I got into the legislature in the first place. The red tape the permits, the regulations, the zoning here. Doña County, other than Bernalillo County, and on some things, Doña County is harder as far as regulations and red tape. I can't believe you live in a rural community and they want to put sidewalks and all kinds of things in first before we put a sewer system in. But anyway, that's another another issue. But I am a business owner. I've been in business out in Chaparral since 1985. Lived where my property is, and so we have the thing that has to happen are taxes, and we've got to stop these regulations. And every year I've been up there, that has been one of my main purposes, and to get our tax money going to the places it should, like our transportation, instead of all kinds of duplication on programs that I don't think do any good. But so,
all right, Kelly.
All right, so COVID's already been mentioned. What would you have changed? We're assuming that there had to be some response. What would you have changed?
As far as the COVID response, and I think I have a different outlook on it. I believe that these states that have stayed open and places in Europe that have stayed open have had not any worse of a COVID problem than the United States. And we're finding now that the states that closed down for the longest are having the worst problem with COVID, which tells me that this is a virus, and unfortunately we're not going to stop it. Now, it is more deadly than these other viruses, and what we should have done in the first place, instead of throwing money all over to everybody and their brother to spend, and you could only go to Walmart in a box store, but instead of doing that, we should have kept the part of our society that was more susceptible, the people that had issues, our senior citizens. Those are the ones that we should have kept safe, and we should. I totally believe we should have left it all open, and they're looking at now that maybe herd immunity is going to happen whether we like it or not, and that was going to be the way it was. But look what it's done to our economy and shut down. Lost jobs, lost businesses. It's devastating to New Mexico.
Follow-up question real quick. It's been out there for a while. Is there a political element to how COVID is being interpreted?
Well, I totally, absolutely. And all you have to do is follow the money on death, hospitalizations, and positive amounts. What happens? Everybody gets more money, and every state gets more money the more you have. That's the first thing. The second thing I think is this is mainly political to me. I believe that this is just to stop President Trump from being reelected, and this is to keep the economy down. And for a party to want to keep New Mexico down and to do the things they've done is just outrageous.
But, Mr. Little, you got to admit that I know folks here in Doña County that have suffered and have family members that have died and passed away. Some have, recouped. It is a real virus that is impacting our community. I mean, do you feel like, help me understand, like, do you feel that the virus is real?
Oh, absolutely. Don't get me wrong there. This is absolutely, and I believe it's more deadly. There's no doubt about it. But when we look at demographics, if we look at the science, see, here's the problem. We're not looking at the science correctly, because our school children, are they getting it? How many deaths have you had with school children? Very, very few.
Yeah, but for me,
so,
excuse me, let me interrupt you, but I come from a community of Mesquite that in my community had like 23 cases in just our community. It was pretty scary for our families, our elders, and those there to understand that we're shopping in the same places that these folks are. But they did self-quarantine. So I mean,
and that's exactly what needs to be done. And how many deaths were in that? See, there's my question. And hospitalizations. You see, how many people have died from the flu this year? It's almost zero. Well, it's usually 40,000. Now, is that number in COVID or all these deaths? You see, it's if we look at all the statistics, and now am I saying for the people that got, oh my gosh, it's terrible. But I'm just saying that we needed to spend the money so we could help them when they had to be separated and do those kind of things. In history, when have we ever put away the people that were healthy and kept the people that were sick? You don't quarantine the healthy, you quarantine the sick. That's been history, that's been science, that's been medicine. and we really needed to look at that more. And I believe that if we really look at this thing, and especially if you follow the money, and at first, I know in my church, I have one of the folks there, it works in where they do autopsies. Well, a young man had come in and committed suicide, unfortunately. He shot himself, he died. Well, that was a COVID death. I mean, we need to get realistic data to really do this right and spend the money where it needs to be spent on those that need.
Marcy.
Speaking of COVID, that was a good lead-in. Thank you, guys. So basically, due to COVID, all of our schools are shut down. Our children are home, and that is causing incredible amounts of negative effects. Number one, the rate of suicides in New Mexico. That's one of those lists that you referred to that we were very high on. We have one of the highest rates of suicide in New Mexico of anywhere in the United States. You know, we have a lot of parents that are stuck at home, can't work because their children are, at home and being schooled online and those things. So considering that your term would start in January and that we may not be back in school by January, what would you do to fight the governor and to advocate for getting these children back in school where they need to be?
The main thing we need to do is get the education folks together. The problem that we have, and the school union, school boards, and those type of people, we've been so scared by the media. The media has blown this totally out of proportion for a reason, and I believe it's politics no more than health. And if we got to get together and as a House and a Senate decide that, look, what is worst case scenarios and what is really happening? I mean, maybe there is a possibility that maybe you do keep them closed down, but we're finding now with the suicides, with all of these issues that are going on, and especially economic, we've got people out of work, we're out of jobs. Out of businesses. I mean, think about the stress that is on our people also. So we're going to have to take this as a whole. We've got to open up this state. That's all there is to it. And putting our kids back to school with the numbers that they have out there right now is, I think, the best policy that we should have. Along with, if the teachers are worried about it, well, protect themselves. The kids are getting it, and it's like a couple of days of cold, or they're not having any effects at all.
We just had a teacher that died in your district from the Gadsden School District, I believe in Chaparral, that before I got here, they were talking about Mr. Lugo.
And it's possible that he may have had issues already. Now, see, and most of the time that we find out that that's
comorbid.
Yeah, that's right. And so, but do we stop life before? I mean, do we stop everybody's life? We just had Cuomo on TV talking about one life. Well, how many lives are being lost because of that one life? We've got to do the things that are best for the majority. Now, do we get rid of the folks, or whatever, the poor, the invalid, the whatever? No, we should be working. There's where our money should be going, other than other things that we're putting our monies to. You see, I'm very benevolent, but it needs to go to the right place. That's the main thing.
Kelly.
Well, there has been a complaint across the nation in various states that when they tried to stand up for their business or for their religious beliefs, they were bullied. And what is your response to someone who came to you and said, I feel like I'm being bullied by the government over this COVID?
I'm a Christian, and religious freedom has been really done in California. John MacArthur is being sued, and a lot of other pastors. This is unconstitutional. My religious freedom, and to be able to practice it the way I see fit, is not the government's business. The other thing is, life is a risk. We have to understand that there is risk in life. And now, if you have a high-risk area, then let's help you take care of that. But, you know, you could die in a car accident tomorrow. You could, I mean, we've got to look at what's good for the whole. If you're looking at numbers, maybe we should stop driving cars and trucks and buses, because you know what? There's 100,000 die every year in that particular place. So do we stop driving vehicles because people? No, you know, it's part of life. It's part of what we do, and I don't want to minimize it at all, because a life is worth a lot. I believe a whole lot. And we should be doing everything to save life, but it is a risk.
All right. I have just a question to follow up on that. Are we losing our rights? Do you see the... Can you comment on that?
Absolutely, we're losing our rights. When I have to lose my business because somebody says I have to shut down, but then you go ahead and let another company that might be bigger, it's a box store with more people that go into it, are able to go. I believe that is so arbitrary. If I was a small business, I could stay cleaner. I could have my little plastic and my mask just like everybody else. And why is it that I shouldn't be able to operate as a business, but then the box stores with thousands of people can go in? Same thing with church. Why do I stop in church? Now, at our church, we are separating. We're wearing masks, and we got this stuff. I mean, we're doing what we can, but life is life.
Do you agree with John Locke's statement, the purpose of government is to increase men and women's freedom?
Absolutely, and that should be the government's job rather than restricting it. And like that's why I say it's unconstitutional. They shouldn't be restricting our rights, even to the fact, to me, wearing a mask is an individual thing. Now you can say, well, you're going to give it to somebody else. If I social distance, I won't. If I do these other precautions, if I wash, if I take care of these kind of things, maybe I won't. And especially outside in the air, that's supposed to be better for us. Now we're having to wear these masks. And we can get into the particulars about masks and other things that, but that don't work, you know, like they should.
All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and take a break. Just want to say thank you, everyone out there. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask them. And I have a question. Where's Willie?
Free Willie. Free
Willie.
When I think of MVT, I can't help but think of the finest trucking company in the U.S. They provide a driver experience like no other. From regional routes to great pay, they make it a priority to make sure you feel right at home. As a truck driver, there are several companies to choose from, but I decided to drive with MVT, where they have state-of-the-art equipment and the best trucks in the industry, so you arrive at your destination safely and in style. I truly love what I do. After all, I'm proud to be with MVT.
Join the Mesilla Valley Transportation family.
thank you for coming back. Again, we are live streaming on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. Feel free to ask a question on Facebook. We're here today with the candidate for House District 53, Mr. Rick Little. He's out of Chaparral. I've done a lot of work there in Chaparral with some of the folks. Actually, they've done a lot of work. I've just participated with them. One of the things that I really appreciate what Marcy said was, you know, they are the stepchild of Doña Ana County. They're forgotten. The infrastructure needs there in the community, the flooding issues, transportation. You've touched on all of those, Mr. Little. What is one of the biggest needs you feel for infrastructure in Chaparral?
For Chaparral, the main thing we need to do, the county commission put a sewer system on us way back 14 years ago and said that the residents weren't going to have to pay for it. It was all going to be on paid for by either federal, state monies and those type of issues. And so they started putting it in, and we got about I don't know, one section of it in, and then things started happening. They couldn't get the money. We've got maybe 3 pieces in. They're not going according to the first plan because they're putting it in where there are not. There's more housing in areas where that was supposed to be done later, but because of the logistics of it, so anyway, the sewer system is probably the main thing. Infrastructure, especially in rural areas, and especially we're still considered a colonia, I believe there's things that need to be done first. And so we had road issues before, and we were putting roads in. But then after they started putting the sewer system in, we have roads being paved where we're going to have to dig them up and put the sewer system underneath it, which is crazy. Why spend the money doing that kind of? Put a pipe under it first. We have some flooding issues, but mainly those are on the East Mesa of Las Cruces and the East Mesa of Alamogordo. Those are issues that have to be taken care of before you put in roads and sewer and all the other utilities that need to be put in. Natural gas is something we're working on also. I think it's cheaper, it's easier for the people, and we need to try to get that pushed in also.
Okay, Marcy.
So as we're talking about business, one of the things that we know, and I'm sure you can relate to as a business owner, is the fact that New Mexico has one of the most aggressive minimum wage rates and minimum wage escalation schedules of any place in the United States. Now, tell me a little bit about how you think minimum wage affects the amount of businesses that work here, the total amount of jobs available to our communities, and exactly what you plan to do about our very aggressive minimum wage when you're in Santa Fe.
Just the same thing I've done every legislature I was there, and that's try to stop this minimum wage stuff. You know, minimum wage doesn't work the way it sounds like it should. Everybody gets a little bit of a raise, and then they have more money to spend. But the problem is every product you buy now goes up by that amount. So your raise doesn't do you any good. All it does, and the problem with government is then they'll just raise the property level up to it anyway. So it's a lose-lose situation. The way it should work, and I believe that the employees would make more money, is if it was, this is a deal, and this is biblical, to where employment is between an employer and an employee. It's not, there's no third party people here. If you don't want to work for somebody for whatever they want to pay you, then you don't work for them. It's a real simple thing. And then if you do, then you do. Or if you want more money, that's a negotiation that happens between an employer and employee. When the state comes in and says there's a minimum, they've just shut it down for people to where they're going to keep them at a certain amount. And it's about the worst thing I think you can do as far as trying to raise an economy up. And you'll find out in Santa Fe, when I was up there and they raised the minimum wage to $15 or something, guess what? Restaurants were having problems, buildings were closing, the economy was getting worse, not better.
Actually, you know, I have to respectfully disagree with you, Mr. Little, because I was up in Santa Fe, and I've seen cities and places where they have increased the minimum wage in increments that has benefited the workers and the businesses. But that's just my experience. Are you really against a minimum wage, or are you against like the $15 minimum wage?
I believe that it should be between the employer and the employee. And I'm a small business owner. I have never paid my people minimum wage. It's a hard job. It's a lot of grunt work, and so I don't do that because I want to give them more. I want to help them out. We give them raises. There's certain we go right on along. But if a lot of places will say, well, it's minimum wage, so you're going to work for that amount. Even guys that come out and clean my yard and stuff that I have gardeners and people, I pay them at least $10 an hour, you know, and it's still what, $7.50 or $8 or something. I really believe that the whole economy would be better off, and I have seen it in Santa Fe when I was there in 2016. We had that problem. We were going. Some of the restaurants had closed. As a matter of fact, we went into a restaurant and asked it right after they had done it. Now, well, this was probably 6 or 7 months. But anyway, I went with Representative Gallegos into a restaurant. How's that wage raise working with you? Well, I haven't seen it. That was her words. I haven't seen it at all. Well, so I don't know where that money was going or how it was working, but the employee wasn't getting it. So I don't know. I don't believe it works the way that they think it works. I think the economy would work better without it.
Kelly.
Yeah. Okay. So you're in Chaparral. Could you name 3 things we're talking about? It's a hard place to have a business. New Mexico in general is a hard place. And then this area is supposed to be one of the worst in the nation to come in and open a franchise. Could you name 3 ideas to grow the business, the economy in Chaparral?
The problem that we have is I need to go back to infrastructure. One of the reasons we don't have businesses in Chaparral very much, and we should have, with 27,000 people or better, there should be all kinds. We should have. I have talked to fast food establishments to try to get McDonald's and a few of the others, Burger King and some of. No, we don't want to move Chaparral. And one of the problems is a tax burden, especially with gross receipts tax. That's a tax pyramiding, and they have a real problem when you really get down to it. When everything is taxed all along the line, and then you got to have tax on that. It's too expensive. We got to stop we've got to stop that tax. That's all there is to it. And then our regulations are not really good. And we do have our economic development department. We do have some pretty decent incentives and stuff, but how long do they last, and how long is it good for the company? You see, it could get cut off at any moment. See, there's a problem there. But our regulations, as far as building something, I can't move old buildings in hardly anymore and get paid for them. Because for the main reason is by the time I've got to bring them up to code and do the whole thing and make them almost brand new, and then they can't move in till the carpet's on the floor and the paint's on the wall, and so they might as well buy a brand new house from somebody. So it hurts me.
Follow-up question, do we have a problem losing businesses to El Paso?
Well,
you're right there on the border. Do you feel more like you're part of El Paso or Doñana?
That is absolutely correct. And there's a couple of things. Our water system also is a problem because it's not quite big enough. We really need there's 3 water systems out there that we need to get bigger. To get a business, and now you got to have a sprinkler system, right? A commercial business. And so our water pressure and our volume is not enough for those. So it deprives us from getting it in. Our sewer system in certain places, they'd have to move where it was on a sewer, and our sewer system is not quite big enough for that size of a place either. There's a lot of the infrastructure has to go in before businesses can really thrive there. Now we do have a lot of mom and pop restaurants. We've got $3 stores now. Which
I think you got a bank.
Being one building bit, we have the bank that came in from Alamogordo, Artesia for that matter. But and you know they do a great service with their scholarship funds. They give out $600,000 each year to Gadsden, not only Gadsden, Chaparral high school students. I mean that's an awesome thing. But yeah, we have these issues, and that's where my opponent wants to bring in a railroad into the area to start business. You really, to do that kind of money, you're looking at millions of dollars to put in it. They'd have to put an overpass over 54. They're going to have to do all these kind of things. And I don't believe we can get that infrastructure money unless you have businesses that are willing to help put in and pay for those kind of things. We've got to do something of making our community, businesses for the community work.
All right. Marcy.
I would just like to hear Mr. Willie Madrid explain to us his plan with the railroad company.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
Oh, he's not here. Oh my goodness.
Free Willie.
Free Willie is not here, so he cannot explain to us his epic plan to save Chaparral and the south of Doñana County. One of my other questions, and I think this is really important, is, right now, with none of us ever thought that 2020 would go the way 2020 did. And I think, what do you see other than infrastructure? What do you see is your best way, if you will, to market the area that you are and to fight? I mean, technically, we are fighting Texas for businesses. We have minimum wage, we have infrastructure issues, and you've talked about all that a little bit. But what is your plan that if you were elected, that we really could be able to focus on economic development other than infrastructure and kind of what you've talked about? Do you see a future for your area, and how do we advocate for that future?
We have a real tough problem with the infrastructure is a big deal, but we have a real tough problem with being so close to El Paso. Mm-hmm. It's only 7 miles to just about anything you want to go to. So that's 7 minutes. And it's further to go across to Anthony, and then Anthony's small, and it doesn't have a whole lot of stuff there. I have a problem with the bus system that we have. Is now sending our tax dollars. There wasn't enough ridership, so now they're sending it straight into El Paso. So now we can send our tax dollars straight into El Paso. I see, as far as growing, we've got the schools out there. It is a bedroom community, and most people like it. Now, I will say that there are businesses going out there. We've got truck services going out there. We've got probably 4 or 5 of those. We've got mechanic shops going out there. We've got tire shop. We've got. I mean, the type of businesses that we're going to need there are the ones that a community needs. That's kind of the bottom line of how I see it. Now, I don't see any major thing what we could do in Chaparral. Now, one thing I do want to do, I want to make Chaparral, Doñana and Otero side, its own county. and if we do that, we keep our property taxes, and we won't be the redheaded stepchild of Doñana County and Otero. Mm-hmm. So and I had a bill up there, as a matter of fact, while Willie was there, as a matter of fact, to try to. It was a study. It wasn't the full bill to do it. But and it wasn't looked at. So
being part of a colonia, can we count on your support for the Colonia's Infrastructure Trust Fund and the Colonia's initiative?
Absolutely. The Colonia's Fund, we've tapped into it already. I tapped into it when I was there for the sewer. As a matter of fact, we got, I don't know, it was a couple $100,000, but it was more than that. I think it was close to $1 million. But then that money goes to the county, and then the county, when they get enough money, then they'll go ahead and do another section. But yeah, the Colonias Fund, I think, is good. The problem is, we went up there this last year, and most of the monies went to places like Deming and other colonias, and I don't think we got any of it at all. But that would be the thing that I'm definitely strong on trying to do. I believe, and especially capital outlay is another thing. Capital outlay shouldn't be done the way it's done. It should go around the state to the different areas, but it shouldn't be for every politician to be able to spend a few $100,000, or Willie got quite a bit of money because of oil and gas, but which I wasn't privy to. But yeah, and so if that infrastructure money, and it's made for infrastructure, capital development, should be for bigger projects, which means we should tap into it when it comes to our area, to where I can get a whole section of the sewer done, and get a bigger sewer system and help with our water.
All right. Kelly.
Now, if Willie Freebie Madrid were here, what is 1 or 2 questions that you'd really like to have answered from him?
Well, I don't know questions answered. The question would be why he put his money where he did for Chaparral. And then the other question is, did you spend any money in Las Cruces or Alamogordo area? But that's another issue.
What did he do? What did he do with that money?
What he did is, instead of spending the money on infrastructure, he spent on a library, which I believe Paperwork's going to be a thing of the past, and a library, we've got 6 of them. They are the schools. And
How much did he spend?
Pardon me?
How much did
it was
he spend?
over $500,000 or something.
On the library?
On the library. And it was supposed to be part of a clinic, too. But the problem with that is we've already got 3 clinics. I've got Presbyterian out there that is begging for more people. I don't think we needed those 2 things. We needed our sewer, our flooding issues, our roads. I mean, the basic infrastructure, and then try to make some kind of a way for natural gas. Natural gas is a private company, so it's not government. So we're trying to work with them. But the way government works, I think we could work something out to where we could get money going into a private company, because we do it all the time. They say they don't want to do it, but we do it all the time with different other companies, and get those pipelines into Chaparral so we can get natural gas there.
Marcy, this will be our last question, then we'll go ahead and let you close out.
Right before my last question, that was a very good question. So I would just like to reiterate that Free Willy over there, who didn't show up, decided instead of being able to flush your toilet, he wants you to be able to rent a book. I think that's epic. That's right there. That is the problem with New Mexico right there. Okay, so my last question, and getting off all of this economics into something, a little more personal, is currently your opponent, as well as several of our other incumbents, are really pushing for New Mexico to become what we call an abortion haven state, which means that abortions would be allowed up into the moment of birth.
That's right.
And that you could have a fully viable fetus, a fully viable pregnancy, and you could change your mind right in the 40th week. And that certainly is an issue that concerns many, many New Mexicans. Absolutely. So go ahead and tell us, what is your stance on this very, very late-term abortion bill that they're trying to keep open?
And thank you for that question. I'm a Christian, and so my stance on it is sanctity of life. And I'm going to make a crude analogy right here, so stay with me a little bit. But, when we have dogs and cats and they get pregnant, we don't say that that's a piece of tissue in there. We say that that's going to be a dog and that's going to be a cat, and that's what they're going to be. And so in a human being, how do human beings go? That's a human being maturing. No matter how you look at it, that's what it is. And so I was surprised they'd even passed it out of the House, because I knew they were going to have a problem in the Senate, because the House passed it out. Well, I won't go into the politics of it, but sanctity of life is so important. If you don't have life, you don't have prosperity, you don't have liberty, you don't have anything else. And there is a choice. The choice comes before you get pregnant. You don't have to get pregnant. There's birth control out there. There's all kinds of other measures. But now, if you do, the other thing we need to do, I think, is help on trying to get adoption done where it's easier and whatever. But I don't believe it's up to us to be able. I believe that's a place, God's place, and it's not up to us. There we go. To take life at all. I believe that is killing a baby.
And I just want to share right now, like, here we are with Mr. Rick Little running for representative in House District 53, and we really don't have the opposing opinion or Mr. Willie Madrid here.
Because he didn't show up.
Because he didn't show up, and I think it's really important to have that counter, because the questions you're getting, you're very fortunate to be able to express yourself with us today and let the voters know how you feel. With that, I want to give you a minute and a half to go ahead and ask the voters for the support in your campaign and for their vote, and we'll go ahead and close it out with that.
Okay. Thank you, and thanks for having me. I think these are the kind of forums that people need to do so that they can see where you stand. My opponent did vote against abortion, or for abortion, right up into the last minute, and so I believe that I am on the opposite side of that. And now, if you're pro-choice, then you know who you need to vote for. If you're pro-life, you need to know who you're going to vote for. I believe this goes all the way through government. Government is so important, because if we don't elect the right people to the job, we're going to have bad government. And character matters. Our founding fathers told us that if we don't elect the right people, you're going to get bad government. It doesn't matter how good your laws are. And so I ask for your support. I think I'm the one that needs to be going up to Santa Fe so we can make the right decisions. We need to get this state going back in the right direction. We're on the bottom of every bad list, and so we really, every good list, every bad list, every list at all, just about, we are on the bottom side of it when it comes to crime, when it comes to things like abortion, when it comes to our finances, when it comes to our child poverty, whatever it is, we're on the bottom. And if we don't start changing that around, and you know, this state has been run by one side of the aisle for the last 60 or 70 years, and that needs to change. We need to change New Mexico for the better, and unless we make a big change, nothing's going to happen. It's like where they say, you know, you keep doing the same thing over and over and expecting something different to happen. It's not going to happen. That's the definition of insanity. So thank you very much, and I appreciate your vote.
All right. I'd just like to say thank you very much, and good luck on your campaign.
Thank you.
All right. You know,
Thank you, Willie.
Willie, that's one of the things I just
Willie.
want to sit there and say. This has been an interesting week for us, but we planned it. You know, we took a lot of time, legwork, to bring the candidates in, bring our commentators in, and we reached out. And I can tell you, with the candidates for like Kerry Hamblin, Willie Madrid, you know, these folks are not participating. They're not coming out to meet with us. They're using the pandemic for whatever reason. And I understand it's a risk to come out here. But like I say, we are doing our social distancing. We are wearing our masks. We are sanitizing our hands. We are doing everything we can to sit there and make this a safe environment. There's plexiglass between them. But for me, personally, this week was enlightening, because I thought for sure that maybe they would reach out and say, you know what, I've changed my mind. But they didn't. But next week, we do have both candidates that are running, and they will be here, Doreen Gallegos, Mr. John Foreman, and Ray Lada, and Mrs. Ladd. We will be here with them next week, and I invite you to join us so that we can ask questions. We didn't get very many questions from the social media today, but I thought that you guys did a tremendous job of asking the questions. So, what was your take, Kelly?
I was impressed with Rich's sincerity, and I don't know, because Willie wasn't here, and so who knows what he would have said, but I think Rich was not unkind to Willie. I think the difference that he laid out showed that he's a more strategic thinker. He's more concerned about the future for Chaparral. He grew up basically grew up there, and I like the way he talked about infrastructure and how you create success is from the bottom up. Foundational. You don't build a railroad into town and suddenly it's a success when there's no sewer, when the water works are not up to standard, etc.
What did you think, Marcy?
Well, I think, I think the commentary on, I think it's No Show Willie instead of Free Willie. No Show Willie.
Okay.
No Show Willie really came down when Mr. Little talked about the fact that he took his capital outlay money, and instead of working on a sewer system, which we can all argue is fundamentally the most basic of anything to grow a community, is the sewer system. And instead he took the money and spent it on a library.
Yeah.
Like, are you kidding me? People are literally using the restroom in buckets in outhouses, and you went and put $500,000 into a library. Like, I think that's a real strategic, I think that's a big commentary about who he is, even though he's not here. I think one of the other things, and I think is so important right now is, we've seen early voting. We've seen that these numbers are big. Yes, every single constituent in our area has not had access to their candidates. And that's why these things are so important. That's why when you came to me, I agreed to take time out of my schedule to be here for you, is that, this is so important. to be able to talk to these candidates, to see what they're saying, that we don't make an uninformed decision. Because I think this year in 2020, we've really seen one thing that we've never really seen before, which is elections have consequences. If you would have asked anybody in 2019, could the governor show up and shut down your world? Which, like today, she shut down high school athletics, the ones she said were okay in fall, shut them down today because she just didn't want to deal with them. That really was it. She ignored them. So now we don't have the high school athletics in fall that they had promised to have. Never once did we think that the government had that much power over us. And that's why New Mexico inherently has had in the past a very low voter turnout. Well, guess what, people? Now is the time. Now is the time to show up. Now is the time to educate yourself. Now is the time to have a voice. Whether your voice is red or blue, whether your voice is conservative or liberal, it is time where the majority of the people living and working in the state of New Mexico, or the people that get to decide what their future is. It is not time for us to sit at home on the couch and to wait and to let Bob or Mary or John or Joe down the street make the decision for us. And I think that's really important. And I know that these debates give us a really unique opportunity to see these candidates. I'm sure tonight that probably some of the reason we didn't get as many questions as normal is because we had Sochi versus Yvette. We have the vice presidential debates. So you know what? Guess what? Everybody's going to pick this up in the morning. They're going to pick it up later tonight when those debates are done. And I think what's so important is just to tell people again, do your research. Don't believe the first 3 ads you see. Do your research. Go and advocate, because I will tell you this, and yes, I'm going to say it. I'm a Republican. I'm an advocate for change. I'll say it all day long. Everybody who knows me knows that I am, is that Mr. Little was right. Making the same decision over and over and over and expecting a different outcome is the definition of insanity. We have been run by the Democrats for 92 years, and guess what? We are the last. We're the last in education. We're the last in everything. So get out, get informed, go vote. It is important. Show up and vote. Stand in line. But by all means, please participate, because this is everyone's future.
This race, when I look at the registration numbers for that district, I mean, you've got more independents and people that did not state a party than you have Republicans, but almost the same as Democrat voters. Yeah, so this is one of those districts that could truly be, like you shared, suffer the consequences for not engaging with voters.
It comes down to, let us vote for people that are going to stand up and scream at the top of their lungs in Santa Fe and advocate for us. How can we possibly say that in this community a library is more valuable than a sewer system? That a library is, these people do not have water, they don't have gas. I mean, we have to have somebody that's going to stand in Santa Fe for us and scream at the top of their lungs what is best for those communities. And unfortunately, we're not getting that.
I can see that.
Well, I think I can say without fear of contradiction that if Willie, Free Willie, or No Show Willie had merely focused on the sewers, it would have turned out to be a royal flush.
Yeah.
Nicely done, sir. Nicely done.
There you go.
That was nicely done.
I just want to sit there and say that, elections do have consequences, and it is us that are going to decide what our future is. It's us, the voters. If we can't hold ourselves accountable to electing the people that we want to represent us, then don't vote. But what we're trying to do today, and what we're trying to do with these forums, is to engage the candidates to come here with us, practicing safe distancing, doing what we can. And I look forward to the next 4 debates, next 4 forums with the candidates start coming. But it's up to you, the viewing audience, to participate, to be informed, to get on social media and ask questions. I will tell you this, we will do a better job of doing the outreach so that that we're coming and who the races are that you may be interested in, but it's up to us. With that, I'd like to just say thank you to our sponsors, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Southwest Organizing Project, and the Las Cruces Channel for giving us this opportunity. And to you, the viewing audience, thank you. And vote to live, live to vote. Have a good night.
I can't help but think of the finest trucking company in the U.S. They provide a driver experience like no other. From regional routes to great pay, they make it a priority to make sure you feel right at home. As a truck driver, there are several companies to choose from, but I decided to drive with MVT, where they have state-of-the-art equipment and the best trucks in the industry, so you arrive at your destination safely and in style. I truly love what I do. After all, I'm proud to be with MVT.
Join the Mesilla Valley Transportation family.
This program has been made possible by the Citizens for Nonpartisan Civic Engagement, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Southwest Organizing Project, and the Las Cruces Channel Media Network, streaming live on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube.
When you partner with Mesilla Valley Transportation, you can count on a group of hardworking professionals that make sure your freight is secure, handled with care, and delivered on time. We have proudly been moving America's cargo since 1982, starting with local businesses to now transporting for Fortune 500 companies. We invest in the industry's most advanced technology when it comes to dispatching, logistics, and safety. You can trust that our customers are our #1 priority. Every day we drive our company to be the best, and that's why we drive for you.
Citizens for Nonpartisan Civic Engagement. Welcome to our New Mexico Election 2020 Candidates Forum. Due to the pandemic, we've had to change it up, look for different ways to engage with the candidates. We've come to the Las Cruces Channel and asked them for time to allow the candidates to meet with us and our commentators so that we can engage with folks out there on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. So on Facebook Live, you have an opportunity to ask questions. All right, so sorry about that. My mic was off and we had to put it back on. But getting back to the pandemic, you know, the candidates have had a challenge coming out to meet voters. The voters have had a challenge trying to meet the candidates. There's some really important races here in our county, and this is one of them. But we are practicing social distancing. We are wearing our masks when we come in. We choose when we sit down at the table to take them off so that we can speak with the voters and the people out there in the viewing, participating viewing public. We have partitions between our candidates, between our commentators, and we are doing our best to practice what the governor's orders are. We also have a certification for the studio here at Las Cruces Channel, and so I'm very proud of that. But this is how we have to engage now with the voters. This is one of the tools. We can no longer meet in community centers or churches, our local volunteer fire departments, but this is the space where we have today to engage with the voters. With that, I'd like to go ahead and just introduce our commentators. Marcy.
How are you? Thank you so much for having me. My name is Marcy Dickerson, and I am the owner of the Game 1 and Game 2 sports bar here in Las Cruces, as well as the owner of Dickerson's Catering, which before the pandemic used to be the largest catering company in southern New Mexico. But I am very excited to be here, and thank you very much for involving me.
Shirley.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is E. Shirley Baca. I am a former state representative and public regulation commissioner. I currently am a legislative analyst with the New Mexico State Senate, majority leadership, which is the Democrats. And to those of you listening tonight, we hope you are enjoying your Indigenous Peoples Day. That's what we call it in New Mexico. Some states still call it Columbus Day, but we hope you're enjoying your day off if you're lucky enough to work and have had a day off. And thank you, Arturo, for having me here tonight also.
So today we have the representative for the folks running for race 53, Representative District 53. 52. All right. So we have Representative Doreen Gallegos here and Dr. Foreman. I'm going to go ahead and allow Dr. Foreman.
Okay, great. Thank you for the invitation, and it's enjoyed being here tonight. Looking forward to the good discussion we're going to have. And my name is John Foreman. I'm the superintendent of Mesilla Valley Christian Schools, and I don't know how much you want me to share about that right now, but
you got a minute.
Oh, got a minute. Okay, well there we go. I got a lot more to say then. So, okay. So I've been in education a long time. Also, I've been a small business owner. I'm a parent. I've been a foster parent. I'm an adoptive parent. My wife and I have always tried to be involved in the community in whatever way we can with the resources and skills we have. I've probably coached about 500 Little League baseball and high school baseball games and little stuff all the ways, and so I love baseball. And so I'm running just because I'm concerned about the direction of our state. I'm concerned about a lot of the things I see happening. I see a movement in our state that I'm very uncomfortable with. I was looking at some statistics just yesterday from about 24 years ago from another state house race up in the San Juan McKinley County area. And some of the statistics that were shared during that race about where we ranked in the economy with poverty and education, things like that. 24 years later, there's not a whole lot of movement in that. A little bit up and unfortunately some down. And I know these are not easy challenges. If they were simple solutions, we all would have done them before. So I'm looking forward to the discussion tonight, and just appreciate the opportunity and answer questions and do my very best.
Thank you, Dr. Foreman. Representative.
Thank you, and thank you for having me tonight. You know, as you mentioned before, it's hard to campaign right now. And getting out and meeting constituents, not being able to go door to door. This is the first time I actually meet my opponent in person. So just having the opportunity to do this is really important, because I think that District 52 needs to be able to look us both in the eye and have those conversations. I do want to re-emphasize that we all had our masks when we came in. There is the plexiglass, and we are all following the rules, because I think that that's really important, that we have that personal responsibility, and we want to make sure to keep hammering that. So I just wanted to make sure to mention that. I have, once again, my name is Doreen Gallegos. I have been the representative for District 52 for 8 years. I have been in a leadership position for the past 4 years. I'm the House Majority Whip, and you know, I'm really proud of the work that I've done for District 52. I'm a Aggie graduate. I have a bachelor's and a master's. I run a nonprofit here in Las Cruces. We advocate for children who have been abused or neglected. And you know, running a nonprofit, having some business experience, also using my social work skills. You know, when we're up in Santa Fe, you need all kinds of skills. And so I'm one of those people that have used all the talents that the good Lord has given me, and am really trying to make a difference for my community. I have a 16-year-old son, and my husband, who's here at the studio with me today. So thank you for having me.
Yeah. So the district that we're talking about right now is the one that runs like along Las Cruces in that area, in Tortugas, down towards parts of Mesquite. And how far do you go down past Mesquite?
So am I starting first? So we start in Talavera, which is behind the mountain. We curve around and we hit the university area. I represent half the university. I always say the athletic half, because it's usually the Pan Am, or it is the Pan Am, and it's the football field and the baseball fields and that area. Then we go down into Vado, Bedino, and I end in Anthony. So I get real close to Mesquite, but that's not part of the district.
Yeah. So I know it's down towards that way. That's a pretty large Mexicano district.
It is.
So just wanted to let folks know the demographics and the landscape of that. With that, I'd like to go ahead and allow our commentators to go ahead and ask a question. Shirley, would you like to start?
Yes, I would. Thank you very much. Representative Gallegos, as you mentioned, you've held a leadership position. You're the House Majority Floor Leader and have been for at least 4 years now, if I remember correctly. And you mentioned that it takes a variety of skills to get bills through. So what are 2 or 3 bills that you have introduced and accomplished through its process that you're the most proud of?
Thank you, Shirley. And just to clarify, I'm the House Majority Whip.
The whip, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I knew you were majority.
Yes, yes. So just to clarify on that, you know, this year actually I was able to pass the Early Childhood Trust Fund bill. And that was a really heavy lift. That was a lift that we had been trying to do this bill for about 3 years. And this year, because oil and gas had been so good to the state of New Mexico, we actually had excess funds, which is really hard to even think about right now. But in having those excess funds, I wanted to really look at the future and being able to have a trust fund for the children of New Mexico. So we were able to take $300 million and invest that, and we will be able to get dividends from those, hopefully from that money, for years to come. Given the pandemic situation, should we not put one more dime into that fund, it will still pay out for at least 10 years. And so I think regardless, it's a legacy bill, and I'm really proud of that. You know, another bill that I was able to do, and this was straight from a constituent, when there was insurance rates that shot off and went through the roof. And so I was able to do a bill that if your insurance rates are going to go up by 50%, you have to be notified at least 90 days in advance.
And the question, I know it was just...
Yes, thank you. Good answer. And Dr. Foreman, since you haven't had the opportunity to introduce any bills yet, should you be elected, what would be 2 or 3 bills of interest that you would like to introduce?
Sure. Well, whoever winds up in Santa Fe in January, we're going to have a lot of financial work to do. There's just no doubt about it. We've went from surplus to shortage. We've had COVID. We've had, to be honest, even before COVID, a lot of spending increases. I remember right about 24% of new spending that came out of January, February. Last year, that's a lot of money. That's around $500 million. So we're going to have to figure out how we're going to handle that. As far as new bills, there's several things I think that can be financial stimulators for us. I think one is removing the tax on Social Security, and I know a lot of people are talking about that now, but that's something that's been high on my radar screen ever since the winter. Why we are double taxing our retirees and some of these folks, I just don't understand that. There's other ways to generate money. We're one of the few states that do that. Something else I think we need to look at, especially in the short term, is some sort of relief, whatever that may look like, on the gross receipts tax for our service providers. A lot of these folks are self-employed. A lot of them live in our small rural communities. These are the people that provide all sorts of services to us and to our community, and they've been hit pretty hard with this. And I would love to see if we could somehow jumpstart that part of the economy, do something where we could help them get back on their feet and start to grow and prosper again.
Marcy.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'll start with Doreen. I guess you went that way, so I'll follow you. So Doreen, you mentioned for a minute that you were the majority whip. Will you please explain what that position entails and what does that mean for Southern New Mexico? Because I'm not sure everybody quite understands the intricacies of what happens in Santa Fe.
Right. Wonderful question, and thank you for asking me that. It is a really important question because in knowing what the whip does, first of all, I'm the third in line for House leadership, which brings me to the table. I'm having those discussions, very high-level discussions of what's going on with the state, with our budget, with committees, who gets put on committees, that sort of thing. You know, I know that we so many times the line stops at Socorro when we talk about leadership. And so it's really important that Southern New Mexico has a strong voice. We recently have lost some of our strong voices within our Doniana delegation. And so right now I am leadership in Southern New Mexico, and I don't want us to lose that position. I think it's so important to make sure the dollars are flowing down to Southern New Mexico and that we protect areas of interest for us, the colonias, water, business. We need to make sure it comes all the way down and that our constituents' voices are heard up in Santa Fe.
Thank you very much. I have a much different question for Dr. Foreman. So Dr. Foreman, your school district has been full-time for quite a while. Thank you for doing that, by the way. Your school district, the students are attending, they were part-time and now they are full-time. Please explain, how did you get that to happen, and what advice do you have to get our state back to 100% attendance?
Well, it was not an easy decision or a simple decision, as you can imagine. We got feedback from our parents, we got feedback from our teachers. I was pleased to hear and pleased to report that 100% of our teachers say, we want to teach, get us back in the classroom, and we want to do that in the best way we could do that. We studied a lot this summer. We pulled about 10 or 12 different models from around the country of other schools we felt were doing a good job. We looked at things with New Mexico State University. We looked at CDC. We looked at all sorts of things and put together a return to school plan. The parent, you got one of those, and if I could say that. And we felt like this was just a step of faith we needed to take. We think it was time for the kids to get back to school. We were testing students all summer from a variety of schools around the valley. These kids were all testing 3 to 4 months behind where they would typically test. And I'm not trying to fault anybody for that. I'm just saying it's just a fact. And so we understand as a group of educators, we have our work cut out for us. We've taken a lot of precautions. We're doing everything you can imagine that we should be doing. And if we see something else we need to do, we do that too. But it's important the kids are back to school, and I'm hoping that non-public schools like Mesilla Valley Christian School, and I'm not here to plug the school or anything. This is the phone. I'm joking. It's not the phone. I won't do that. I hope that we can be an encouragement to others. And I understand Las Cruces High School with 1,600 students, whatever their numbers may be, is a much different dynamic than us with 300. I understand that. But it's working. It's not been flawless. Nothing ever is. When you take a step of faith, you have to do that exactly. But the kids are learning. They're back in school. Our enrollment's up for whatever that's worth. And I think our teachers and our kids and parents are just doing an outstanding job with this. And I'm glad they're back in school.
You know, one of the things, I just saw, we had a death with one of the teachers in the Gadsden, and then we read in the paper about the number of people being tested for coronavirus that are educators in Las Cruces Public School District, Gadsden School District. Has anyone tested positive in your school?
Well, if you understand the dynamics of all this, I have to be very careful how I answer that because there's a lot of privacy issues here. But I will say that we have had a couple situations where not directly off the campus, indirectly, it's usually a coworker, family member of a parent. Oftentimes they're in law enforcement, they're in agriculture, they're in areas to where they're interacting with a lot of people along the time. And we've had to respond to that, of course, in the appropriate way. So,
all right, sure.
On that line, before I ask you another question, how many students are, and what is your staff at your school?
We have 305 students. When I left work today, at least we had 305. I assume they're all still there. Nobody's ran out on us. Staff members, we have 31 on faculty, teaching staff, probably about another 20 to 25 staff members, teachers, aides, office, bus drivers, and probably another 25 on top of that of coaches. So I would say in a total employment would probably be around 75, roughly speaking.
Okay, that being the case, this would be a question for Representative Gallegos. New Mexico is now at a spike. We have 9.7%, which is double what we should be having in order to really start talking about opening up schools and some of the businesses. On the same regard as Arturo mentioned, there was a death at the Gadsden Independent School District, a man by the name of Lugo. He was a teacher with special ed there. And today, Doña Ana County, we're one of the highest of the 5 counties in New Mexico. We reported in 83 positive today. And every day it goes up and up and up. We had a death. So, that being the case, and we're talking about public schools that are funded by public monies, not private schools funded by private individuals. What do you think about the opening of the schools, and what would we need to do to be able to do that safely?
You know, Shirley, I think it's a very tough question because we keep seeing the numbers go up. And, you go out and many times you don't see people wearing their mask. They're not staying 6 feet apart. We have to have some personal responsibility to get that under control. I have a son who's 16 years old, and I'm very concerned about him going back to school. 16-year-olds, they are children in general, but 16-year-olds, they're always touching each other, and you can't seem to get them to wash their hands enough. And so I know it's been really tough, and it's been tough for me trying to get my son when I'm trying to go to work, when I'm trying to make sure that I'm helping run the state, and to make sure that he gets his homework turned in. So, I mean, I know it's tough. As parents, it's been really exhausting, and I think we're all suffering from COVID fatigue. But I just think that we've really got to start moving in a direction to make sure that we're safe. I'd like to see businesses open before schools.
Wow. Okay. Marcy. I mean, that was question. I think it's incredible, the challenges that we have right now, and trying to open up our schools, trying to open up the businesses. We all have family and friends that are in school, and we have a lot of family and friends that are in business. And it is how do you do that? And I think that there is no answer really for it right now yet. But Marcy, go ahead and ask your question.
Well, I was going with a different question, but
go ahead. No.
I'm just going to go ahead and go with this. So, yes, we've talked about the spike in numbers and some other pieces of that Shirley talked to. So let me ask you this. How do you feel, and I'll address this one because we're going in order, to Ms. Doreen first. How do you feel that the governor has handled the COVID crisis so far?
Well, I think she was quick to respond, which I think was very good for New Mexico. It helped us with our numbers. We we don't have, and I'm going to say infrastructure, but when I talk about infrastructure in this particular case, we don't have infrastructure as far as having the medical staff. We didn't have ventilators. We didn't have the infrastructure to keep citizens safe. And so she had to react quickly and swiftly. I also believe, though, that it's time to start looking at reopening. We need to make sure that our businesses don't die. We need to make sure that we can do this in a safe way. I believe that the candy lady down in Mesilla, who I love to visit, I've gone into her store since COVID has started, and they let 1 or 2 people in at a time because it's a very small space. And I think that they have more personal investment and responsibility to their customers than what I have seen in box stores. And so I am really, and I have had these conversations with the governor and the governor's office, that we need to start moving to a safe reopening and how to do that.
I have the same question for Dr. Foreman.
Okay. And just how do I feel the governor's handled this? Would that be the question? Mm-hmm. Okay. Again, if there was an easy solution to this, I assume we would have taken it a long time ago. I am not fully on board with the way this has been handled. I think there's been winners and losers picked in this. I really struggle why a church has to be closed and other things can be open. I don't get that. I think a lot of people don't get it. Again, I think if we're all honest, we would say we're all fatigued with this. That's probably a good word. I am too. I'm so tired of it. But I understand you got to finish the race too, and we probably haven't finished the race yet. I get that too.
The presidential race?
No, I'm sorry. It's actually a biblical reference out of Philippians, but
your race.
Okay, yeah, right. Well, whatever race, the race to, get COVID behind us. I guess I should say that. But it's so I realize that race isn't done yet. Again, I think after 6-7 months now, my concern is, well, I have several. I see our governor go on national television and just show how we're almost the model of how to do this. Then when I'm spoken to on Thursdays, I feel like I'm getting beat up a little bit, to be honest. We have a thing at our school, like all schools do. We have a campus safety program, and I require every employee to keep about a credit card size mini version of that plan, just so if something happened, they would know, they could look at it quickly. So last week I had $5 $10 bills, and I walked down at random, went to employees all over the school and said, "Can you within 10 seconds show me your safety card?" And that they did, I gave them $10. I've used Chick-fil-A cards. I've done all sorts of stuff. The point of that is that you get more honey with you get more flies with honey than vinegar, I think. And I would encourage more of an approach to that. I do feel browbeaten this sometimes. I feel like if all of this is supposed to be working, why isn't it? If more people are wearing masks, I'm not crazy about it. I'm doing it. Why it doesn't seem to be working? So I think there's some frustration out there. I know there's a lot of frustration out there, and I think a better job could be done communicating what the plan is and how this is really going to work. I think people are going to start to lose faith and just start to do their own thing, which I know is not a good thing. So, sorry I went long.
All right.
Okay.
Shirley.
This is a question for both of you, since both of you have indicated that you believe that the economy needs to be opened up, and we really need to look at how our businesses are going to do. So during the special session in June, the legislature passed Senate Bill 3, which is the Small Business Recovery Act of 2020. Dr. Foreman, what do you think about that legislation, and should we continue with this? And that would be a same question for you too, Representative.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Without a copy of that in front of me, I can't look at it directly, of course, and give you a verbatim answer. I would just say in general terms that I'm going to support anything that does help our economy recover. Again, it's been said many times, people are struggling. We know that. There's got to be a solution for that. And I think we need to help those that need the help. Even with the federal stimulus package, I think that was a good thing for those who needed it. A lot of people who didn't need it got a check. I think those funds could have been better used somewhere else towards people and businesses who do need it.
Thank you.
Representative.
Actually, the Small Business Recovery Act, it was $400 million that was put into the bill to give out to businesses. And I don't think it went far enough. And it's been hard to access. I think that it was a first step. And I think that as legislators, when the the pandemic hit, this has been new for all of us. So we're looking at ways to generate funding. We're looking at ways to move the economy. And this was, I think, a great first step. We need to go back and make sure that the businesses have access to the money. And that is where we have seen the shortfall in this bill. And so when we go back in January, I plan to really work with my colleagues to make sure that we have that accessibility, because we need to get the money out to the people for small businesses. That's where we should be starting and work from the ground up.
Thank you.
All right, and with that, we're going to go ahead and take a break. We'll come back, and feel free to ask questions on Facebook. Thank you.
When I think of MVT, I can't help but think of the finest trucking company in the U.S. They provide a driver experience like no other. From regional routes to great pay, they make it a priority to make sure you feel right at home. As a truck driver, there are several companies to choose from, but I decided to drive with MVT, where they have state-of-the-art equipment and the best trucks in the industry, so you arrive at your destination safely and in style. I truly love what I do. After all, I'm proud to be with MVT.
Join the Mesilla Valley Transportation family.
Welcome back to the 2020 New Mexico Election Candidates Forum here with the Citizens for Nonpartisan Civic Engagement. We're going to go ahead and continue with the questions, but I am encouraging those folks out there that are watching on Facebook to go ahead and ask a question. With that, I'd like to go ahead and Marcy, if you'd like to go ahead and...
You almost got two in a row.
No. It's okay. I'm here to share.
Speaking of, as we left, we talked about funding small businesses and helping with that. So obviously jobs are very, very important to New Mexico, and jobs are very important to southern New Mexico. So this one I'm going to start with Dr. Foreman, since I've been starting with Representative Gallegos. So Dr. Foreman, since those jobs are so important, what ideas do you have, or what do you plan to do in Santa Fe to help increase the job market in New Mexico and southern New Mexico?
Mm-hmm. Sure. Well, and I think just to start, New Mexico is not a business-friendly state. Anybody who's ever operated a business here in the state, with the taxes, the regulation, just so many hoops and barrels, I have just personally spent, I don't even know how much time trying to get a hold of the DMV in Santa Fe right now, and I know things are different right now, but we just made it way too complicated. And if we think that business and investors around the country don't look at this, we're wrong. If we think retirees around the country who used to flock to Las Cruces, I remember back in the 90s, we had the Winter RV show here. We had so many RVs, or I'm sorry, not those two retirees. If we think they're not reading their ARP magazines and seeing that we're taxing their Social Security, and most states aren't, we're wrong. We really are wrong. Education plays a part of this too. Major corporations, large businesses, bringing a lot of people in, whether they be blue collar or white collar. If you move, one of the first things you're going to look at is the local schools. What type of school options do I have for my kids? What are the quality of those schools? So anything we can do to improve education in our state, get us away from number 49 in test scores and number 1 in high school dropout rates, and start to move to a different direction, I think we're going to be well served, and I think that's just one of many pieces. And working with the local communities, there's a lot of other things, but I know I'm out of time. So.
All right. Representative?
And the same question to you, Representative.
Thank you. You know, I think education is a quality component, or quality education is a key component. And I think that's really important. So we've got to continue to make strides in that area. I think for the past couple of years, we really have started to move the needle, and we've got to continue to work at that. You know, our world is different, and we have got to acknowledge that. And so what we had really talked about during the session and pre-session is very different now as COVID has hit. We've got to get businesses going again. We've got to somehow look at whether it's LEDA funds. Well, you know, we just talked about our SB 3 bill to get money down. We've got to start generating those funds and getting them down here and actually working. And that's, I think, just the most important thing, because until we get our legs under us, it's going to be hard to get the economy back, and we can't let it go for too long.
Okay, we got a question now from Facebook that Jeanette is asking, I guess this is a question for the representative, but I mean, if whatever happens after this race, I guess it could apply to both of you. So Jeanette is asking, are you in favor of a special session to confront the governor's authority in regards, I guess, to the pandemic?
You know, we're going to be in session in January, and any governor that we have is they're with executive powers. I'm sorry, I'm stumbling because I'm trying to get my thoughts together. But they've got that, and so at this point, we need to have more legislative oversight. And you know, when the Constitution was written, nobody ever had the forethought that we would be in the middle of a pandemic. And when we talk about executive, I want to keep saying executive rights, executive orders. Thank you. Authority. I'm stumbling, but I knew what I wanted to say. When we start looking at that, we want to make sure that we don't have just one person making decisions. And so as a legislator, I don't want to hand over the reins and say, you know, do what you want to, because my constituents have a voice. I want to make sure that we do it and that it's fair. And I think that we need to have that oversight. The money that's being spent, we need legislators. Legislators and the executive have to hold each other accountable, because at the end of the day, we have to be accountable to our constituents. And so I just think that we need to get to session to take care of it, because it's a bigger issue, and it's going to take longer than a special 1 or 2 day session.
I mean, it's kind of a hard question for you to answer, and I think she pretty much framed it up. I mean, we're already going to go into session in January. So, I mean, well, what are your thoughts on the question?
So I guess Jeanette's question is, if that doesn't work, are we willing to do something else if that's what needs? My answer would be yes. If need be, yes. Again, there's a lot of frustration out there. We have 3 separate but equal branches of government in the U.S. Constitution and the New Mexico Constitution back in 1912. And folks that read that, which probably is not enough, do. At our school, we make sure our kids read our state constitution. But it's important that, you know, the Constitution starts out with, or the Declaration, we the people. And we forget that sometimes. These are our kids. This is our money. This is my business. And sometimes government of any type forgets that, and they think it's theirs. It's not. They're there at our good graces. They are public servants, and that's true for my dad, who was a county administrator with social work, and so Representative Gallegos and I kind of share that in common. We both have some social work background, and I have great respect for those folks. It's a tough job. Law enforcement, those are tough jobs, and they work with difficult situations, so I'm always supportive of that. But I would say if that's what needs to get done, I think a lot of people feel that we have a governor with just too much power right now, and that can be and is a runaway situation. I don't know how she's networking with those in the legislature right now, because I'm not a part of that. I don't hear a lot locally. Now, again, I don't read the newspapers every day, and I don't listen to radio 20 hours a day either. I'm working. But I think if that's what needs to be done, I would be in favor of that, yes.
Arturo, can I add just one more comment for Jeanette?
30 seconds.
30 seconds. The only thing I wanted to add is that, with the sessions, we're talking about 30 and 60-day sessions. And so when we talk about the governor, she's up there doing the day-to-day operations type of thing. So we need to, it's hard when we're doing 30 and 60-day sessions. And so definitely we got to get in there. And we've got to make sure that we get these parameters mapped out.
Okay. And then Shirley.
Thank you. One of the big responsibilities and duties that you have as a state, or you will have as a state representative, is the capital outlay funds that you would bring to your districts. So, question for both of you, and based on we the people and what we the people would say, what specific projects would you fund with your capital outlay funds, and should the current process for accessing your capital outlay monies be changed or continued as it is, and why? And I'll start with Dr. Foreman, then we'll go to Representative.
Sure. Okay. Well, I would just say again, in general, it's with the capital outlays, I'm excited about that. I'm a networking type of guy. I have written and overseen multi-million-dollar budgets for years. And one of the situations in my role, I'm also the guy that the buck stops with me. So if the budget goes well, it's okay. If the budget doesn't go so well, it's all my fault. And so I understand the weight of that too. That old saying, heavy is the head that wears the crown. I'm excited about working with a lot of our rural communities. I know when you talk to people in Anthony, Vado, Barreno, Mesquite, and down in those areas, it's tough. I won't be one that will sit here and say, I understand what it is to live there. I lived on the Navajo Nation for 5 years. I will say I understand what it like to live there for 5 years. People are there in the day-to-day. They understand it better than I do. I have a small-town background, and I understand that small town, but we need to be networking with local leaders and people, meeting with them on a regular basis and say, we have this. How can we work together with our city councils, our county commission, our village councils? How can we work together?
Excuse me, Dr. Foreman, you didn't answer the question. What are your capital outlay projects that you would specifically like to?
Yeah, well, certainly anything that will improve the infrastructure. I know down in the South Valley, flooding has been an issue. Roads are an issue. Again, I think anything that can help us to attract business through those things. I guess I would just answer it that way. It's kind of a big question to answer in a short period of time. But
so, I mean, I just, and I don't mean to take any time from you, Representative, but you are aware of the Colonias Infrastructure Trust Fund, the Colonias initiative that goes out to support those projects. Are you familiar with that?
Generally, yes. Okay. Yeah, probably not as much as you are living there, but generally, yes.
Well, as you know, living here, it was built, it was created so that we could have infrastructure. I would hope that you would, learn more about it, and
Absolutely.
if we can, whatever happens in the race, that we can count on your support for that.
Absolutely. I think I will say, people that don't know me, I'm a hard-working person. I put in my hours in my job. I love what I do, and what I don't know, I will figure out. And even more importantly, go to people who do know and network. My father-in-law, who was a wise man, used to say, winners get help. I believe in that. I don't know everything, but other people do, and I can work and network with them for the good.
Yep. All right. I'm sorry about the interruption.
No, that's okay.
Go ahead, Representative.
Do you need me to repeat the question?
Sure.
Okay. It is, what specific projects would you fund with your capital outlay funds, and should the current capital outlay process be changed?
Okay. Well, I have already funded over $2 million worth of projects, projects that I'm proud of every one of them. What I do is I start in Anthony and I work my way north, because I think Anthony, the southern area of my district, has the most need. And that does, Anthony is a colonia, Vado is a colonia. I've joined with the governor's staff, and we've done huge multi-million-dollar water projects in that area. Sewer isn't sexy, but we do a lot of sewer projects, because down there, that's what the need is. Roads, definitely. We are putting some of the bridges down in Anthony, I know we're working to get those done because they're in bad shape. We've got to look at public safety. Speaking of public safety, I just put in $125,000 for 3 police cars down in Anthony. We've got to keep making sure that people are safe, that our infrastructure is safe, that we're getting sewer water out to people and clean water. All those things are so important. In that district, it's very rural. And I see I'm getting the card, so I'm trying to talk fast, but lots of needs in the area.
And the process?
Oh, the process. People have asked about, we should change the process and it should be regional projects. And I always try to work at least 1 or 2 regional projects within the district. But what I will say is that if we didn't have capital outlay for individual legislators, places like Vado, Berrino, Talavera would not get money.
All right, Marcy.
So to switch it up just a little bit. So many of the candidates are questioning our reliance on oil and gas income from New Mexico, especially this year after we've taken such a loss, after we had such an abundance of it before COVID. What ideas do you have to diversify the state revenues in New Mexico? And whichever one wants to answer it first, I'm fine.
Dr.
Foreman. Sure. Good question. I think static thinking says you can only do one or the other, and I'm more of a dynamic thinking type of guy, hopefully. I think there's room for both. I think oil and gas have a place. Obviously, they're a big part of the economic backbone. I think renewable energy, such as solar, I think has a place for that too. So I know some, again, just thinking of newspaper articles, stuff you see online, it's got to be one way or the other with so many different issues. And I think that's what polarizes us. That's what divides us. I think in that situation, there is room for both. When we lived up in the McKinley County, Gallup area, and I would say the same thing with Doña Ana and Las Cruces area, we're just ripe, so to speak, for manufacturing some of those different things. And so we have to figure out, why won't people bring manufacturing here? I believe in vocational training for our young people, as well as good college preparatory. If the sociologists are correct in New Mexico State, in the next 10 years, our population is going to drop, the school-age population is going to drop by, I believe it was 9%. So we're going to have some empty school buildings. What are we going to do with those if those trends are correct? Again, that's a 5-minute question.
But you still got 30 seconds.
I still got a few minutes. Okay,
good.
A
few seconds,
I'm definitely a prime the pump type of person. I don't think we can tax our way out of problems. I'm concerned with what I see coming in January. There's 3 options. We're going to have to cut back on spending, tap in big time to the permanent fund, or we're going to have to raise a lot of taxes. And I don't believe that. I think we can do it without tax increases. I think there's ways to be more disciplined like that when it comes to budgets. So.
Representative.
I was writing down as many notes as I could. I believe that oil and gas has been very good to us. And that was one of the reasons that I was able to get our $300 million trust fund for our babies. So I'm very open to working as long as it's clean and it's making sense for our environment. We live in New Mexico, the land of enchantment, and there's sun and there's wind most days. And so we really have got to look into tapping into that. I would love to see any new government, city, county building that goes up, that there's solar panels on top of that. I think I had mentioned this in another forum, but we, at our household, we put up solar panels the last 2 years. This last month, we paid $25 for our electricity. And I've got that air conditioner going all the time. So I think that's really important to start looking at some of that. I think we also have to look at some private public partnerships, because I think it's really important that we start looking at, is that entertainment? Is that dining out? Is that, how are we going to start generating some of the economy? And that's how we do that.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and this is an opportunity for you, the candidates, to ask a question of each other, and then we'll go ahead and when you're done answering the questions from each other, we'll go ahead and you can ask the voters for their vote. Mm-hmm. But I'll go ahead and allow Dr. Foreman, if you would like to ask your question.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. Again, thanks for the opportunity. Thanks for the good discussion tonight. I appreciate the professional decorum and the way we can have these good discussions. So, Because I understand in our heart, we're all good people wanting good things for New Mexico. We just have different philosophies how to get there. So I guess Representative Gallegos, my question would be, as a voter, more so as a candidate perhaps, as a resident of the county and whatnot, the Democratic Party has had a long time to do a lot of things, just decades and decades and decades of opportunity. And I'm very concerned about some of the things I see, educational scores, high school dropout rates, number 47 in economy, where Texas is number 1 and other states around us are much higher. I guess I'd just like to ask you what thoughts you could share on how we can turn that tide, how we can move away from scores here and scores going up and catching up with other states more in the economy so we're not number 47. I'd love to pick up the paper tomorrow and see we're number 27, moving ahead. Right. So I'm just be curious what your thoughts may be on that.
Well, like I said, I've been in the legislature for 8 years. And in 8 years, I've learned a lot. And, you know, it's like driving a bus. And sometimes making some changes, it's slow to do that. It's hard for me to talk about before I got to the legislature, so I can talk about the 8 years that I've been there. And I know during those 8 years, I have seen the dial change. Making sure that we're working with school boards, bringing things local. I think part of the last administration, things were taken out of public hands, and when I say public, taken out of the hands of local communities. And we've really got to be having those conversations with our community leaders. We've got to be talking with how it affects people that are providing services. I think tax incentives are really important. And I've run a couple bills to really look at tax incentives. And for the state of New Mexico, we can't just pull out one piece and say that's, you know, we're going to just take that piece out, because it's all like a Jenga puzzle. And so I really think that we need to look at tax reform. And that doesn't mean taxing our way out of it, because I'm not for that. Especially right now, too many businesses are hurting, people are hurting. We've got to figure out how to incentivize and put some juice back into our economy to make sure that you know, we all can get out of this, that we can all dust ourselves off and get through.
All right, Representative, you have an opportunity to ask Dr. Foreman a question.
You know, Dr. Foreman, first of all, I'd like to thank you we've had several kind of forums, and just being polite to each other, not having the Congress type of fights. I think you mentioned it before, you know, we come from backgrounds of wanting to help each other, wanting to help our community and be people of service. And so, you know, I think it's important that you're able to run, and that we all are, you know, that we all have that opportunity. And so, you know, I think that that's very important to be civil to each other. And so I just want to say thank you.
You too. Thank you.
What I do want to say, though, is, you know, when you go to Santa Fe, it's drinking from a water hose. It's so much information. And right now, with the way things are, we are going to have to hit the ground running. What type of, or what committees would you be on or want to be on to make sure to help move that dial forward? And, you know, for us to be in that running mode, you're not going to have time for a learning curve. And so why do you think you would be in a better position than me to fill that seat?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you for the question. Well, the committees I would like to serve on, of course, party leadership, I assume will have more of a voice in that than I may. I'm sure they'll take my input. Education is certainly one of them. I've been part of a non-public school for many years. I've also taught in public schools. I'm not an anti-public school person. I would love to pick up the papers tomorrow and see that we're #1 in the state in public school education. That doesn't change the mission of a faith-based private school. We have a different mission. Transportation, I have a trucking background. I always often say I'm probably one of the few principals in New Mexico. I've driven about 450,000 miles in a semi-truck around the U.S. and Canada. I know where most of the truck stops, used to be at least, in my day. So I've worked dairy farms, I've done all sorts of stuff. I worked myself through 3 college degrees. So when a young person says, I don't think it could be done, they're talking to the wrong person. It can't be done. It just takes hard work. So transportation, education, things that are finance. I am a numbers person. A lot to learn, there's no doubt about it. That's going to be true for anybody who goes in as a freshman. I'll just say that I will work hard. I will be the fastest learner I can. I will get help from other good people. Democrat or Republican. If the bill is good for Donyan County, I'm going to support it. I don't care who sponsors it. I want this to be about us and our folks here in the communities.
And this is your opportunity to go ahead and ask the voters for their vote.
Okay, I'd like for you to vote for me.
Right here.
Okay, I got it straight up.
You got a minute.
Okay, great. Okay, looking at that one. Okay, again, I just appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening. And of course, I'd love to have your vote. I realize votes have to be earned, and they will have to be, it's like respect, it has to be maintained. I am a hard-working person. I think people that know me will say that. I've always seen myself a little bit as a self-made type of guy. My parents, neither one finished high school through the Depression. My father was able to get into social work with without even a high school diploma, which he couldn't do today, and was a county administrator. I was taught the value of hard work. I know how to get things done. I know how to handle money. I know how to handle budgets. I know how to work with a wide variety of people and to get things accomplished for our county. And I'm looking forward to that opportunity. I would ask for your vote and just appreciate you watching this evening.
Yeah. Thank you. Representative.
Thank you.
You got a minute.
Thank you for hosting tonight, and thank you for this opportunity. First of all, I want to make sure to ask for your vote. I think it's so important. I know that times we need to make the plan on how we're going to get out there and vote, so that's important. I am doing the job, and I've been very successful at doing this job. I want to continue to do this job, and I want to continue to represent District 52. I believe that I am the best person that's for this job because I understand where the pitfalls are, and I know that we're going to have to be job ready day one. I'm already sitting on those committees, I'm already making those decisions, and I'm already working for you. I work both sides of the aisle as whip. I make sure that I have those communications. I am trusted by my colleagues, and I am trusted by my constituents. And so I'm very proud to be your representative, and I ask that you send me back to Santa Fe.
All right. Well, thank you. I just really appreciate you guys coming out and sitting with us and giving the viewing audience an opportunity. We did get a question off of Facebook, so that's what we're doing it for. I just want to say good luck on your campaign, and I thank you for coming.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
With that, I want to go ahead and sit and talk with my commentators, Marcy and Shirley. How do you think the candidates did tonight? Marcy?
I would say I certainly think that they, both were very well prepared. I think we have a lot of knowledge. They do come from different backgrounds. And I think the important thing with all of this is not only, how do our candidates do, but for the people that are tuning in, they certainly can watch it over and over. If you didn't catch it live, you can come back and watch it again. But I think what is so important is that people get out and vote. New Mexico is notorious. I've said this before. New Mexico is notorious for a low voter turnout. We are not seeing that so far in 2020. We're seeing a lot of people getting out and vote. And, that's really important to do. I mean, never before, I think, has it ever been so apparent to the general public that elections have consequences. Yeah. And certainly that is screaming at us every day. Whoever thought that the governor would be able to make a unilateral decision to shut down the state, for 7 months. So, never before has anybody seen that. And I think that it's really important if people go out and they make those decisions, whether their decisions are red or blue, whether it's conservative or liberal. Make sure that the voice that is heard is your voice. Yeah. And I think that's really important.
Shirley, what was your take on the candidates?
I actually learned a lot from both of the candidates today. I enjoyed when Dr. Foreman said that New Mexico is not business friendly. We hear this over and over again. He also suggested about removing the tax on Social Security, and I think that's something that definitely needs to be looked at. Representative Gallegos said she'd like to look into more tax reform, and I without any specifics, I think that's absolutely timely and necessary, and particularly after this pandemic. And just a little remark to you, my co-commentator, Marcy, in 1918 we experienced 2 years of the pandemic flu. It was the Spanish flu, even though it didn't come from Spain, but that was the name they gave it. And actually, New Mexico had just been a state since 1912, and the governor shut down the state. And in fact, people were required to wear masks. And I was reading in a history article this week that if people didn't wear masks, they were charged a fine of like $42, which today would be like $500, a lot of money. And I'm like, oh my God. And so it has been done. The good thing is that we haven't had to do it because we haven't had viruses and pandemics of this magnitude. But it was done before your...
Well, I thank you for that history. I was not aware of that. So in 1918, it happened before.
And we were shut down for 2 years. And so where everybody talks about fatigue, I think because I have a kind of a historical mind and I'm always busy in my head, I'm not fatigued, but I keep myself really busy. And of course, you have a different challenge with your businesses and to keep them going and your workers, and you've done a lot for your workers.
As a parent, as a citizen, I am fatigued.
Yeah, some people
But
are.
one of the things I want to just ask you, this will be the last question before we wrap up, but I mean, I asked you about the candidates, but did you see anything really different, like any different in the way they would govern? Like, did you see any difference? I mean, the questions we asked, I think they were all pretty much in agreement with. I mean, did you see any differences?
I think the big difference between these two is the fact that one of them is already in position and has a power position, and the other one would be a new candidate. I mean, I think both of them are very capable of doing the job, certainly. And I think that their answers weren't too far away from each other. You know, we're not looking at, I think we're really looking at two sets of moderates. We're not looking at polar opposites, which, you know, is refreshing because a lot of times, as you know, we get into this fight and we've got one that's way over here and one that's way over here. And I think both of these, you know, would be good candidates for New Mexico and certainly would represent southern New Mexico because we are the forgotten stepchild. And, you know, it's really important that we send people to Santa Fe who are willing to stand up and fight for us, or we will be forgotten. You know, and I think that's important.
I do too.
I mean, you've been up there, right? Did you not have to fight hard for us?
Every day and all the time. And even as an employee, I have to fight.
Yes, I mean, as the legislative advisor, you're like, remember there's these people down south.
South of the Mason-Dixie line.
Yeah.
I-10. Did you see any difference?
Yeah, what I did see that stood out to me, and it's pretty much in line with what Marcy is saying, Arturo, is that one is ready to hit the ground running on day one. She knows the process, she knows the procedure, she knows the players. That's our incumbent, the representative. On the same vein, Dr. Foreman has expressed clearly that he's ready to roll up his sleeves and work. He would work with both sides of the aisle, and he would do whatever he could to do the best for Doña Ana County and for his district. And as we all say, and I think it was said again today, this is about public service. This is the servant leader. This isn't about politics. This isn't about the polarization that you've mentioned. This is about doing what's right for the people. But it was obvious to me that the incumbent representative is the best prepared to get in and hit the ground running, even if she is wearing high heels.
Well, thank you very much, both of you. Thank you, the viewing audience. Thank you for asking questions. We can't take all the questions that come on through Facebook, but we do our best. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Southwest Organizing Project, and the Las Cruces Channel. This is an opportunity for you, the folks, to engage with us. We have 3 more shows that we're going to be doing. Next week, we'll have Representative Lada with Don Ladd. And we look forward to having your questions on that show also. So thank you, and just remember, live to vote, vote to live. Have a good night.
MV Team, I can't help but think of the finest trucking company in the U.S. They provide a driver experience like no other. From regional routes to great pay, they make it a priority to make sure you feel right at home. As a truck driver, there are several companies to choose from, but I decided to drive with MVT, where they have state-of-the-art equipment and the best trucks in the industry, so you arrive at your destination safely and in style. I truly love what I do. After all, I'm proud to be with MVT.
Join the Mesilla Valley Transportation family.
This program has been made possible by the Citizens for Nonpartisan Civic Engagement, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Southwest Organizing Project, and the Las Cruces Channel Media Network, streaming live on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube.
When you partner with Mesilla Valley Transportation, you can count on a group of hardworking professionals that make sure your freight is secure, handled with care, and delivered on time. We have proudly been moving America's cargo since 1982, starting with local businesses to now transporting for Fortune 500 companies. We invest in the industry's most advanced technology when it comes to dispatching, logistics, and safety. You can trust that our customers are our #1 priority. Every day we drive our company to be the best, and that's why we drive for you.
Hello, I'm Arturo Uribe with the Nonpartisan Civic Engagement, Citizens with Nonpartisan Civic Engagement. Welcome to our New Mexico Election 2020 Candidates Forum. This is how we are getting together with the candidates, bringing the community together live on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Because of the pandemic, we've had to find different ways. It's been a challenge to meet with the candidates as voters, and it's also been a challenge for the candidates to meet with the voters. So this is an opportunity for us to engage and allow those that are watching live on the Las Cruces Channel Facebook page to ask questions, and we encourage that. We are practicing wearing our masks. We came in wearing our masks. We've had the place sanitized, and we have the Safe Sets International certificate for COVID. With that, I just want to sit there and say thank you very much. We're also being able to archive these shows. So the shows that we've had before today, if you're interested, you can go to the Center for Nonpartisan Civic Engagement on YouTube and watch those shows that have been previously presented. You can, like I said, we can ask questions on Facebook. With that, I'd like to go ahead and introduce our commentators. Today we have Marcy, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. My name is Marcy Dickerson, and I am the owner of Game 1 and Game 2 in Dickerson's Catering here in Las Cruces, and I'm honored to get to be here and look forward to it.
And Councilwoman.
Thank you very much, Arturo, for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. And I'd like to ask everybody that is watching us from Sunland Park to please share. Thank you very much.
Right on. Thank you. And that's something that's really important. You know, the district that we're talking about today encompasses some of the rural communities outside of Las Cruces. You know, Mesquite, San Miguel, Chamberino. And what's really interesting about that district is the voter registration. And we had some questions, and looking at that, it's a pretty. I mean, I'd like to just reiterate what Don said. It's there's a lot of registered Democrats in this district. 8,356 registered Democrats. Republicans, 3,000 and a little over 3,000. And registered independents, 4,398. So it's a really challenge for any Republican to come in and challenge somebody in this district. So I can say it's a pretty safe district for Democrats, just by the voter registration numbers. With that, I'd like to go ahead and introduce our candidates. Ms. Ladd.
Thank you, Arturo. I appreciate the opportunity to come on here and discuss these topics, and I'm just really grateful for the opportunity, especially since we've been so shut down. It's a great opportunity to help the people to get to know me as a candidate, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Representative.
Thank you, Arturo. Thank you for everyone for this opportunity. I'm really happy to be here. I'm excited to get this started, and I look forward to answering the questions. Let's get it on.
All right, thank you. With that, we'll take first question of City Councilwoman.
I'm a bit concerned if we could have somebody look into the sound. People are saying that they can't hear us.
Okay.
So we can make sure.
We may be having an issue with the sound out there. Give us a moment. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties, but would you still like to ask a question?
Yes, but as a woman, I prefer to be heard.
There you go.
Nicely done.
That was pretty good.
My first question is in regards to both individuals. What do you perceive as your role or the role of government in the lives of everyday citizens? Ms. Ladd?
Thank you. Well, I think I take a very traditional Republican view on that, and very limited, very simple, very transparent, and that's really pretty much it. However, I do believe it is the government's role to protect the citizens from foreign and domestic threats.
Thank you.
Representative.
Thank you for that. I believe that the role of government is to provide services, to provide infrastructure, to provide roads and means of businesses. Or what I want to say is government is going to basically provide the foundation for its citizens and for business and for commerce. So that's what I see the role of government as.
Thank you.
Marcy.
So you all are in one of the districts in the state that is kind of referred to as the lost districts. They're often forgotten, glad we don't have sound, often forgotten. They don't have a huge amount of presence in CNFA, or even, which unfortunately, even in our state, a lot of people are still not sure that Sunland Park is in New Mexico, in your areas or in New Mexico, versus Texas. So what would you do to bring attention and much needed funds to your area when you go to Santa Fe? Whoever wants, go first.
Well, thank you, Marcy. I think that's a great question, and I know that's a burning issue on the people's hearts. I've spoken to a lot of people down there now, hundreds of people now at this point, and that's the going word, is we're no man's land. We don't belong to El Paso, and I would like to narrow it down even from what you said, because you said from a state, but they actually feel that here presently they don't feel like they belong to El Paso, and they don't belong to Las Cruces. And they feel like they don't have the resources that they need locally to support them. And so that is definitely one of those things that is burning on their hearts. And I want to see that change. And I've been having weekly meetings down there. And if I get in, I promise them that we're going to keep those meetings going. I want to hear from the community. And I'm actually going to start a Facebook page for them, because they feel like there's no communal place for them to voice. So there we go.
Thank you for that. So I agree with that sentiment. It's even here in Las Cruces, we people forget everything south of Las Cruces, and sometimes it can get pretty frustrating. But the original reason why I ran for this position was because we were ignored. And when I say we, in Chambernino, we were ignored. I moved to Chambernino in 1994. If you look at it today, it looks almost exactly like it did in 1994. So there hasn't been any improvements. There hasn't been anything going on. Well, the cell tower went up, so that's the improvements that we've had. But so I felt very strongly, and I feel very strongly, that bringing in infrastructure and quality of life type things are very, very important to my communities. So. For example, community centers are very important. So I've worked with with my folks in Chambernino and Solon Park to bring in a community center. Parks are also very important. I allocated capital outlay funds for a park in Santa Teresa, where before it was just a drain pond. There wasn't anything there. So quality of life type things are very, very important to me. And when we say that we feel forgotten. But it also comes with an independent streak. We don't want people from Cruces or from El Paso telling us what to do. And I believe that very strongly, and I've seen it in my community members and the people who I talk to. Is we don't belong to Las Cruces, we don't belong to El Paso, but we really like to keep our independence.
Thank you.
All right, Olga.
I've been in Solon Park for over 40 years, and I participated in politics for over 20 years. One of my biggest concerns right now is how do you do your networking, or you engaging the residents with the pandemic without putting us at risk. One of my concerns is that we do need the vote, we do need people representing us, but how do you do it without putting my people, my residents, low income, people who are not insured, elderly, how do you engage them without putting them at risk? Ms. Lett?
Just the same as when I go to Walmart.
Please.
We wear a mask, you keep 6 feet distance, and that's what we've been told to do. And I think it is very important, and I think it has been very important to still communicate with those people, because a lot of them are feeling very lonely and very left out, and especially during campaign season. As always, they feel like their voice is not being heard. And so I think it is important to reach out to those people, and especially on the Republican side, because they're already a minority, and they feel very frustrated and left out.
I'm not sure that you answered my question, but how do you do your
like I said, whenever you go to those places that are permitted for us to go,
don't have a Walmart.
Like to Walmart.
But you don't have a Walmart.
Yes, ma'am, I understand. But where do you do your grocery shopping? Where do you do your grocery shopping?
In El Paso.
Okay, so same thing. Wherever you do your grocery shopping, you have to adhere to those requirements, and that's what we do.
I still don't understand.
Representative?
Thank you for that. So it's been very, I'm not going to repeat what's already been said. It's been very challenging. But we have had to come up with creative ways to reach out to our constituents, to my constituents. Phone calls work, text messages work. But what I like and what I implement in my leadership style is I identify leaders in the community who will help me reach out to more people. So it's a basic, to me, the way I see it, it's a basic strategy of organizing. You identify key leaders and work your way out. So given that, I myself haven't gone door to door. I haven't sent anyone out to go door to door.
That was my question.
I don't want to put anyone at risk. I don't. And I don't want to say, well, Representative Lana came by and I got sick. Or even myself. I have a son at home who has asthma, and I would hate to bring that home to him. And so I have to be very careful of how we approach these things. And but at the same time, we have to, and you mentioned it, Councilor Nunez, we have a lot of older people. We have a lot of people who are sick or who have a compromised immunity, and we have to respect that. And we have to. The way I see it, it's a cultural thing. You have to respect that.
Thank you.
So my question is, certainly your district is not one of the most financially stable districts, and certainly it is not considered, a very rich and prosperous district. And much of our state isn't. So how would you work to bring more jobs to New Mexico, and specifically your district? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Marcy, for that question. And I've said this before. Why did Elon Musk fly over New Mexico? Why did he bypass us? Sunland Park, Santa Teresa would have been a perfect location for him. It would have been great for us as well. You saw that happen up in Rio Rancho, where Intel came in, and that it boomed Rio Rancho, and that was how they took off. I'm still going to write him a letter. I still want to reach out to him and say, hey, I know you went over us, but I just want to put our name out there on the map and consider us. In addition to that, even before I decided to run, I was tired and heartbroken of the poverty in our district, and I had wanted to start once a month workshops with SCORE, West, Arrowhead, have them come down to our community centers, which are underused. Taxpayers' money goes to these community centers, and they're hardly ever used. I want to see them be used and start workshops monthly with the community. Thank you.
Representative.
Thank you for that. That's a great question. So, as we know, Santa Teresa, specifically the port of entry and the industrial park, is the gem of southern New Mexico, if not the state. That's where the growth has been happening. That's where the jobs are happening. That's where it's all happening. We would have more, and Marcy, if I may address you, you're a business owner. Mm-hmm. So if we don't have the infrastructure in place for employers to come in and build, if we don't have the water, if we don't have the utilities, anything else like that, then they're not going to come in, because many of these companies have to come in and build up from the ground up. So if we have the infrastructure in place, they can just ready move in, just like in Albuquerque or even in El Paso, they just ready move in. Another thing that we lack or that we need to work on is a stable workforce. So when companies come in, they scout the areas and they say, well, is there infrastructure? What's the workforce like? So if we focus on building that infrastructure and building that workforce, then we won't have companies flying over us and passing us by. Then we'll be more attractive, and we build upon what we already have.
One of the questions I have, just building on what Marcy and Olga are saying, we have needs there in the community. I mean, one of them is, the infrastructure. So we have the Colonia's Infrastructure Trust Fund. But when you're talking about flying over, we're still waiting to fly out of the spaceport, so there is, but we gave we taxed ourselves as a county on top of what New Mexico was doing, and that tax is getting ready to sunset soon. So I guess it's a two-part question. Will you continue, if you're elected, and when you as a representative continue fighting for the Colonia's Infrastructure Trust Fund? And if the time comes for that tax in Doña Ana County to sunset, would you support us continuing to give money to the spaceport? Dawn.
To the spaceport, you know, I'm not really informed on all of the spaceport issues, but going back to what I was saying about a company like Elon Musk moving down to that area in Sunland Park, I don't want to see taxes raised for our people. They can't. Already it's too high. You know, and we can't do that to them. So I don't want it. I want the industries to come in and offer that to us, to work a deal with them into where they're inspired to build up that infrastructure and it not be on the people. It needs to be a blessing on the people, not a burden.
Yeah. Representative.
Thank you, Arturo. So two-part question, so we'll talk about spaceport first. So I have the privilege of sitting on the Finance Authority Oversight Committee. And it was revealed to us not too long ago that much, if not a significant portion of our taxes that we pay here are going to the operation of the spaceport, as opposed to the infrastructure. And if I recall correctly, the intent of this tax was to build that infrastructure for the spaceport, because we had the spaceport asking us as legislators for capital outlay money to expand the runway. Well, that was the purpose of the tax to begin with, not to fund positions or to hire people. So that was something that we're looking at, and that's something that's being questioned. You know, why were they allowed to do that to begin with? Second of all, the colonias. So 2021 is going to be a big fight for southern New Mexico in Santa Fe with that colonias fund. I have heard, and I've been told from very good sources, that there's a lot of eyeballs looking at this fund and wanting to pull money from there and even shut it down completely. So I can tell you now, and I'm going to tell everyone, all my constituents, I will fight tooth and nail for that. I will fight tooth and nail for that colonials fund, because I've seen the benefit of it and what happens to when it's utilized correctly.
Thank you. Olga.
On the basis of the capital outlay and protecting the colonials fund, Sunland Park has benefited from that specific fund for as long as I can remember. What would be, once elected, what is your plan to protect that fund? I was at Santa Fe this year, and I can see the rejection or just the division when it comes to helping or just supporting communities to the south. What would be your plan to protect funds like the colonias?
Again, I want to see it build up from people increasing their wages, from there being job opportunities in the area. I'm not super familiar with the fund, but I'm not seeing where the fund has really helped. At least I've not seen it or heard anybody speak about it. And as Ray was saying, 1994, nothing's really changed. So I want to see it come more from the people instead of from other sources.
Representative.
I've had the pleasure of seeing those colonias dollars at work. In particular, I'm just going to all up and down the legislative district, but I'm going to talk about Sunland Park and specifically Anapra. And that neighborhood has had historic flooding issues.
Yes.
Many of those people are on fixed incomes. They own their homes outright. And so any talk of moving them or closing down that neighborhood is unacceptable to me. But given that Colonias Infrastructure Fund helped build a brand new extraction pump, two of them in Anapra. So whenever that happens again, if 2006 happens again, we had the 100-year flood, the residents of Anapra will know that their houses won't get flooded out because of the Colonias Infrastructure money that built or funded that pump. It also, another thing that I've seen is wastewater. Many of our small communities have gotten wastewater, and that is because of the way the Colonias Infrastructure Fund, as well as drinking water. So it's there. It's not something glamorous or exciting, but it brings it makes you feel good when you can flush a toilet and not have to worry about your septic tank backing up.
Thank you.
Marcy.
So I'll switch this one up and I'll ask Representative first this time, just to give us a little variety. So, do you think the governor should have the unlimited power that she has exercised for the last 7 months? And what will you do to support or stop this power in January when we get back to Santa Fe?
That's a good question. So, I think in some instances, and with some of the things that have been happening, yes, I agree. I think sometimes there may have been some overreach, because the way I see it is, I feel that I've been left out of that decision-making process. And I understand, that she's the executive branch, we're the legislative branch. I understand that there's the two different governments there. But we as legislators, in particular the House of Representatives, we need to be more involved, and we need to make sure that we're part of that process that's been taking place. So it's important, and sometimes I feel that we go a little overboard, and sometimes I feel that she's done a good job. So it's hard to balance the two, but I think if we had more input from our legislators, and because we live in the communities, we live in our districts, we know what's happening, and that I feel that more input from the legislature would be a lot better.
Dawn.
Yes, thank you, Marcy, for that question. Definitely, I feel like the way that it's been handled is very oppressive for the businesses. I think that it's eventually going to, it's not eventually, it's already hurting the people. People have already lost jobs, and so definitely as a legislator, I want to go in and present that there has got to be a better solution to doing this. Other states aren't locking down as hard as we are, and they have comparable death rates at the same time. A lot of people may not be aware. I did not check today, but as of yesterday, in Doña Ana County, there's 62 deaths. We've been locked down for 7 months, and 218,000 people. And we've shut down all the businesses. And while I understand every life is precious, a lot of these people had comorbidities, and they would have gotten sick. Maybe if it were influenza, you can't say that they wouldn't have died from that. So we've got to lighten up. A lot of people are committing suicide. There's a lot of domestic abuse going on. We've got to open back up.
Thank you both.
All right. Olga.
On the issue of, and again, I'm very concerned about the impact that COVID has had. And you mentioned businesses. Unfortunately, Sunland Park does not have too many businesses. I understand that we need them. However, I don't believe that we need them, I believe that it's more important to put lives before even jobs, even businesses. How do we go back, to reopening? I understand. Sunland Park is right next to El Paso. El Paso right now is first place as far as the pandemic goes. So how do we open back up without sacrificing our residents? Mr. Lara.
Thank you for that. And we have to be cautious. We have to take the precautions that we take. We have to take. Wear your masks. Social distancing, gloves if you have them. Don't go out if you don't have to leave the home. So it's a very complex issue with COVID and the border area. And what I mean by the border area is Texas, New Mexico. It's been happening. I've been sounding the alarm bell since April that our proximity to El Paso was going to put us at a greater risk. And but what we have to do is just be more aware of what's happening. Be more conscious of what you're doing. Have your gatherings. Have the 5 people or the 10 people whenever we have that. But at least don't. Be responsible about it. I believe in personal responsibility, and people need to take that responsibility for themselves on their own to protect themselves and their loved ones. And that's something that's really, really important if we're ever to overcome this pandemic that we're in.
Thank you.
Can you repeat the question again, please?
How do we go about the business of opening back up without sacrificing the lives of our constituents? I believe that we sort of have a division in regards to business versus lives, money versus a human being. How do we reopen up without sacrificing our residents?
Okay. Well, and the way that I see that is if we don't open up business and get the economy flowing, people are going to die. So if we stay home, people are going to die because of financial reasons, of starving to death. They have to get out at some point. We have to get our economy going again. We have to get that. Again, you have to be wise in how you do it. Other states have done it. Other states have done it and been successful at it. And so there's no reason why we can't follow those same patterns. Again, if you have, if you're immune compromised, be wise. Be wise and take, self-responsibility on how you do that, and help your neighbor. I mean, if you have those neighbors who are elderly, who are sick, help each other out.
All right, with that, we're going to take a break. Thank you for tuning in to the Las Cruces Channel, here today with Representative Ray Lara and the challenger, Ms. Dawn Ladd. We'll be back in just a moment. Thank you.
When I think of MVT, I can't help but think of the finest trucking company in the U.S. They provide a driver experience like no other. From regional routes to great pay, they make it a priority to make sure you feel right at home. As a truck driver, there are several companies to choose from, but I decided to drive with MVT, where they have state-of-the-art equipment and the best trucks in the industry, so you arrive at your destination safely and in style. I truly love what I do. After all, I'm proud to be with MVT.
Join the Mesilla Valley Transportation family.
Thank you very much for coming back with the 2020 New Mexico Candidates Forum. We have Representative Raimundo Lara and Dawn Ladd, and our commentators Marcy Dickerson and City Councilor Olga Nunez. With that, I want to go ahead and talk about the district. And one of the things that we've seen out in that area, especially like in Chamberino, are the flooding issues. I've talked to many of my friends and family in that district that have been dealing with the issues of flooding, whether it's in Vado, whether it's in Chamberino. What do you guys think, working with the county, are the issues that prevent our communities from getting any access to funding to prevent that when the monsoons come? Dawn?
Well, and I would take that back to poor planning. I don't think it's just a funding issue. I think it's poor planning because they can lay the asphalt down for the streets, but they don't do anything about drainage. And so what happens is year after year, those roads keep getting higher and higher than the people's yards, and then the water washes into their homes. So what it is really having adequate planning, forethought, strategic planning on, okay, we're not just going to slap some asphalt down and, you know, we did our job. No, we need to sit down and say, how can we route this water in a way to where it's not going to flood the community, and it also in such a way that it recharges the aquifer. We need that too, because we are so desperate for water. So, and then I am working on that with EBID.
Okay. Representative.
Thank you, Arturo. So flooding is a very big issue. Chambernino, La Union, many of the communities on the West Mesa, there's some on the East Mesa. And what it comes down to is there's a network of earthen dams up and down the Mesa. And they haven't been maintained. And that falls under the responsibility of several organizations or agencies. The first one is the East Walden Water Conservation District. The other is the Flood Commission. The county, not so much, and the BLM. So what we have is we have a lot of issues with these earthen dams that haven't been maintained, so they've been wearing down, eroding. They've been eroding. So what's happened with that is many of those are behind or we have private property, and then the earthen dams right behind there. So many of these private property owners do not allow access to these earthen dams for maintenance or for whatever we need to do back there. So, you know, just one in La Union, that's a very large one, you know, that's at least $2 or $3 million just for one earthen dam. And we have several of them up and down the whole valley. So it is a huge issue. We're going to need to work with the Army Corps of Engineers, Soil and Water Conservation, and Flood Commission and BLM to make sure that we have access to these dams in order to maintain them.
So we are definitely in the borderland. Your district is smack dab in the middle of the borderland. And we have a huge disparity between the minimum wages between the two states. New Mexico in January will go to $10.50. Texas is still, El Paso area is still at $7.50, I believe. How do you feel that the very high minimum wage in New Mexico has affected the opportunities for jobs and for companies to create jobs, especially in the border area, especially when we're so close to that lower labor charge? How do you feel? Has that had any impact on your area? Positive, negative impact? Any thoughts on that?
Representative.
Yes, it has. It has had impact because I know many people, Solon Park and Santa Teresa in particular, and the southernmost part of the district, who work in El Paso. And I've spoken to several people that say, well, you know, we're only getting paid $7.50 in El Paso, but over here I can work in fast food and get $10 an hour. And I don't know what the impact of that is, because, you know, I understood when this whole when this bill came up and we were debating this in Santa Fe, I understood what impact it was going to have in my district, especially with our small businesses, because our small business cannot pay that higher minimum wage as opposed to Walmart or Target. So when my colleagues were looking at this, they were seeing the bigger picture. They were looking at the big corporations that can't afford to pay those higher wages. But, you know, the ones that were forgotten were the small business owners, and they couldn't afford that. So the impact to our state and to our area is I think we're going to get more people coming in from Texas wanting to work in New Mexico, and I don't know if that's good or bad.
All right, Dawn?
Yeah, so what I saw was it put a lot of small businesses out of business. They couldn't keep up with it, and I think that was disheartening. And now we've got COVID on top of that, so more small businesses are going under due to that. And I know several businesses here who, depending on how this election goes, they're looking at hopping over the border into Texas. It's just makes more sense for them to run a business over there, and then there is no income tax over there. So that's a lot of incentive for them to leave New Mexico and, you know, go 40 minutes over the border and start shop over there. You know, I think we just really need to look at better ways without raising taxes. You know, you can raise the minimum wage and everything else is just going to go up. And we're in the same boat that we were previously. So we've got to, I believe New Mexico really needs to start tapping into those natural resources that we have as a state. We're one of the top in the nation for natural resources. We need to start tapping into that instead of raising taxes and burdening our people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm just going to throw a question out there to both of you. And, you know, where do you guys shop normally? I mean, we're right in the middle of, you know, either going to Las Cruces or going to El Paso. Does that ever, I mean, where do you guys shop? Don?
It really depends on what I'm shopping for, to be very honest with you. Give me an example. Are we talking about food or?
Well, I mean, for me, sometimes it's easier to go to Anthony, Texas than Anthony, New Mexico because of La Feria. But it's one of those things, like, we live in an area that it's sometimes a little bit, we're right in the middle of Cruces and El Paso. I just wanted to, where do you shop?
It depends. It depends. You know, we really like to come over into Las Cruces to take care of that. But once in a while, when you need something quick, you know, some flour tortillas or something, I'll run down to Anthony and go to La Feria and buy that stuff. But you know, it's interesting because I'm glad you brought that up, because at one point one of my colleagues had mentioned, well, you know, when this COVID thing was happening, you know, well, let's close the border from Texas to New Mexico. I said, you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't force someone from Solon Park to drive 1 hour one way to come to Walmart when there's a Walmart just 10 minutes down the street. So, you know, we have to be understanding and of the dynamics of the neighborhoods and the things that happen. But one of the se me salió el español. So one of the things that happens is our communities, the border communities, we're very tied together. We have family, we have jobs. There's a lot of back and forth. So it just affects. It affects us in many ways, but, you know, it just depends. I like to spend my money in New Mexico, but once in a while I have to run down to Anthony, Texas.
Yeah. City Councilor.
Once again, several of you brought up the fact that we're sort of like the forgotten land. As far as this, and Marcy brought up a good point. Once we go back to the legislation in Santa Fe, what are your strengths to maybe not allocate funds for our cities, but to defend the city, the projects that already exist, the projects that we are trying to work on, because it has gotten to that, to where, you know, the governor is, you know, asking for money back. How would you defend the colonias, Ms. Lett?
Well, you know, I think I'm going to have to look at each and every situation, and from there look at what our options are, and then of course, you know, I'll listen. You know, what do our constituents say? What do the people? I mean, their opinion matters a lot in this too. So listening to the needs of the people and listening to the options and the details of each of those. And I'm a very creative thinker. I'm very entrepreneurial spirited, and you know, and I'm a fighter too. So, you know, like I'm not going to quit on the people for sure.
Representative.
Thank you for that. So it's about relationships. It's about building coalitions. It's about helping each other out. So, you know, when it comes to defending the colonias, the biggest weapon that I have in my arsenal is my no vote. So if I believe that it's not going to benefit our communities, or if I'm getting feedback from people from my communities, this isn't going to work, or this will work, that's my weapon. That's what I can use, is my no vote. And it, you know, even though we may have the majority in the House, but it still counts. they still look at us, and they still they still need us. So that would be the biggest thing that I could say is my no vote is what gives me the leverage that I need to use to fight for the communities in District 34.
Thank you. That was very specific.
Marcy.
How do you all now? We've talked about the immediate Santa Teresa border area, that it is primed for growth, and there's things happening there. But other than that, how do you feel about growth in a lot of your smaller communities, and what would you do to either promote or prohibit that?
Representative.
Okay, thank you for that. I think the district's very unique. The northern part of the district, there's a lot of agriculture. And the farther south we go, there's less agriculture and there's more business and things like that. So what would be best, and I've spoken to many people in my district about this, is we need to work on developing and or expanding agribusiness. But not just, not just pecans, not just cotton or anything like that, or milo or whatever they're growing. It's the smaller niche type things. So I had a really good conversation with the folks over at Stallman Farms yesterday, and they're trying some different things. They're growing mushrooms, they're doing all these other things. So I think it's these little niche markets that will make our area more attractive to tourism, because as we know, many people from Texas, many people from Ciudad Juarez love going up and down Highway 20 on Saturday and Sundays. We, supporting and working with the wineries. I have I have a very good relationship with our wineries, and I consider them to be good friends. And we need to look at those small niche type things that we can develop and grow to make our valley more unique.
Dawn.
Thank you, Marcy. I think that's a great question. And again, I feel like those communities, they each have their own spirit. And from that spirit, there's an entrepreneurial spirit that naturally rises up. What we need to do is be there to help them out, to back them up in how to do that, how to make it happen. But in addition to that, New Mexico is known for being very unfriendly to new businesses with regulations, with taxes. That needs to seriously be looked at and dealt with, because that stops people from being able to move forward. But going back to what I was talking before about having workshops with Arrowhead, with SCORE, and with West, they walk the people through. And I know, like on our end, even those farming communities, they have great ideas. In fact, I know someone who put in over $1 million in starting up his business there in Mesquite, and he lost everything because he got regulated to death by Santa Fe. That was an opportunity for the people there. The people loved the product, and we lost out because of regulations.
Talking about that, I don't know if you're talking about the shrimp farm that was. Okay, so I want to talk about the shrimp.
We're hypothetically talking about that, but not that. Is what I'm getting from her.
Okay, well.
So let's hypothetically.
So there's businesses that are in our community. That shrimp farm was one of them. And I felt it wasn't from Santa Fe. I thought it was from the county. I thought the county regulated them and got them out of business. So that was one business that I thought was a great business that people were supporting. There's other businesses out there that have started. I have friends that made a community hall, the Juan Tabo Center. They're from Mr. Sines. That gentleman, he just shut it down. So there are businesses that are out there that are trying, and they're being regulated. I don't know if it's Santa Fe, but what impact as you as legislators are you going to help those folks that are small business trying to open up? Do you have any influence with what the county's doing in regards to codes and regulations? And Dawn.
Yeah. Well, I definitely want to get in there and fight to see that changed, for sure. It's got to change. And again, I think a lot of the people that live in those rural communities, they do want to keep it rural. They do want to keep their industry.
Yeah, but what are you going to, what I'm trying to say is, we have to advocate for those businesses.
Absolutely.
I mean, as a citizen of that community,
Right.
I'm able to go to committees up in Santa Fe. I'm able to go to the county commission. You know, I just think that there's things that we can do, at not even being legislators, representatives.
Thank you for that, Arturo. You know, and what it comes down to is relationships. You know, how do you work with others? How do you play with others? You know, so unfortunately, you know, I work very hard to build those relationships, and I work very hard to build that trust not only with the community but also with our other lawmakers, with our county commissioners.
But getting, you know, the county commission and the county has regulated us out. What influence, as a representative, a sitting representative, do you have any influence on the county commission, the county regulations?
Yes, and that's going back to relationships. So the county at one time or another is going to come up to Santa Fe to ask us for money. So, okay, well, you know, I'll help you out with this, and you know, it's about reciprocity. It's about working together. You know, I have good, like I said, you know, I have good relationships with my commissioners and with the county manager. So that is the number one hurdle that you have to go over to help out the people in the community. And fortunately, I have those relationships, and I felt out many people with those types of issues. And it could be a very simple matter of just picking up the phone or sending an email. You'd be surprised what kind of response you get when you pick up the phone or send an email to support your constituents. Yeah, it's a very quick turnaround time sometimes. Yeah.
All right, with that, I want to go ahead and give you guys an opportunity to ask a question of each other. Don, you're challenging Mr. Lada, our representative. I'll give you the first opportunity to ask a question.
Thank you, Arturo. Okay, so you know, this was one of the things that really drove me into this running, was that I had been told that Ray Lara was a conservative Democrat, and I have found that not to be the case. And I have to say, one of my absolute heroes is Mother Teresa, and you know, I think our constituents down there overall are conservative Democrats, and they're pro-life. And so my question would actually be, in knowing that you are openly endorsed and funded by Planned Parenthood, who is currently under criminal investigation by the Department of Justice for the illegal trafficking of human fetal tissue. I'm just wondering, with that in consideration, can we truly trust that you can be a voice for the people and not be a voice for special interest groups or for Santa Fe?
Representative.
Wow, what a loaded question. So first of all, let me make some corrections. I did not receive money from Planned Parenthood. You can check the reports, it's all on there. Second of all, let me see. So when I make my decisions and I vote in Santa Fe, I vote for what my constituents want. I had many people come up from my district, my legislative district, to ask me to support that particular bill. I had 0 ask me not to. It's not Ray that wants to make these decisions. It's what the people want. So, you know, we can go on and on about this and that, and, you know, but the thing is I vote what my constituents want. And it was a very hard decision. It wasn't easy. We got home that night at 2 o'clock in the morning, and I couldn't sleep. It weighed very heavily on me, and it made a big impact on me. But I knew that I was representing my people because they were the ones that asked for it. So to answer your question, I have no idea who does that.
All right.
Okay.
And then, Representative, you have an opportunity to ask Ms. Lada a question.
Yes. Don, you know, we've known each other before. We had spoken to each other before. And what my question to you would be, what qualities or what do you feel would make you a better legislator than the work that I've done?
Well, I can certainly say I've done my homework because I have the printouts from CFIS in my car showing your financial reports that you have taken in-kind contributions from Planned Parenthood. That would be one thing. I would say I have spoken with many of the people in our district, and they don't feel like they have been represented. And again, in speaking to my neighbors on both sides, they don't support abortion. So I think it would start there, in that I would be a better voice for the people of the community, because I actually listen to them instead of Santa Fe or special interest groups. And I would also like to point out that you say it's about relationships and getting things changed overnight, but why are we still in the same situation?
Well, he was asking a question, but
I answered it and ended with a question.
Yeah, but you only got one question. But let's go ahead and give you guys an opportunity. Don, go ahead, and you have a chance to ask the voters for their votes.
Well, I just want to thank you, and I want to thank all the viewers. And this is probably the most serious election in our nation's history. So I do encourage you to get out and do vote. And I really want to fight for the people. I want to see our area grow in the opportunity that I know that we have, to the potential that I know that we have. I want to see small businesses just be plentiful down there. And we've been Democrat now for about 80 years or so. It's time to try something new. And actually, I know nobody likes to hear this, but the truth of the matter is that conservative Democrats are today's Republicans. A lot of people are not familiar with that, because most traditional Democrats, the JFK kind, they don't endorse abortion. And so, I know this is a big issue with a lot of my neighbors. And so, I just want to encourage people to look into that. So thank you for that opportunity.
Representative, you got a chance to ask the voters for you.
Thank you, Arturo. My name is Ray Lara. I'm your current state representative. And I think my track record shows that I have been very inclusive, and I have been very accommodating and very open-minded as far as bringing things back and bringing benefits back to our communities. I am not a one-issue candidate. I look at everything, and I talk about everything, and I look at everything. So that said, people of House District 34, you've trusted me these past 2 years. You've seen the improvements. You've seen things working. And I would ask for your support so we can continue doing these things, continue to building that infrastructure, continue building that quality of life for our people who need it very much. Once again, my name is Ray Lara. I ask you for your support. Thank you very much.
All right. With that, I just want to say thank you to the viewers. Thank you to the candidates. I wish you good luck on your campaign. And thank you very much for coming. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, we had pretty lively debate there. I was just kind of curious, City Councilor, what was your take on the candidates?
Well, I got the same impression last time. I'm afraid Lara is very likable, but unfortunately, she does not know our community. I'm a very relationship kind of person. I'm people oriented, and it's the same platform, pro-life, pro-guns, and that's not. I don't think that's a whole lot of the responsibility. And what they do have authority over, she doesn't know. And I think it's very important as candidates to be informed, to get to know our community. And there's ways, without putting our residents at risk, there's ways to know the people. There's ways to build relationships. I'm a hardcore Christian. Do I believe government should be telling me what to do with my body? Absolutely no. And it's very hypocritical for us to say, we have a right to own guns, but the government can tell us what to do with their body. No, it's not. I don't think that's right for my community at all. Thank you.
Marcy, what was your take?
I want to have a debate with me and Olga.
That's the next series.
I was like, Olga and I would have a really good time having a debate. I mean, obviously you have Republicans and Democrats on this side, and we got some different views on things. I think both of these candidates, I think they were both knowledgeable. I think they both did it. I'm not going to speak like Olga did about the intimate knowledge of the issues in her community, because I don't have them, because I'm not from there either. So I would never say that I know more about her community than she does. I certainly think that the biggest issue, I think, for all of our elections, and I say this at the end of every debate, is that people have to get out and vote. New Mexico's got one of the lowest voter turnouts ever. We've always had low voter turnout. It seems this time we're getting a little better, doesn't it? There are people lining up in your community. They're lining up here. But the biggest thing is that two things. We want people to advocate and fight for us in southern New Mexico, and to stand up and scream at the top of their lungs for us and for what benefits us as an overall community. And the other thing is, we want the people elected to really be the people that represent and were picked by the majority of our people, not just the special interests, not just, that type of thing. And that's really important. We need everybody to get out and vote. We need all of the people out there, exercising their right, showing their voice. And whichever candidate that the people choose, then I certainly hope that they go to Santa Fe and they scream at the top of their lungs to make sure that those issues that you guys brought up about flooding, about jobs, about those kind of things, are taken care of, that your Colonias Fund is defended, because you're absolutely right. If there is a quarter left under a chair in Santa Fe this year, she's gonna take it back. Because what'd we say, $7 billion in the hole is what our estimate. That money is not gonna fall from the sky. So I think our voters really need to, see who advocates for their community the best and go with it that way.
I agree.
One of the things that was really striking to me, and it's been kind of a common thing that's been happening throughout these forums, is that these are folks that are asking us to hire them for a job to represent us. And it's disheartening when people don't know the issues of the community that are directly impacting them, or aren't aware of the bills or the things that are in place right now that are bringing us infrastructure, bringing us parks, roads. That Colonias Infrastructure Trust Fund is very important to all of us down here.
And if I could correct you, Arturo, it's not that we're hiring them. That's part of the problem, that mentality right there. Because first of all, they have to have the spirit of servant leadership, which a lot of them lack. You go to Santa Fe, and it's not visible. Yeah. We need people who are willing to serve, not to necessarily work.
Yeah. Okay. And I agree with you. So I agree with you there. But truly, we are hiring them through our votes. They're asking us, and those that participate in the election. Yeah. Whoever gets the most votes gets hired. Yeah. And that's up to you, the viewing audience. That's up to us, the voters. That's up to those folks in our county. Do your own research. Be informed voters. We're doing our best to bring the candidates here that are asking for our votes to engage with you, so that we can have the opportunity during this pandemic to meet them. And this is how we're doing it, here with the Las Cruces Channel. So thank you for those that participate. Thank you very much for my commentators, Marcy, Olga, you guys are awesome. And thank you to the folks out there. I'd like to say thank you to Mesilla Valley Transportation, Southwest Organizing Project, and the Las Cruces Channel. Remember, vote to live and live to vote. Have a good night.
of MVT, I can't help but think of the finest trucking company in the U.S. They provide a driver experience like no other. From regional routes to great pay, they make it a priority to make sure you feel right at home. As a truck driver, there are several companies to choose from, but I decided to drive with MVT, where they have state-of-the-art equipment and the best trucks in the industry, so you arrive at your destination safely and in style. I truly love what I do. After all, I'm proud to be with MVT.
Join the Mesilla Valley Transportation family.
This program has been made possible by the Citizens for Nonpartisan Civic Engagement, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Southwest Organizing Project, and the Las Cruces Channel Media Network, streaming live on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube.
When you partner with Mesilla Valley Transportation, you can count on a group of hardworking professionals that make sure your freight is secure, handled with care, and delivered on time. We have proudly been moving America's cargo since 1982, starting with local businesses to now transporting for Fortune 500 companies. We invest in the industry's most advanced technology when it comes to dispatching, logistics, and safety. You can trust that our customers are our #1 priority. Every day we drive our company to be the best, and that's why we drive for you.
Arturo Uribe with Citizens for Nonpartisan Civic Engagement. Welcome to our New Mexico Election 2020 Candidates Forum. Today we have Senator Jeff Steinborn and the challenger, Ms. Kimberly Skaggs. Our commentators today are Shirley Baca and Kelly O'Connell. One of the things that has been a challenge for us this election cycle has been, how do we engage with the candidates? How do the candidates engage with us, the voters? And so this is one of the things that we've had to come up with. We are in this pandemic, following the governor's orders, using social distancing. In between our candidates and our commentators, we have partitioners, plexiglass partitioners. We're wearing our masks, and the place is sanitized. We have a Safe Sets International certification for the COVID certification for this studio, and we're very proud of that. With that, this is for you, the voters. We've got maybe 15 more days to the election. I myself have not voted yet. You guys are in my district, and I wanted to hear what you had to say. So the pandemic has caused us to come on. We are now live streaming on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. So if you want to ask a question, you can go on live, Facebook Live on the Las Cruces Channel, and you have an opportunity to ask the questions. With that, I'd like to go ahead and allow my commentators to introduce themselves. Kelly?
Hello, Kelly O'Connell, and local attorney, and was an academic researcher in St. Thomas and Miami focusing on ancient law. Was at KOBE Radio Bravo Mike for 6 years, and currently a writer at Canada Free Press, a columnist, and I was the house piano player at Encanto for a year, which is the high spot of my life. Thank you.
All right, Shirley.
Good evening, everyone in the listening audience, and to our Senator and Kim, Arturo, and Kelly. My name is E. Shirley Baca. I am a former state representative from here in Las Cruces, as well as a former public regulation commissioner, and currently I am a legislative and legal analyst for the New Mexico State Senate majority, and the majority is currently the Democrats. That being said, and as Arturo said in the introduction, elections are being held right now. I'm proud to be wearing my little I voted pin. I went Saturday when all the satellite sites opened up, so I went to the City Hall right downtown Las Cruces. So hopefully everybody's voting, or you're going to vote as soon as you have listened to the programs and made up your mind. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I looked at the voter registration breakdown in the district. There are almost 14,000 registered Democrats in the district. 13,704. 8,362 registered Republicans. But there are 7,284 independents and people that did not stay. So when you look at the voter registration, you know, it's one of those districts that, you know, could go one way or another. It's not like one of the districts that we saw last week that even if all the Republicans came out, all the independents came out, that there was still no way they could win. But 64% of those folks are Mexicano descent, Hispano. So it's a pretty, you know, large district for Mexicano and all that. I'm sure you guys know the district, but you know the boundaries go from where? Do you know, Kimber?
I do, all the way from the very northern border of Doña Ana County, which is above Hatch, all the way down into the heart of Las Cruces, and it hugs the west side mostly of I-25.
Right on. So I mean, it's an interesting district. With that, I'd like to go ahead and just open up with our commentators, and I'll Shirley, go ahead and you can have that first question.
Thank you, Arturo. Okay, I'm going to present this question to both of you, but I will start with Senator Steinborn. Senator Steinborn, you've led two important job creation initiatives. Right now, jobs seem to be on everybody's mind as number one. It was the creation of the Organ Mountains Desert Peaks National Monument, and you founded the Film Las Cruces and Film Las Cruces Studios. How do you see these initiatives progressing, and how have they been helping the community and the economy in the community? And just so you can be thinking, Kim, the question will be, what two economic development initiatives would you propose to create jobs in Las Cruces or Doña Ana County? That being said, two job creations that you initiated.
Yeah.
Senator Steinborn.
Sure. Well, good evening, everybody, and I'm really sorry to make you miss the beginning of the Cowboys game, although I'm probably quite certain you're not missing it. You're watching the Cowboys game, and maybe you'll catch this a little later. I am Senator Jeff Steinborn. It's an honor to be with you. Thanks for hosting this forum. These forums are really important, and I appreciate that it's still happening during a pandemic, because people deserve this opportunity every 4 years to be able to ask real questions, get real answers, and be able to vet candidates and their choices. So I appreciate the opportunity to do that. 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago, I was the first person hired to lead an effort to, at that time, try to protect the Oregon Mountains for conservation purposes, as a mountain that we know has tremendous growth and building development. And that, over a number of years, turned into an expansive opportunity to be able to protect a lot of the wildlands of Doña Ana County. And as I said throughout the entire effort, that this is such a win-win for our county protecting these places, because not only are we going to protect them for future generations and wildlife and the environment, but we're going to ultimately make us a very desirable place for tourism. So that's what's occurred. We got it protected. I was standing next to President Obama in 2014 when it happened, and we've doubled outdoor tourism. So it's a really big part of our future. Several years ago, I also, probably 8 years ago, I worked to start Film Las Cruces to help our community tap into the $500 million film industry in the state, which is thriving up north, and we have all the ingredients down here to be successful. Since, in the intervening years, we opened a studio, we've got a film office, we've got a wonderful staff, and we have really steadily grown production here, including bringing Clint Eastwood's The Mule here. So that's another exciting opportunity for us. Thank you.
Kimberly.
So the question was to what two initiatives would I work on? Number one, I think we should reduce the unneeded regulations that our small business owners are currently facing, which would allow them to grow and, of course, hire more people. Secondarily, I do believe we need to attract stable, long-term companies that will provide stable, long-term employment. To do so, we've got to take steps to attract those companies, because I cannot imagine that I am alone in being tired of losing our children to even just our neighboring states. We need to make it so those companies are comfortable being here, so that they can grow and grow to the point where they can provide really good jobs for our kids, so we can keep them here.
All right.
I have a follow-up question for what she just said, and then I'd like to ask my own question. But it's stated by some people that this is the worst city in America to try to open a business. Do you know why that is, and what would you propose, just briefly, to do about it?
So when I opened my company here, on the city level, I found that the city was very helpful. I didn't have a lot of trouble opening it on the city level. The city of Las Cruces was very helpful. They walked me through. I was unfamiliar with the city's regulations. They walked me through, and they were very helpful. I actually look forward to working with our city. I think there's some zoning issues, but I think that's more of a county level.
Okay.
Representative, do you want to follow up, or
Senator?
No, I will just say that I think sometimes we're our own worst enemy. We like to parrot this talking point that we are, not a business-friendly community. I know that lots of staff at the city and county level work really hard to be accommodating. It's a tough, I think our state has challenges within the population that create all kinds of challenges. We're going to talk about schools later. And that's probably reflected in economic challenges as well. But I think we're a wonderful place to set up shop. And especially now, where you can go 10 minutes out your backyard and hike in a national monument. The best green chili on the planet. Great quality of life, great culture. This is actually a place during the pandemic that lots of businesses are looking towards being here.
So I'll skip my first question and just ask Jeff a follow-up. It seems like a ghost town in some parts of Las Cruces. There's so many empty business, buildings. What caused that? What could we do about it?
I think it's probably a cascade of individual stories that found hardship in challenging times. I think generally economic development takes strategic vision as a community, as leaders. It just doesn't happen. I mean, sometimes you might be blessed with an embarrassment of riches, but I can think of numerous other towns, whether it was Ogden, Utah, who found itself in these amazing mountains like we are here, that said, we want to be an outdoor recreation mecca. Then they recruited Osprey. They made these things happen. Or North Carolina, that used to be tobacco country, and said, we want to be high tech. And now they're known probably internationally. So economic development is a deliberate policy process, and it's one that we have assets here. You have to get very clear on your vision and then move towards that target and develop the resources. So I think we have a lot to work with here. Obviously, I'm passionate about that, but we need to keep working towards making it happen.
All right. Shirley. Wait. Kimberly, he asked that question. I know that, was there anything you wanted to add to that? I know it was directed to the senator.
The only thing I can say from personal experience is it is so hard to open a small business. And it's exceptionally hard to bring on employees and be able to pay them so that they can have a great life. Not a difficult scraping by trying to make the rent payment. My husband and I, we have a commitment. We don't pay anybody minimum wage. We're not even in the range of minimum wage for a starting pay for any of our employees. I don't believe in minimum wage whatsoever. I don't believe in it. I believe it's debilitating to a low price point business. But I also believe, as a guideline, even with our, in the city of Las Cruces, we've agreed on a higher minimum wage. Even that isn't even enough to pay rent and buy groceries for a family. How many hours do you want people to work?
Okay.
Right.
Yes, on that same line, and that's a very good point, and it's a segue because I noticed in the New Mexico Business Coalition questionnaire that you filled out, you said that you opposed a mandatory minimum wage and sick pay. I oppose a minimum wage in the sense that I believe in livable wages, and most people can't live on what a minimum wage is, and the economists have said over and over again, just to have a livable wage, we need to make a minimum of $15 an hour, and we have to have sick pay and child care. So you mentioned minimum wage. The business questionnaire, New Mexico Business Coalition questionnaire, said that you opposed it. So why did you say that? And now you're saying,
no, I
I'm
do
hearing
oppose
something.
it. No, you're okay. I do oppose it. I oppose it, and I wrote in the answer, I believe, oh, help me. I believe it said, it's debilitating for low price point businesses. I believe that's what I said. So if that's the case, that business owner has a responsibility to grow that business to the point where they need a full-time secondary employee.
Can you give an example of what kind of a business that would be in the area of?
Let's go small retail. Small retail shop. I open it. I get to the point where I'm getting tired because I'm working Monday through Saturday. It's retail, right? Monday through Saturday. Let's say that I'm not open on Sundays. Let's say I'm getting tired and I want to hire an employee to come in and help me. Well, if the minimum wage is where it needs to be for us to be able to have a healthy lifestyle, I can only afford an employee for maybe 2 hours a day. However, that should put me in a position as a business owner where I need to build my business and get my revenue up to where I can bring that person on with a great wage. The $10-ish an hour it is now isn't even enough to pay rent and buy groceries.
Senator, that same
Yeah,
thinking?
there's a lot of myths about the minimum wage. The irony here is, with all due respect, talking about the small businesses, that we see these huge businesses, these major corporations, some of the wealthiest people on the planet, the Waltons, that until they were forced to pay $10 an hour, were gladly paying a subsidization wage of $7 an hour. And they still would today, frankly, if the Democrats in Santa Fe hadn't raised the minimum wage up. That is a subsidy wage. As Kim says, you can't live on that. Half of our state population is on Medicaid. So what they're doing is they're letting the state of New Mexico subsidize health care, subsidize food aid, off the backs of billionaires who could absolutely afford to pay more. So I think one of the myths with minimum wage is it's just paid to college students, maybe it's just small businesses, but in fact in this community where you have so much poverty, you see lots of big box stores, and it's sad that you have to force them legally into paying more of a livable wage, but that's the situation we found ourselves here. And if you got rid of the minimum wage, you would see that exploitation continue.
Okay, that brings up a follow-up question. Do you believe that we should charge these big box stores that are owned by billionaires a set minimum wage and give a break to the poorer business owners?
That's a really interesting concept. I don't think that's probably the right way to go. It's good to have a level playing field for all kinds of reasons, but I mean, it's an interesting concept. But the reality is they employ lots of people as well. So I am not anti-big employer, but I am pro-decent wage. And that's when FDR created the minimum wage back in the 1930s. It was for the working poor. It was not about college students. It was about saying, hey, we've got to make sure people, if you're going to work a full-time job, can pay your basic wage. It is no longer a livable wage like it was. So anyway, I appreciate the question, though.
Kimberly, do you want to
Kimberly,
add?
have some?
So you brought up the Waltons and a subsidizing wage. Did you make that up?
No, I didn't. I don't think
I'm
so.
just asking because sometimes I make up words that fit my ideas. And I was just checking.
but I don't.
I'm like, I like that. Did you make that up?
I don't like to get constrained by the English language though, all the time. That's true.
Sorry, I have no manners.
Good.
The reason that catches my attention, so my husband's company, we're water well drillers, and rarely when we do work for a government entity, we are forced to pay prevailing wages, right? Yep. Why in New Mexico, because we know that we have the ability to raise wages in certain cities, and they're calling it a living wage, right? Why can't we set up our wage structure the exact way that we pay our employees when we are working on a government job? A laborer gets X amount of dollars, an operator gets X amount of dollars. Me, the office girl, gets X amount of dollars. With the fringe benefits, with everything, and we're happily required to pay it and happy to do so.
All right, we got a question off of Facebook that I'd like to ask for Stacy. She asked both candidates, how much does the EBID rights and privatization of water have to do with this particular race? And how can you be sure that it will be fair to all of Doña Ana and not just your district? And Kimberly.
Oh my goodness. I am going to respectfully defer to Jeff. What do you think, Jeff?
I'm honestly not clear on the question. You asked about EBID rights?
Yeah, how much does the EBID rights and privatization of water have to do with this particular race?
Well, I'm not sure I understand the question, but of course I love to try to answer it anyway from what I do understand.
Does Elephant Butte
EBID is Elephant Butte Irrigation District. What I will tell you that is legally speaking, a certain amount of water that falls from the sky, that falls like in our wildlands, it is the belief, legally speaking, that it is owned by the irrigation district to capture that water. I think in our valley, we do see competing needs for water that are all mutually exclusive and important, whether it's farm or whether it's urban interests or conservation, water that needs to stay with the land for the environment. If you suck all that water out of the environment and siphon it off to a concrete ditch to get it to some private person, that's not good for our natural world. So it's, listen, we have to balance out all the competing needs to try to continue to have a manageable, sustainable water supply for everybody, and yet what that means in this world of climate change is we need to be as efficient with our water as possible. We need to conserve water where possible. And yes, we all need to share water, and that includes EBID and everybody else who uses it.
All right.
So I'm going to...
I didn't make up a word.
You're okay. I'm going to clarify a couple of things. So when you say, I believe you used the word divert. No, you didn't. You used a word to harvest, take the water.
Yep.
So it's a diversion because in the end, it's a cycle. So if we divert I don't know, make it up, 2 acre feet over to Kelly's property to irrigate your pecan trees. You irrigate and it filters back down. So it is a cycle, and because of the drought, we're receiving less, right? However, that's not a privatization. That is an agreement. The EBID, they handle surface water. The New Mexico State Engineer, they handle groundwater. And those rights, they complement one another. As far as privatization, I am not sure what you mean by that, because both of those are governmental entities.
All right.
I'd like to respond to that, even though I'm not one of the candidates, because I think the question is kind of misleading. When they use the word privatization, one could assume that they mean private entities, like a private agricultural business, like pecan farming, as you mentioned. And the two entities, what they do is they regulate based on what the water laws in New Mexico predicates.
Do you have a question?
Yes, I do, because we're talking about regulations that protect our water, our air, and our land. Again, Kim, in the New Mexico Business Coalition questionnaire, you wrote that you oppose that and you called them unnecessary. You oppose the regulations that protect that. So I'd like to know why, and I'd like to know what you think, Senator Steinborn, but I'd like to start with you because we are talking about our natural resources.
Of course. So very quickly, I didn't say they were unnecessary. What I said was more regulation is unnecessary. I said that the state of New Mexico has done an exceptional job laying out rules, regulations, policies, and procedures that protect our natural resources. I did not say it was unnecessary. I said further regulation was unnecessary, to clarify.
Okay,
Senator.
and Senator?
Well, I mean, listen, nothing is more important than protecting our water resources. I mean, few natural resources in the state of New Mexico are as important as protecting our air, water, and land. And the reality is, listen, you can screw a lot of things up, okay, in our community and our world, but the environment is something that is precious, that we have an obligation to pass on to future generations as good or better than we found it. And we rely on it ourselves. And back to economic development, people do not want to live in a polluted place. They don't want to move their business to a polluted place. Arturo fought for years against pollution and industry that was the dominant, issue in the southern part of our county. So this is what this is about, is that government needs to protect these natural resources, particularly our water that we drink, our air that we breathe, and yes, our land that gives us so much sustenance as well. So I think it's actually very important. I'd be on the other side of the scale.
Okay. And just talking about water, our communities have been dealing with infrastructure needs. The Colonias Initiative, I'm sure both of you are familiar with that, and the Colonias Infrastructure Trust Fund. The flooding issues that have taken place over in Rincon, Rhodey, Hatch, from Mesquite to Sunland Park, Chamberino, these are, a yearly occurrence. But where do you guys stand on supporting the Colonias Initiative and the Colonias Infrastructure Trust Fund? And Kimberly.
I have not studied that. I'm going to be honest.
All right. Well, you should.
I will.
It's a $10 million fund that we've fought for many years for our communities so that we can have the infrastructure needs like roads, water lines, sewer. So, it's a very important thing for many of the communities in Doña Ana and the state of New Mexico, California, and Texas.
Okay. Thank you.
But maybe you can share a little bit there.
Sure. And, I
appreciate your honesty.
I empathize because you learn a lot of these things through serving as well, and so I have the advantage of having been there, and I'm sure through time you'd learn all these things, but we may not agree on what we learned, but you learn about what they are. The Colonias Initiative, the Colonias Infrastructure Fund, it takes 5% of our severance tax from oil and gas, and it commits it to Colonias, which are certain poverty level designation, federal designation actually, of communities. And I thought there's 30 some odd in Doña Ana County, more than maybe anywhere at all. And And so it's an incredible pot of money that goes towards wastewater, sewage, water infrastructure. Huge win, right, when we got this done for Doña Ana County in the legislature. I was there in the House when we did it. I was on the floor fighting for it. It was a huge win. Since that time, we've certainly had legislators from around the state try to take it and say, well, we all need money, right? We have poverty as well. So we have fought to protect that. Frankly, Mary Kay Papin was one of the champions. With her leaving the legislature, it's going to be awfully darn important that we're in positions of financial responsibility to continue to protect that. And by the way, after we created it, we then also created a tribal infrastructure fund for tribes modeled on the Colonia Fund. So just great ways to target funding at areas of high poverty, and it's certainly needed, and especially in our district, we have many, many colonias going up to Sierra County.
So now that you've said that, I spent a couple of Saturdays up in Salem, and I got to meet some of the neatest people. I mean, just amazing people. And while I was walking around, I met one gentleman. He was outside, and he came up and he's like, "What are you doing here?" And I said, "Oh, I'm running for Senate, and I just wanted to meet everybody if possible." And he says, "Well, I don't understand what you think you're doing up here." And I mean, honestly, they're a closed community. That's fine. And I said, "Well, I'm here to listen. I'm here to learn." And the entire time I was walking around, there's a lot of trash on the ground. There's a lot of trash. Well, this gentleman that I was visiting with, he said, "Well, we pay a waste fee in our bill. We pay a waste fee in our bill, but there's no trash collection. So they have no solution for their trash." So thank you very much for educating me on that. My mind immediately goes to, maybe we can get these people the trash service that they're already paying for.
All right. With that, we're going to go ahead and take a break. Thank you very much for the questions we're getting on Facebook. We'll do our best to try to answer all those questions, but also you as candidates have an opportunity to go back, look at the questions, and if you feel entitled or feel like you want to answer those questions, you're more than welcome to. Thank you very much. We'll be right back.
When I think of MVT, I can't help but think of the finest trucking company in the U.S. They provide a driver experience like no other. From regional routes to great pay, they make it a priority to make sure you feel right at home. As a truck driver, there are several companies to choose from, but I decided to drive with MVT, where they have state-of-the-art equipment and the best trucks in the industry, so you arrive at your destination safely and in style. I truly love what I do. After all, I'm proud to be with MVT.
Join the Mesilla Valley Transportation family.
Not yet. All right, thank you for coming back to our New Mexico Election 2020 Candidates Forum here with Senator Jeff Steinborn and Kimberly Skaggs. We're getting questions off of Facebook. We'll do our best to answer those, or ask the candidates about those questions. And again, I just want to encourage you to go back and look at them if you can't answer them here. We'll go, Shirley, if you have a question.
Okay, yes. During the special session now in June, the legislature passed Senate Bill 3, which was the Small Business Recovery Act of 2020. Again, economy and businesses, it seems to be the primary concern right now. So what do you think about that legislation, Kim? And should we continue with this? And the same question will go to you, Senator.
I honestly believe that anything that our government, our legislature can do to help small business absolutely must be offered. I believe it was a definite good try. It really was, but I really think we need to really help small business absolutely as much as possible.
All right, Senator.
You know, it was a good bill. It basically provided $400 million. It created a $400 million fund for small businesses who were specifically hurt by the pandemic. If they could show that their businesses took a serious hit, I think it was in March or April, that they could qualify for, I want to say, 2 months reimbursement. By the way, this program is still out there if you are one of those businesses. Having said that, you know, it's got its limitations as well. And so I think we're working out some bugs. Let's face it, right now, people in debt, people struggling, don't necessarily need another loan. They need some business. They could use maybe a grant. But the loan, I will say, is extremely low interest. You don't have to start making payments for another 3 years. So there's a pitch. If you are in that situation struggling, you need a little bit of cash flow. We have local businesses who have taken advantage of it. Go to the New Mexico Finance Authority, and you can apply there. But the application expires coming up here, and so one of the questions is what to do in the next session. Do we continue this program? I believe we absolutely should. With the pandemic going on, it's going to be with us a while. We need to make this liquidity available to Mexicans, and we need to figure out where what we can do to make it more attractive as necessary to help struggling small businesses.
Kelly.
Yeah. Okay. So COVID. I mean, that's been the #1 subject in the United States for the last few months. So, #1, I want to ask you, yes or no, just don't get into it too much. Has the government been using, or leadership been using COVID as a political football, #1? #2, tell me what we did right and what we need to improve on, or what we could improve on. Kimberly.
Government in general, I don't believe has handled it all correctly. I think it's a sloppy mess. And Jeff, you brought up the Waltons. Why was Walmart allowed to stay open, and why are our local small business owners shut down?
What's the answer?
Equal treatment for all businesses, period.
Do you believe, this is going to put you out on a limb a little bit if you're honest, but you may believe that the governor in our state has mishandled this? Well, how do you feel about that, yes or no?
She's not alone. A lot of the governors made the choice to leave the big box stores open and just leave the mom and pop, the small business, to just struggle and fall apart. And the problem is those are our neighbors and our friends, and we are watching our friends and our neighbors fall apart. And there's nothing we can do to help them.
No safety net anymore, huh?
There's nothing.
Jeff?
Yeah, yes. The question was, do I believe COVID's been used as a political football? I will say yes, by President Donald Trump. President Donald Trump, he's exploited people's pain. He's exploited their ignorances. He's exploited the lack of good knowledge about wearing masks. And he's played to those ignorances and those inconveniences by making people actually dissent against their own government. The very government they needed to listen to save their life. I don't know if you remember a time where he literally went on Twitter and said, rebel Florida, rebel Louisiana, rebel Michigan. Now we've had a governor who's had literally a, what's the right word, a hijack attempt on her life that the FBI stopped. Okay, this has been used as a political football.
Are you saying that Trump is responsible for that attempt to kidnap her?
I'm not saying he's responsible for it because I don't know their discussions. I'm saying, though, that he continues to fan the flames of an environment that seems to make that acceptable. He speaks to violence overtly and not overtly. So I think, I think COVID has been used as a football on that level. I think our governors have had to actually be the ones on the front line to try to keep us safe.
How has our governor done?
I think she's, by and large, I give her an A. She has done a great job trying to keep us alive. Listen, COVID isn't a situation where we all come out unfortunately, it's synonymous with economic pain as well. I tend to agree that I think the application of which stores could be open and not is something that could have used more tweaking at the beginning when we were focused on essential services. But having said that, by and large, she's had to make the tough decisions, and we really got lucky having someone with a health background as our governor when this historic pandemic hit.
All right, here's a question from Facebook. Terry asked both candidates, Doña Ana County would be better served if we could focus on our strengths and our similarities rather than our differences. Taking the political parties out of it, what have you done to ensure that we are in this together? Senator.
Well, I think for me, as a senator, I try to look at what we got to do to become just a better community, a better world, a better place, better students. I mean, most of these issues we deal with are not partisan issues, like protecting the environment, like fighting for good schools so our kids have a chance. My hopes and dreams in trying to grow the film industry and help kids in Arturo's area or up in Hatch to be able to have visions to try to keep our best and brightest here. None of these things are partisan issues. So I think if you get into politics and if you focus on doing things that'll create good results, then ultimately that is really not about partisanship. It's about helping people. And that's why I think this job should be about at its best, and those are the things. That's why I do this work, and it's really, I don't use a political litmus test to decide if something's a good idea or not, because there's good ideas on both sides of the aisle.
Kimberly.
Jeff, similarities and differences. I'm not a political, this is my first time, okay? And in general, I'm a very friendly person and I'm very easy to get along with, okay? I have run an absolutely positive campaign and I will continue to do so. The fact that you sent mailers out to our constituents where you alluded to the fact that I'm a racist is pretty hurtful. Those of you that are waiting for the hateful anything to come from my campaign regarding you, you will be sorely disappointed because that is not the type of person I am. And I will not do it, period. And that is how we are different. How we are similar, I do believe you care about the area. I really believe you do. But I know that I care about the people.
I'd just like to respond.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Cam, it's tough saying something that's tough about an opponent in a political contest. I frankly was kind of troubled by some of the things that you've done, and you've been part of groups that marched with Confederate flags, and I never called you a racist. I said you embraced racially insensitive symbols, I think is what I said. I think when you march with Confederate flags, when you share things on Facebook from Donald Trump talking about we're a proud nation and we will fight to protect our heritage while Confederate statues are being taken down, then those are racially insensitive symbols in a community that, as Arturo said, is majority Hispanic. And so those are just the facts of the situation. I'm not calling you a racist. You talk a lot about preserving our heritage,
yes.
Which when you combine that with marching with Confederate flags, it begs the question, what is it that you're running on? That's your platform, talking about preserving our heritage while also doing these other things. So you can explain that, and I would love to know the answer to that.
So when I say preserve our heritage, I'm very, very serious about it, in that if we have a symbol that is up, that is maybe unattractive, maybe racist. That doesn't mean it's okay for the public to go tear it down. That means it should be taken down and preserved so that we can learn from it, so that we don't repeat the same mistakes. Tearing the obelisk in Santa Fe. Where were our police? Where is that okay? That's not okay. And as far as marching with a Confederate flag, I'm not going to march with a Confederate flag. My niece and nephew are Nigerian. I'm the only white person in my whole family. I'm jealous of our Hispanics. You know why? Because I learned how to love my kids from my mom-in-law.
But you did. But you did. And and so it's something good to look at. And this is also a growth process.
All right, I'm just gonna. I've been getting numerous questions on Facebook, but they want to know where you guys stand on abortion. And Kimberly?
Absolutely not. We cannot use government funds, my taxpayer dollars, for abortion. I have not accepted any money for my campaign from any pro-choice organizations, and I won't.
Jeff?
So I think it's a tough choice for a woman in that situation, but I absolutely support a woman's right to choose. And this is because of what's going on with the Supreme Court, a major issue in our community and certainly in the state legislature, because we might be confronted with being the front line or backstop, or however you want to put it, to preserving women's fundamental rights as they exist today, or going backwards to the dark alleys where women's health was really compromised. But I am pro-choice, and that's where I stand.
All right, Kelly.
Well, I just have a quick follow-up. They talk about late-term abortion. How do you feel about that?
I think there's circumstances where I'm not an advocate. I think it's a very painful situation, but I think it depends upon the circumstance. But certainly, there's circumstances where things are medically necessary to protect the life of a woman, and so again, I support doctors and best health practices.
All right, my follow-up question.
Kimberly,
I'm sorry.
Did you want to add anything to this follow-up question to
late-term abortion?
Late-term abortion.
She's already said
I was
she's
pretty
opposed.
clear. I was pretty clear about it, I think.
All right, so here's a question: defunding the police. Kimberly, and then Jeff.
Defunding the police, absolutely not. But what we do need is we need more training. We need to make sure that our officers are mentally stable, period. It is a position of power, and it should be treated with respect. We need to have guidelines. I believe in the body cameras. I believe in maintaining that footage. I believe there's a lot of really great officers out there, and I believe a few really bad officers have made it really rough for the great ones. Okay. So I think we need to fund them more.
Okay, Jeff.
Yeah, I don't believe in defunding a law enforcement mission in our community, and I do support reimagining how we do law enforcement. I think with great power comes great responsibility. We have this as public officials, but law enforcement certainly does, carrying a gun and having that position of power over the people that they protect. But they can also things can become you can get heavy-handed as well. And so, should we reimagine it? Yes, we should.
But do you look at maybe Seattle and Portland and say they went a little too far in the attack on the police or the kind of rejection of police?
Man, I can't speak for what they did in there as far as their position on the police. I just know how I feel about it, and I really value those that protect us. I truly respect their job. It's one of the hardest jobs I can possibly imagine. I know any of us, if we're threatened, we're in jeopardy, we want that. We want that safety. And so at the same time, we all, as public officials, including them, need to be held to a very high standard of care. And that's really what I think it's about.
And Kimberly on that. Oh. I'm sorry.
I'm like, oh.
Did things get too out of hand in Portland and Seattle?
In Seattle, it scared me to death. My sister lives in Seattle. She was very close to the area that was affected, and there's a few sleepless nights. And again, we need to fund them, train them, and that what happened is not okay.
I think we've talked about Seattle and Portland enough. I think we need to get back to New Mexico and District 36, because that's what you're both running for. And even though I think both of you answered that you do not support defunding police, one is saying let's look at how we're going to approach it. The other is saying more equipment or whatever. The bottom
No,
line
I
is
didn't say more equipment.
Accountability.
I said more training.
Okay. I'd like to get to education, because we know that education is an issue that is really, really important in New Mexico. We're not going to develop our economic situation. We're not going to do anything that does not fall on a quality education. I did notice in your campaign page, Kimberly, that you said we need to keep taxes low to attract and retain businesses and industry and to allow for a better quality of life for our citizens. So I'd like to know, how do you plan to improve our schools and higher education industry, and higher education institutions with low taxes?
Okay, so that's an interesting question, because you just tied a... Jeff, you made the comment the last time we were together, new politicians, they're for everything, and then you have to figure out how to fund it. You said that, right?
I said some people are.
I'd like to get your answer.
But that includes people who are
But here's the answer, Shirley.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's talk about education first.
Okay.
Because that's what you said you wanted to talk about.
Yes, and it's a public entity.
Thank you.
Which is funded by taxes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. So education, yes, it's funded by taxes. Currently, it's funded very heavily by oil and gas.
Mm-hmm.
But the biggest problem isn't funding. The biggest problem is our model of education. We have to admit we're failing. I went and I toured a charter school up in Albuquerque because there weren't any open down here. And I went and I met with some incredibly brave people who have put together an education model. They are at 91% proficiency in this school, whereas the rest of the Albuquerque public schools, they're hovering in the low 30s. We have to honestly take a look at the actual model of education. You can throw all the funding you want at it, but if you're doing it wrong, it doesn't make any difference.
Senator. So, yes, education, Kimberly and I agree that from our last discussions, education is the ultimate bedrock of our future prosperity. It's the ultimate way out of poverty for our kids. But it has to be funded, and that's the thing. And yes, that is going to take incredibly tough decision making. When you get to Santa Fe this next session, we're looking at a deficit, and I know that because I've seen that movie. I was here for the Martinez era, where we went through those challenges, and we literally had to borrow money because the governor would not commit to finding new revenue sources, even if it meant raising the tax on a pack of cigarettes by 20 cents. So the reality is that yes, it does involve money. It's not just about changing what we do. We need to be smart about what we do, but we need to continue to raise teacher salaries. We need to fund early childhood. There's nothing more important we can do in this state than to really give early childhood education to young kids coming up and their young parents with home visiting. But we need money. It's estimated to cost hundreds of millions. There's a proposal to take a little bit of the $20+ billion permanent land grant permanent fund in the state, one of the largest in the country, a little bit to do it. I'm for it. Kimberly's against that, at least what you said on a questionnaire. It's true story. So we can say we're for it, but that's a proposal, something I support, that would actually fund hundreds of millions. Without that, we will get no money for it.
But on that, on a follow-up question on the same thing, though, is what is the model? What is a proposal of a model that you think is going to improve education?
Briefly.
30 seconds.
Very brief.
Both of you.
Super
Yes,
easy.
go ahead. Yeah, go
Super easy. Stop social passing. Whenever they are the young ones, if you cannot read by 3rd grade, you cannot advance because you have to be able to read the text. to be able to absorb the information. If you can't read proficiently by 3rd grade, you are held because you're setting them up for failure for the rest of their lives.
Senator?
My model is let's surge early childhood. Let's develop more vocational training. Let's continue to grow and keep the best and brightest teachers here. Let's continue to actually grow the best and brightest young people here. But it's just we need to keep doing what works. And there's a lot of good science about what works. We're on that path as a state, and but obviously it takes dollars. So if you just have good intention without the resources, there is no actionable plan. So it does take resources as well, I believe.
And there's many questions. I hope you guys do go back and check out, the Facebook live stream, because they're asking about education. We just can't get to all the questions in an hour. But we're going to go ahead and allow you guys to ask a question of each other. Okay. You guys got a minute and a half to answer, but just please ask a question. Kimberly, you can start.
Jeff, are you willing to apologize? For turning a campaign into something nasty?
I would say I wouldn't characterize it that way, and I know it's painful, but I will say, and I'm going to answer your question maybe with my question, which is I was born and raised in this community, and I realized you just moved here 2 years ago, the first or whenever you moved here, but you got registered in 2018 in Doña Ana County, as I understand it. The first time you voted in this county was when you voted for yourself. And so in 2018, that's not the first time you voted. But
that's untrue.
In Doña Ana County.
That is untrue.
Okay. Or in 2020, excuse me, not 2018. But anyway, but the point is that.
Will you apologize?
No, because I think it's important that people understand what their options are and they understand these finer prints, because politicians aren't going to say, hey, listen, I'm really for this. I really said to this group of people I'm against protecting our water. I'm against increasing minimum wage. If you don't educate voters, now is that negative or is that telling them the truth? So I mean, I know it's not fun. I know that better than anybody right now.
All right, and you have an opportunity to ask Ms. Kimberly Skies a question.
Well, I just, as someone relatively, new to the public issues here in Doña Ana County, what makes you feel like you're in a good position to represent this district moving forward?
So here we go. I'm going to be dead honest. When I picked my head up and I looked around, okay, I realized that I was part of the problem. And I can use a million excuses. I was raising babies. I was running businesses. I was educating my kids. I was doing everything I was supposed to do to be a good contributor to my community. And all of a sudden I looked around and I went, I have to either try. I have to try, or I have to hush up about it. I was one of those people griping and complaining and pointing fingers everywhere. I was part of the problem. I will not be part of the problem anymore. I will be part of the solution.
All right, and with that, you guys got a minute to go ahead and ask the viewing audience, the voters out there, for their vote. So Kimberly, I'll let you go.
Mine's very quick. If I have not gotten to meet you yet, I tried really hard to meet as many people as I could. If I haven't gotten to meet you yet, I would love to have a conversation with you. You are welcome to call me. My cell phone number is 575-491-3891, 3891. I would love to have a conversation with you and answer any questions you may have. And I'd like just the ability to earn your vote.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Senator.
Thank you again for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am running for another 4 years of really a tough job to continue to move this state forward, to number one, keep us safe from COVID and continue to support the hard decisions that have to be made or are going to have to continue to be made. Continue to try to support the tough decisions to give us the resources we need as a state to grow or continue to improve forward. The worst thing we could do at this moment in time is to allow our difficulties get the best of us. Because what that will mean, and we saw it during the last decade, is it means we will regress. And we will see more poverty, more hunger, more child abuse, et cetera, et cetera. We have to continue to move forward even amongst our challenges. I'm ready to keep on working on all these issues and keep fighting for an ethical government, protection of our natural resources, and to really support our rural communities, whether it's the historic village of Doñana, all the way up to Hatch, that we're honored to have in this district, and of course the great city of Las Cruces, and help us move forward. So I definitely ask for everybody's support. Please stay safe out there.
Thank you very much. I really do appreciate you guys coming out and for, letting the people, the viewers, get a chance to hear from you. Like I said, we got a lot of questions on Facebook. I do encourage you to go back and take a look at that. And I wish you both good luck on your campaign.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
So, pretty interesting.
Very interesting.
Yeah. I mean, that's what did you think, I guess, Kelly?
I liked it. I thought there was a battle between the newbie and Kimberly, and Jeff has got his experience and he's well seasoned. I thought the part about when she responded to the race issue was very powerful. It was very emotional. And when she told that her family, that she was basically the only white person in her family, I found that very astounding and really got my attention.
Yeah, but when I hear that, I always say, when somebody says, I'm not a racist, why do you have to say that? When you have to say, I'm the only white person and I have relatives or friends that are black or brown or whatever, then that right away, myself, as a person of color, it already lights a light bulb up for me. Why do you have to say that? I mean, it's like saying my best friend is black or my next door neighbor is Asian. So that, to me, was not a positive.
I would disagree with that.
Well, that's because you're a white man. I'm not. And so I think that people that come from different ethnic and racial backgrounds think differently and feel differently about the responses.
But what she was saying, though, was, you've accused me of being a racist, and maybe, I don't know if she was, she was correct or not. I don't know what the advertising said.
Yeah, I wish I would have seen. I live in the district. Have you?
I went on the
page,
and she was in a parade. There was a truck with the Confederate flag. Okay, go ahead.
My point is that if she says, I live amongst these people, I'm one of these people, I find that very persuasive. And she says, I learned how to be a mother from my Nigerian mother-in-law, I find that really powerful.
But I mean, I do understand where you're coming from also, being a minority Mexicano living here and then traveling outside of New Mexico and seeing these symbols and what they mean. So my opinion about that is much different. But I thought she did a pretty good job of explaining, but I didn't see the advertisement. And so that's something that for me as a voter living in their district, I didn't get that advertisement.
Right, I'd like to see it first.
I'd like to see it too.
But I do want to say that I think that Jeff did a good job. He's very smooth. Jeff, I know Jeff from doing radio, and he's a likable guy. And I thought what was persuasive about him is he seemed concerned with people, and he's in the center. That's what he communicated.
Well, do you have anything you want to add to that? Because I was really kind of well, go ahead, Shirley, first.
You were what?
Well, for me, I know Jeff also, but sometimes when people are asking for an apology and you don't give it to them, I just kind of find that
he wouldn't admit he was wrong.
Yeah, I kind of was taken back. I just thought he would have, hey, maybe I don't know.
You know what I would have said? I would have said, how come somebody in the Republican Party had an ad on their Facebook page that had my head on a lynching rope? I would have said that because he was seen on a lynching rope, of which somebody wrote in and said, I'm going to show that to the rabbi. And so I think he missed that opportunity because he was aware. So,
that could have been a Democrat, though.
No, but there was. I did see that one. It was
on a Republican.
But it was a PAC.
But I like your point because when I was listening to him, are you going to give this apology? I was really kind of conflicted because if he gives the apology, he's weak. But if he gives the apology, on the other hand, he shows that he's strong.
Yeah. I thought it was pretty I thought that was the best question she asked, and then
that was an unbelievable.
Yeah, I just really thought that was very brave of her, and it was very interesting. I did see the advert where they had an advert, and that's something that we're learning about. Some of these candidates are being represented by PACs, and those PACs, they go out and they do things. They do their own thing. They're not supposed to coordinate with the campaigns or the candidates, and that's something that we're seeing.
But you know, Arturo, I don't know if you should say to somebody you're the wrong color to know what the truth is. You know, I mean, I've found your response to me, you're white and you don't understand. Maybe I understand anyway.
Maybe you do. Maybe you do, and maybe I do in my.
That's why I got you guys here. I want to bring different perspectives, and I think
we make a good.
And I think that other people. One of the things I do want to say is that I was pleasantly surprised with the knowledge and the information that Senator Steinborn offered. He knew a lot about the Colonias Fund. He knew a lot about the funding. He knew a lot about what needs to be done this session. And in my opinion, this is not going to be a session for a newbie to get in there and try to hit the ground running. We've got a lot of issues that have come about as a result of COVID, as a result of the lack of the taxes that will be coming, that used to come from the.
But this is all new stuff. Maybe a newbie sees it with new eyes.
Well, the other,
there you go.
It's true. They can come with new eyes. But the other part of that too is that there's always a majority, and if you're in the minority, you don't get the new. You can bring the new eyes, but the new eyes don't get the results that the person that comes with the majority party.
So you think you should vote for the person who's in the majority?
I think you should vote for the person that's going to do the best good for your district and for New Mexico. And I think in this case, the incumbent is in that position right now.
Well, thank you both. I really do appreciate you and respect you both. Thank you very much out there. We had a lot of questions coming off of Facebook. I did encourage the candidates to go back and look at them. Hopefully they'll answer them. You can't get to all the questions. We only have an hour, but I do appreciate your interest and the questions that were asked. This is for you, the voters here in Doña Ana County. Thank you very much for viewing. Remember, vote to live to vote. I want to sit there and thank our sponsors, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Southwest Organizing Project, and the Las Cruces Channel. Have a good night. Thank you.
I can't help but think of the finest trucking company in the U.S. They provide a driver experience like no other. From regional routes to great pay, they make it a priority to make sure you feel right at home. As a truck driver, there are several companies to choose from, but I decided to drive with MVT, where they have state-of-the-art equipment and the best trucks in the industry, so you arrive at your destination safely and in style. I truly love what I do. After all, I'm proud to be with MVT.
Join the Mesilla Valley Transportation family.
This program has been made possible by the Citizens for Nonpartisan Civic Engagement, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Southwest Organizing Project, and the Las Cruces Channel Media Network, streaming live on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube.
When you partner with Mesilla Valley Transportation, you can count on a group of hardworking professionals that make sure your freight is secure, handled with care, and delivered on time. We have proudly been moving America's cargo since 1982, starting with local businesses to now transporting for Fortune 500 companies. We invest in the industry's most advanced technology when it comes to dispatching, logistics, and safety. You can trust that our customers are our #1 priority. Every day we drive our company to be the best, and that's why we drive for you.
Hello, my name is Arturo Uribe with the Citizens for Nonpartisan Civic Engagement, and welcome to our New Mexico Election 2020 Candidates Forum. Today we have Representative Nathan Small and Brandy Polanco with Representative District 36. Due to the pandemic, we've had to, it's given us many challenges. As voters, we haven't had the opportunity to meet the candidates, and as the candidates themselves, they haven't been able to really campaign the way that we have normally seen them do. So we are here at the Las Cruces Channel, live streaming this on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. On Facebook, you can ask a question, and that's why we're doing this, for you the voters, so that you can have an opportunity to meet the candidates and ask questions of them. The place that we're at in the Las Cruces Channel, we are wearing our masks. Because I'm talking, I take mine off. There are partitions in between our commentators and the candidates. We have sanitized the place, the studio, and the studio is a Safe Set International COVID-19 safe place. So I'm very proud of that, working here in this studio, and we're doing our best to comply with the governor's orders. With that, I would just like to introduce our commentators. Champ.
Hi, my name is Austin Trout, former and future world champion. I'm also just a local Las Crucean who wants to see what our candidates are going to do for us and for our vote. I look at this as a job interview. They wanted us to hire them, so they're going to tell us their skills and what they're capable of doing for us.
Right on. Kelly.
Kelly O'Connell, I'm a local attorney. I was the talk show host at KOBE 1450. Good morning, Las Cruces, AM Las Cruces. And I do a column at Canada Free Press, and at one time I was the piano player at Hotel Encanto for about a year.
Thank you very much. Mm-hmm. And with that, I'd like to go ahead and introduce the candidates. Ms. Polanco.
My name is Brandy Polanco, and I am a teacher with the Las Cruces Public Schools. I'm a mother of 4. My oldest is 26, and my youngest is 10. I've been teaching with the district for 16 years, but I have been involved in the education system for 22. I started off as an educational assistant in the classroom. I've been a coach in the district for almost 20 years, teaching all levels of sports, boys and girls. So that's what I do, and I'm passionate about my kids, and I'm passionate about my students.
Thank you. Representative.
Thank you, Arturo. My name is Nathan Small. I'm very proud to represent House District 36 in the New Mexico Legislature. I'm the only legislator representing Doña Ana County solely, serving on the House Appropriations Committee. So I'm really proud to focus on education, on healthcare, on economic development as the key priorities, things that we've been able to make some progress on. We are, of course, going through an incredibly difficult time right now as a community, as a state, as a nation, as a world, and we have to be dedicated to doing the hard work, bringing folks together to keep fighting through this time and be ready to get through to seize more opportunities.
Thank you. You know, when you look at the district, the voter registration breakdown in your district is 7,804 registered Democrats and 5,092 registered Republicans. But you have independents, and we have the map over here that you can take a look at. But we also have 4,704 independent people that did not state. So it's one of those districts that's, you know, depending on how you work it, it's a pretty close district that you could peel off votes as a Republican and win. We've seen some districts throughout these forums that there's just no way for them to win because of the voter registration breakdown. The district is predominantly 67% Mexicano residents. So it's a pretty interesting, diverse district. So I just wanted to share that. We'll go ahead and start with the question. Kelly.
So this is for Brandy. What is the purpose of government? Just briefly.
So the purpose of government, I believe, is to support the people and provide ways that we can help take care of one another. I don't believe that the government should rule and conduct and control everything. I think we have in place in the Las Cruces Public Schools, for example, we have a school board who was elected into place to govern our school district, our students and our teachers. But that continues to be overseen from, you know, the higher levels of government. So I don't feel like the government should control from the top down. I feel like we should have a local government. And I don't think that the government's meant to control everyone, but to serve us as the people.
And you think that it's more efficient with local control?
Yes.
And Nathan, what is the purpose of government as far as, you know, just briefly?
Sure, thank you. Government is there to provide essential services, to have clear, safe rules within society, and to promote freedom, to promote opportunity, to provide some of these basic services. And that's where we start talking about education, where we look at the strong role working together with things like Medicaid for health care, for the infrastructure, the roads, bridges, the other parts of our infrastructure, including now increasingly in wireless. That's a part that government has a key role helping to make sure those opportunities and those services are available for all residents. And when we do that, folks have the opportunity to fulfill their best opportunities, to use their freedom, and to be working together to build these really exciting communities, following their own dreams, something that we've worked a lot at here in the state of New Mexico over the past few years to provide more opportunities so that folks growing up don't have to leave. And we need to continue to do things like that.
All right, little follow-up. Reagan said that government is not the answer, it's the problem. Do you see that in any application that you could?
You know, thank you. I've been proud to cut regulations in specific areas. There's water innovation that was being harmed by unclear and in some cases overburdensome regulation. So I led a bill that passed unanimously in the House of Representatives with strong support in the state Senate that's brought millions of dollars to New Mexico State University to study the innovation and to provide water and to help clean water in this increasingly difficult time. I think that's a great example. You work with stakeholders, you work to bring more folks together to solve big problems, and that's the way that you get things done. And sometimes that does mean cutting regulations, streamlining rules.
Thank you.
Okay, Champ.
Ms. Polanco, could you tell me what a representative is going to do, what you plan to do for your district?
Thank you for that question. So, first of all, I know that we need to open the economy back up. It concerns me greatly as an educator that our state has been shut down since March 15th. And I am seeing the struggles that are going on in our state right now as far as the education. We were already struggling as a state education-wise. I mean, we're the lowest in the nation. And to keep us shut down has not been the best. As an educator, I see firsthand what's happening. I don't have the resources, and I know that there's several other teachers that don't have the resources to reach and teach these kids the most effective way. And if we could go back to before the pandemic, we still were not testing or ranking at a quality level for our state. I know firsthand what the kids have in the classroom. I know what they're capable of, and it's not happening in our state, but we are very capable of that. So as a representative, I'd like to make sure that we can follow that money to our students. I think we need to open the economy back up. We need less regulation. I would like to see the income tax removed. We're talking about raising the minimum wage, and we need more money back in the pockets of our employees, of these people, of these middle income families that we have here. And so that's what I'm looking at. I don't know that we can support the minimum wage, but we need to get money back in the pockets of our people.
All right. Representative.
Thank you very much. So I think first and foremost, we have to be the best citizens we can be, to model the very best behavior. It's one of the reasons that I'm wearing my mask in here this evening. We just saw the highest number of cases, 172 new COVID cases reporting in Doña Ana County. And I know for myself and so many other folks throughout Doña Ana County, throughout our state, we've had family members who have been in the hospital who couldn't have anybody in to visit them. These are the kind of continued difficulties and frankly terrible health challenges facing us. First and foremost, we have to do the right thing in getting through this pandemic. Now, as a representative, again, that's first and last, do the best job you can, model the best behavior. Now, secondly, again, I've talked about it, my focus has been on education, has been on healthcare, has been on economic development and opportunity, and I'm really proud of some of the big steps, including raising teacher pay, the Moonshot for Education, which was one of the largest investments in K-12 education that we've seen in the state, passing legislation to support value-added agriculture. We have an incredible district, and so much of it is connected to agriculture. If we can bring more value back to folks. Again, and when you drill it, when you come all the way back, it's working together with everyone to try and identify big challenges and bring folks together for big solutions.
All right, thank you. And we got a question from the audience that I'd like to share. I believe it's Eileen is asking both the candidates, as our COVID numbers continue to rise in our state, how are you working with the state government to ensure our safety here in Doña Ana County? I'll start with you, Representative.
Thank you very much. Again, first and foremost, we need to take care of our families, of ourselves, to practice the best health practices that we can. And we know now that that means wearing masks. Back in February, the only time that I would foresee wearing a mask this year was when I was going turkey hunting. I now know different. I now know that this is a key way to keep myself, those around me safe. And when you have folks who have gone into the hospital, when you know people who have lost family members, we all have to take this seriously. I was proud to support $400 million for New Mexico small businesses from the state of New Mexico to support folks during this terrible time. Now, with CARES Act funding, folks can visit nmhousing.org to apply for rental assistance, because in the middle of a pandemic, as the weather gets cooler, if folks are going to be kicked out of their homes, that's going to lead to terrible consequences. Similarly, fighting to protect these teacher raises, to fight to protect Medicaid, because people's health care across the board is so essential right now. Those are some of the things that I am continuing to do, and I think we have to be dedicated to doing. When we go out to the local restaurants, if we can, to be able to tip extra, knowing that folks are going through very tough times, to shop locally. Those are just a few of the things that folks out there are doing every single day, and people are stepping up in amazing ways. It's our job to support that, and where the state is involved, to be able to go that extra mile, like with the Small Business Recovery Fund, to do our part.
Ms. Polanco.
Yes, thank you. So I agree with Representative. We need to protect others, but we do need to protect the vulnerable and the elderly. But at the same time, I don't feel like it's okay to be locking up the healthy. Right now, the WHO came out and said that the lockdowns are unhealthy for us, and they've urged all the nations to unlock and get us back going. There's too many. The suicide rate in New Mexico, we're leading the nation in that too. As an educator and as a coach and as a mother, there have been 18 suicides of the athletes this year, and that's not good. To see these kids, I've had conversations with kids. Miss, I'm so depressed I can't do my homework. I've had several conversations. My daughter is 10 years old, and she says, Mom, I miss my friends. You've got teachers that are teaching out of their cars because their family is immunocompromised. You know, this is not the best environment. If we talk about the entire state, keeping the people safe, it's just a very small component of what has to be tackled. We have got mental health, we have got the economy, we've got so many other things. And as a teacher, if I focus just on one concept, I'm failing my kids. So as a governor, you're failing us. We have to look at the big picture. We have to get back to going on what we thrive on as a state.
All right, thank you. Kelly.
Yeah, I want to follow up on COVID. The death rate, from what I understand, is 1% or lower, and I would like to know from both of you what you think we've done right, what we need to change. I know we just talked about that, but some of it seemed a little bit vague. First of all, do you think that we understand COVID, and to the extent that we do, are we maximizing our economy? Are we maximizing our health? Are we keeping people mentally healthy as well as we could? And I'll ask you, Brandy.
Thank you. I feel like initially we didn't know very much about COVID, but as we've had the data and scientists have come out and we have this information, the CDC has said that 70% of those that wore masks always are still contracting the virus. So how effective are our masks? How much knowledge do we have to how to utilize our masks? And back, like you said, what's the death rate? The survival rate is huge. It's been proven that the kids don't transmit that virus, but yet we're harming their mental state and their academic state. And I have grandparents. I have 2 elderly grandparents at home. They've not gone out, but I've taken my precautions when I go in there with them. I keep my distance, but I can't stop living, and they understand that. So there's ways that, we just have to keep going. The economy, we're losing businesses, people are unemployed, and our state just keeps getting further and further behind.
What could we do to make the economy stronger during this crisis?
I think we need to open back up, and I know that the restaurants and all of our small businesses, they know the precautions. We've done this long enough. I feel like the new restrictions, we're moving backwards. Okay, we're not making progress, but yet we're going backwards. Why are we going to go backwards if what we were doing is not working anyways?
Right.
So.
And Nate, do we understand? and I know you have the mask, which I first thought it said Croups on it. I apologize, but what is the?
So we've begun to learn. I mean, we have been on an incredible learning curve as a country, as individuals, as a world about this virus.
How much faith do you put in what we know, what we claim to know? Do you ever wake up and say, I'm hearing something on the news that's different than last week, and I feel frustrated?
I put faith in health professionals, in scientists, whether it's Dr. Fauci on down. But folks who have spent I'll be happy to. We're going to learn new things, and I think that's one of the toughest things, right? We expect to know so many things about our world up until this point, when there's been vaccines for the flu or for many other ailments. We expect to know what's confronting us. This is totally different. It's already claimed over 1 million people worldwide, almost 250,000 folks in the United States. Those are people who would not have died. And when you start to talk about the death rate, the folks with pre-existing conditions, which here in the state of New Mexico, we have folks fighting diabetes. We have folks fighting a number of conditions that make it unsafe. So I am going to trust the scientists, trust the health professionals, and then do all that I can.
Nathan, I got to ask you, they're contradicting themselves, but move into what do we do to maximize?
Please go to the cdc.gov, go to the New Mexico Department of Health. Those are the resources for this. And like with the Federal Paycheck Protection Program, the stimulus, the New Mexico Small Business, I've been interrupted multiple times.
I'm trying to redirect it so that we find out exactly what you think. If there is different information, the WHO just said
the World Health Organization.
I do apologize, but what can we do? I'm trying to get your answer because I know you've been in office.
Do you think what the governor is doing right now and the way that we're moving? I mean, has she consulted with you? Has the governor consulted with you and other representatives, other senators, to get input so that we have ideas on how to open up?
Sure. I frequently share ideas with folks throughout the community.
But is the governor asking you for your input?
So the things that we have to do is work to keep folks safe when people are going into the hospital, and we're seeing it now in El Paso, where they're not admitting patients without they're not admitting patients because they're full in some cases. Yeah. We can see a terrible loss of life coming on top of what we have already seen. I go out, I am proud to support local businesses, buying from local restaurants, leaving a good tip when we can, shopping locally, supporting the New Mexico Small Business Fund. There are some things that I disagree with what have been done, but I think what we're seeing in the United States, and when we're seeing with worldwide oil demand, which is so important to our state, if people don't feel safe flying, if they don't feel safe going to a restaurant, the rules aren't going to make somebody go there if they don't feel safe, if their family isn't safe. The safer we keep everybody, the quicker we reopen, the better we stay open, and the more quickly we get back to normal.
And I want to go ahead and give you the opportunity. Do you think the governor has done a good job on handling the pandemic?
I think initially she was. But the most recent restrictions are unnecessary. I'm just going to jump real quick. I know you had mentioned El Paso, those hospitals. I have family members who currently work in the hospitals here locally, and they're not full. And when they do have patients that come in and test positive, they're able to treat them. They treat them and they go home. We're not seeing those results or those instances here locally. Now, as far as I'm sorry, Arturo, I just lost my train of thought. What was
just that the governor was doing a good job on trying to reopen and...
What was I going to say with that?
Well, the real issue is what do we need to change from what the governor says?
Oh, yes. So we've got restrictions on certain things, and we don't have restrictions on other things. You know, I'm a Christian, and I love being at church. I love it. And we're not allowed to do that. There's several people who need to be in church. We've got gyms that are closed, our student athletes. The state is falling apart. Our students now are suffering, and they're voicing their frustrations. And so, no, I don't think that what we're doing right now is best for the people of New Mexico.
All right, Chow.
Well, I want to get off of COVID just for a second. Mrs. Polanco, on your site, it states that you're running because you feel underrepresented and basically you don't feel like your voice is being heard. Do you mind to elaborate on that?
So as a community, I mean, more of that was running as an educator. You know, I started running, I decided to run, I think at the beginning of January. People were asking me in November, I'm a school teacher. I'm not a seasoned politician. I'm not a career politician. I have no idea what I'm getting into. But you know what? As I continue to move forward through this process, there are things that have concerned me. So when I started, back to your question, I felt like what's happening in our schools is just not okay. So that's kind of where that came from. The money doesn't follow our students. We get paid, our students, I think, anywhere between $13,000 to $17,000 per student comes into our school district. My students can't buy supplies. I can't buy supplies for myself or my students. Where does that money go? You know, our teachers work very hard, and I've seen teachers spend a lot of money just so we can have stuff. So where's the money going? I mean, we've got Mesilla Valley Christian School, who they have $5,000 per head of students over there, and they have a 0% dropout rate. So if he's making, Mr. Foreman is making it work over there, why are we not making it here? So you know, I'm pro-life. That's one of the issues I'm running on. I am school choice. I'm for that. We got to have vouchers. We got to have the money follow students. We've got to have some options.
And just to follow up, as an educator, you know from the ground up what needs to be done to get us out of this trash position as far as education.
Yeah. I do. I feel like I do. I have worked with so many teachers. They're so incredible. And then I've got teachers that, you know, I know teachers like, how are you guys doing over there? I was like, we're good. We're good. And that's because of the leadership. And I am passionate about my students because I have had some phenomenal administrators who know how to motivate kids, and they motivate teachers, and they hold us accountable. So I feel blessed and privileged to have been able to be in those schools and working with those administrators. But still, we still have the money issue. Like our success is, it's got to be citywide, and it's limited to different areas. And we just need to be a model. We're the second largest city in the state, you know, and we got to be a model, and we're not getting there.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
As I've said, the focusing on education, on healthcare, on economic opportunity, those are our core focuses. That's what I've been proud to do. We led the education moonshot, $500 million additional for K-12 education, focused on things like the at-risk index, which is for students, focused on teacher pay. We were seeing teachers leave the profession, both because of pay and because of over-testing. We've increased teacher pay. We were fighting to lower class sizes. Those things require investments. We've been able to make some of those investments. Even during the June special session, when we saw revenues drop 25% due to the bottom falling out of the oil and gas market, we preserved educator pay increases because we know that's critical. We fought to protect schools from seeing cuts. Now, those are the kind of things we have to continue to do. And investing in education, in healthcare, in job creation and infrastructure, that's what we have to keep doing. We face some significant challenges. We have huge opportunities, and we have building from those opportunities, which I'm sure we'll get to talk about when it comes to economic development and other things. That's how we continue to move forward as a community. And I've been proud to support those increased investments in education, in teachers, in job creation that are necessary.
Well, a follow-up question. She says that there's a lot of money for each student, and you just told me that you've gotten a lot more money basically for the education. Sure. So where's that money going? Why is it not getting to the student? How come there's still I have had children in the public school, sure. and I've had to buy supplies for
sure.
numerous children.
Sure.
And it's not just pat my back; it's because they needed it.
Yeah.
Those school drives are if those didn't happen, some children would not have any supplies. So where's the money kind of going?
It speaks to the needs that we have as a community in some cases facing really significant poverty. In our work, we have made sure that the increases are for educators, that the administrators, which I think was alluded to by Ms. Polanco, that those salaries don't increase in the way that educator salaries do. We know we need more teachers so that we can have smaller class sizes. And when I talk about the broadband access and this, not only the roads, streets, that infrastructure, this digital infrastructure for folks, that is being felt incredibly acutely now, and we need to continue to work in that front.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We're going to go to a break. I want to say thank you very much for the questions. We'll try our best to get all the questions. I'm encouraging you guys as the candidates to go back on the Las Cruces channel, and there's questions there that you may want to respond to on your website or to them directly, but there are questions coming on Facebook Live. So we'll do our best to get those questions, and thank you very much for tuning in. We'll be right back.
When I think of MVT, I can't help but think of the finest trucking company in the U.S. They provide a driver experience like no other. From regional routes to great pay, they make it a priority to make sure you feel right at home. As a truck driver, there are several companies to choose from, but I decided to drive with MVT, where they have state-of-the-art equipment and the best trucks in the industry, so you arrive at your destination safely and in style. I truly love what I do. After all, I'm proud to be with MVT.
Join the Mesilla Valley Transportation family.
Thank you, and welcome back to the New Mexico Election 2020 Candidates Forum here with Representative Nathan Small and Randy Polanco. We're going to go ahead and take one of the questions that we got off of Facebook. Jay is asking both the candidates, many of our friends and families have loved ones in the criminal justice system. What will you do to make our communities more inclusive and effective in reintegrating those with criminal backgrounds?
That is a great question. Thank you. I have been active in the church, and I know that we can go into the facilities and we talk to them. I feel like we need to have opportunities for them to get out into the public. And I'm not familiar with a lot of it, but I do know that I don't think they need to be abandoned or feel left out. I think it's important to have that family connection. I don't have any family members there. I did, but I know that they need to be involved, and so I'm not sure what else I could do. I would like more input on that. give me what I can do to help and support that cause. I know it takes a community and these relationships need to be built. So there's areas that I'm not familiar with, and I would love input and suggestions to move forward with that.
Representative.
Thank you. First we need to make sure that we have the law enforcement resources that keep all of us safe. That's why I've been proud to support more police officers in the city of Las Cruces, more state police officers at the state level. Also, we need to make sure not put people into the criminal justice system, criminalizing them, putting them behind bars for things like cannabis possession. Decriminalizing cannabis, looking at legalizing recreational cannabis with strict guidelines, protecting all New Mexicans, driving out the illegal market. That will keep more folks who don't belong in the criminal justice system from ever going in there. It's part of the investment in schools with guidance counselors and other things. So to avoid folks having to go into that. When folks are violent, when there are violent crimes that are out there, we need to make sure we have the law enforcement resources to catch them, to put them behind bars, and to look at rehabilitation, moving away from things like private prisons that have a built-in profit incentive to put more people behind bars. And the more likely someone goes behind bars, the more likely it is for them to stay involved in the criminal justice system, costing all of us. These are all ways, and we've been able to make some important steps, including when folks have paid their full debt to society to make sure that they can participate in the full expression, including the citizens who are voting once they've completed that full repayment and restitution. We have some good blueprints. We know it's going to take a lot more hard work. This is work that brings folks together across the aisle, and I've been proud to be involved with it and really committed to continuing.
I appreciate what you say there, because one of the things that working with Austin and educating our community and this voter expo that we did, in the community, a lot of people did not know that felons have the right in New Mexico to get that right back to vote. There's two rights they take away from you: the one to, carry a gun, and then the right to vote. And just like you said, once they're off paper and they paid their debt to society, they do get their right to vote. And I think that's a really good start and a great accomplishment that we have here in New Mexico.
Absolutely.
Kelly.
Okay, so now Nathan, you had kind of, I think, commented that I was interrupting you, but I felt like you were being a little bit evasive. I want to know what the heck is wrong with Doñana that we have so many empty business buildings. What can we do to build a better business environment so that people come in here and know they can open a business, have a shot at making it? We've got hundreds, you have to admit, hundreds of empty business buildings in this city, right?
We are facing...
I'm asking you a straightforward question.
We are facing tremendous economic harm here in Doñana County, across the country. We need to have people who have money to be able to participate in that. In some of those cases, we've seen things like the Paycheck Protection Program.
I was asking you, though, just to answer the question whether we have a lot of, like, hundreds of empty business buildings in this town. Is that true?
We have a number of...
Anybody who drives around knows that, but here's the question. What can we do to make this more business-friendly and get away from this idea that we're on the top of a list, or we're on a list of places that it's the hardest in the country to open up? And you present yourself as moderate. You want businesses to grow here.
So as we have done in some of these key areas, right? So expanding trade. Our trade with Mexico has expanded at a very rapid rate. That not only builds businesses down on the border, that supports folks in District 36 who sometimes export those products. We're looking to add value to these agricultural products, including in areas like meat packing and others, which is why I passed the Value Added Agriculture Act to bring state financing and add additional opportunities there. As we continue, New Mexico has the most to gain from renewable energy. That's why I was proud to pass the Energy Transition Act. It's going to bring thousands of jobs to New Mexico, leading to
Just briefly, though, we're next to Texas, Colorado, and Arizona, and they're flourishing at times that we're not. What's the difference?
We're bringing increased investment here to Doñana County. I can go through a number of those different areas. When we look at things like legalizing recreational cannabis, building on the attributes that we have, whether it's value-added agriculture, whether it's our incredible open spaces, whether it's our trade opportunities, whether it is our work with New Mexico State University, and the millions that we brought in through the Produce Water Act to bring more innovative water technology. Those are all things that I've been proud to do. The work that needs to continue as we move forward.
Would you put a bill together too? We just want to.
Well, let's go ahead and ask Brandy the same question.
Same question, Brandy.
All right, so I think we need to make New Mexico business-friendly state, people, so that they can prosper here in our state. Because as it is right now, we can't prosper because we are over-regulated. We have got state-level gross receipt tax that are double, triple of what they should be. There needs to be less regulation. We're just over-regulated right now. We got to oppose those government mandates and allow businesses to make decisions that will allow for maximum growth to be profitable, and we're not doing that.
How do we find the regulations that are bad and separate them from the good? Because we all agree we need some regulation.
I feel like maybe less regulation. There's got to be less regulation.
So Trump said, "You give me, you want a regulation here. We'll get rid of 2 regulations if you want your regulation to come in." He had some idea like that. What do you think about something like that?
I haven't heard that from him. I'm not I can't follow all the news because I'm busy trying to teach out.
Well, how about the idea that we boil down the regulations and figure out a way to get rid of the bad ones?
Because there's some regulations, like environmental regulations, that we do need. But then, there's just extra things that they're putting on. For instance, I try not to make much money in New Mexico because I get taxed. So I try to make all my money outside the state. Straight up.
Yes, that gross
if they need
tax.
some legal representation.
That's fine, but they can't tax me anyway. But the thing is, I would love to, and I have. I've opened up a couple of businesses in New Mexico, but that was out of necessity, not necessarily out of, if I had a choice, I would have gone to El Paso. So how can we make it so people can say, no, I will open up right here in New Mexico, Las Cruces, and not go 30 minutes away to get the less regulation and the better chance for having a profitable business?
Yeah.
So one of the things that
I'm happy to answer as well, because this is a good dialogue about an important subject.
Absolutely.
Well, here's one issue: economic development. We've got the spaceport. As Doña Ana residents, New Mexico residents, we taxed ourselves to build a spaceport in New Mexico under the Richardson administration. But then we came back and we were asked, as Doña Ana residents, Sierra County and Otero County, to run a special vote to determine if we would tax ourselves another 0.25%. That deal is about ready to expire. Would you continue allowing Doña Ana residents to pay that 0.25% tax?
That is a very good question, Arturo. Thank you for that. And I've thought about this one a lot because as an educator, I have had opportunities to take kids out there and just see what's going on. And they are so excited about, the space travel and the business. So I'm torn. I'm really torn with that. I know that we have given money to them, but it's got to be a point where enough's enough. Either you've got to live, you got to thrive and make this on your own, because we cannot keep supporting you. That's like having my 30-year-old son keep living in my home. I can't keep supporting you. You got to get on your own. You got to get on your feet at some point. So I would hate to see it go, because I think it's a great educational opportunity, and I think it's a great opportunity for tourism, and we could bring money into our state. But if it can't thrive on its own, we're not going to keep giving you the money to do that. So and then we need transparency too, because you're using our tax dollars. If we can't have those things, then maybe you don't belong here.
And we've had tremendous issues with the spaceport in regards. I think they just fired their executive director. But what are your thoughts there, Representative?
So the money that's dedicated for capital and infrastructure should only be used for that. It should not be used for operations. It was wrongly used. There has rightfully been changes, and that must not continue to happen. I think when we look at a fair tax system, that's an example when a tax that the citizens voted for being used for a purpose it wasn't set out there for. That's not fair. In the same way, we need to look at lowering our gross receipts tax, but we can't also at the same time take away all the income tax, protect things like the capital gains tax deductions. Folks who are invested in the stock market or who have a trust fund get taxed less than folks who are working hard day to day. There are some fairness pieces there, including removing these some of these unnecessary deductions, exemptions, and credits that allows us to lower the overall tax rate, create a more fair, easier to implement tax system, and to encourage folks to flourish. And as we've talked about, when we look at bringing investments, and again, with the water innovation at New Mexico State, we're bringing millions of federal research dollars there that's going to help us not only in Doña Ana County, as we look to use brackish water to serve, whether it's industrial purposes or others. It's going to help us in southeast New Mexico as we look at the waste products that's coming from oil and gas. Taking folks and bringing people together, not breaking them apart, that's what we have to do.
Okay, we got another question from Facebook. And Michael asked both candidates, do you support New Mexico's electoral votes being given to a presidential candidate who might not win the majority or popular vote within the state of New Mexico? And Representative.
Thank you. I think it's important that the president represent and reflect New Mexico's values. That's why we all have to get out and vote. That's why I really appreciate this forum. I think the national popular vote is an appropriate way to have somebody who represents New Mexico, who represents the country, and that's what I support.
So you support pure democracy as opposed to the Electoral College?
I think what we have seen
That's a yes or no.
that there are folks in power right now wanting to take away democracy. I don't support that. I do support democracy.
That's an opinion, but do you support Electoral College is meant to diffuse the power away from the biggest states. You want to give away our power to the New York or California?
I strongly support New Mexico having a place in the presidential election. We've been looked over because of our low number of electoral college votes. There is much more ability for New Mexico to have a robust role in picking the next president, in having every New Mexican's vote counted by going to the national popular vote, which allows us more democracy, more representation, and so I do support that.
Right. Ms. Polanco.
Thank you for the question. No, I do not support it. I believe that we need to keep the Electoral College. I don't think that we need California or New York speaking for New Mexico. They cannot understand what's going on over here. The population, I can't even imagine what they triple, double. They're so much bigger than we are. We'll end up having no voice. So no, I do not.
So you do not support the Electoral College?
She does.
I do. Yeah.
She does.
Okay. All right. All right. Kelly.
All right. So let me ask you this: what's the most important thing about this election for you, briefly?
The most important thing about this election is that everybody exercises their right to vote. That is a
Why
sacred.
should we vote for you, though?
As I've been talking about, what I am really proud of is bringing people together to build bipartisan solutions on things that affect us all. Getting more investment in education, bringing more support for health care, making sure that New Mexicans have not only affordable health care, but accessible health care so they can get to their doctor, they can get an appointment in a reasonable amount of time. Bringing more economic opportunity by investing in these new technologies and building on our strengths when it comes to value-added agriculture, water research, renewable energy. Those are all things that I've been proud to be part of bipartisan, strong efforts at the state level to help bring that leadership, to bring investment back to Doña Ana County, back to District 36, fighting flooding problems in the Hatch Valley and on the East Mesa, getting more folks onto sewage as opposed to septic tanks so that they're not dealing with some of these terrible infrastructure issues. And that's the kind of bipartisan work, bringing folks together, I'm dedicated to. That all depends on everybody exercising their right to vote. It's such an important election. Our health care, and as we've seen so many of these areas, please exercise your right to vote and do it safely.
All right, Ms. Polanco.
Well,
The question.
Why should we vote for you?
Okay, I thought that was the question. I want to make sure. I believe that servant leadership is first and foremost in this position. I completely understand that, being a teacher, because I serve my students and I serve my community as an educator. So I understand what it's going to take to be a servant of the people and be a voice of the people. I look to preserve, protect, and prosper New Mexico as the next representative. And I don't understand how we can continue with the whole idea of throwing money at the problems that we have in this state, and that's going to resolve them, because it's not going to resolve them. We need a change. We need to change what's happening, and just putting money out there for things is not changing what's happening in New Mexico. We're going in the wrong direction. So we need a change in the way things are going. We need a comprehensive change in many areas. So that's where I'm at.
So if money is not the answer, what is the answer? Because money seems to be the answer to everything.
Well, I mean, I can take this back to education again. We keep putting money, we keep saying we have money here, we have money there, but it's not fixing anything. We've got money and you know, it's not fixing things for us. So we need to go back, and we need to talk to the teachers, and we need to talk to the community and the families, you know, and our administrators. What can we do to make this better? Where do you need the support? I believe that the money should follow the student also, because if we have a supply and demand, we've got a better school here, then, you know, kids, we're going to up the ante a little bit. So, and I think that's in every aspect of the state. You know, we've got the jobs, we've got the economy. There's so many areas that need work.
I mean, what about the police? They get about $25 million a year. Do we need to give them some more money?
I don't know that we need more money. I think they just need more support. We need to make sure that they're getting the support that they need.
What kind of support? I'm sorry to cut you off, but what kind of support do they need?
You know, training, if they feel like there's training, if they need, you know, resources for the training, if we need more officers. I haven't talked to the police force. I'm aware of what's happening, but I feel like we just need to look at a lot of issues right now.
All right. I just want to ask, and you talked about infrastructure needs in the district. We have the Colonias Infrastructure Trust Fund, the Colonias Initiative. Every year we go up there and they try to take that money. We share it with the tribes. Are you aware of the Colonias Initiative and the Infrastructure Trust Fund, and do you support it, and will you continue to support it? If you do.
I do support it. I believe that it was created to help the infrastructure, have money for that. But, you know, I think that we need to have the communities prioritize what they want to spend that money on. I think they need to have community input on what they want to spend the money on. And I think we need to look at the long-term goals. How are we going to help them thrive in their community? They need the input. That's their money for their community. So I do support it. I don't anticipate them losing it. I feel like, you know, I don't know. I hope they don't, because they need that. You know, those are our small communities that have been forgotten.
Thank you. My first year in the legislature, there were proposals to gut the Colonias Infrastructure Fund and the Tribal Infrastructure Fund, to take that money from these dedicated areas and to put it in other parts of state government. I fought that. We fought it successfully. I will continue to fight that. Because when somebody can't wash their hands in parts of New Mexico because they don't have running water, when people's street, and this is in District 36 that I represent, when people's streets run with water because they're a private road, we brought funding for those in those areas. If anything, the Colonias Infrastructure Fund and the Tribal Infrastructure Fund, because this is where those health effects, this is where when folks can't get to school, they can't get internet, they have to rely on things like propane, they can't have other sources of heating that's so cost prohibitive. These are the things that hit people daily in their lives and make it so difficult for folks to make that progress. Now, I'm so proud that people fight even against those overwhelming challenges. Things like the Colonias Infrastructure Fund, the Tribal Infrastructure Fund, the moonshot investment in education that we've made, those are necessary to overcome those challenges, and they benefit us all. The fewer folks who are in the criminal justice system, the less we are paying as a society, the more folks who are building businesses, building their best lives here. That's the kind of work that we have to continue to do.
And just, you know, the Colonias Initiative was created through communities and the citizens that did put together a plan, and what came of it was the Infrastructure Trust Fund. So there was priorities that came from community members, and it's a tremendous success, but because of the money, we have to protect it for our community down here. With that, I want to go ahead and allow you guys to ask each other a question. If Ms. Polanco, you'd like to ask Representative a question.
Okay, thank you. So, Representative Small, you worked for an environmental organization before joining the legislature. Since being elected, you've sponsored the Energy Transition Act, a bill that you will drastically increase utility costs. You voted for tax credits for solar panels on houses and giveaways for purchasing expensive electrical cars. Both tax giveaways only benefit the wealthy. So it appears that you are still working for New Mexico Wilderness Alliance instead of the people. So how do tax giveaways for wealthy New Mexicans and energy requirements that will just drastically increase utility bills help the working families of our district?
Thank you. The Oregon Mountains Desert Peaks National Monument that I was proud to work on was before the pandemic, bringing thousands, tens of thousands of new people to Doña Ana County. It's helping bring investment. It's preserving the places that people love to go. And whether you're like me and a hunter, I harvested a mule deer out in the Desert Peaks part of the monument last year. These are public lands that are important to us all. And I'm proud of the work safeguarding those areas, promoting their use for local residents, and bringing investment to come in. I'm also very proud when we look at the cheapest source of energy to power our home, and it shouldn't be a surprise to us, right? It's actually wind and solar that are the cheapest forms of energy. That is why we're seeing a market-driven transition all across the country and the world to these renewable, plentiful, very cheap sources of energy. We see many new jobs coming to our community working in those areas, investment coming to New Mexico State. And I love the fact that when we had the chance to knock on doors, going to represent folks throughout this community, when they had a solar panel, you didn't know what party they were. As we work to bring that energy that is now the most affordable energy that will bring increased investment to our region, those just make sense for our pocketbook. They help grow our economy, provide exciting ways to innovate in energy efficiency connected back to New Mexico State. So I'm dedicated to continue working in those areas.
All right, Representative, you have an opportunity to ask Ms. Polanco a question.
Thank you. You know, I think the most pressing issue that so many of us face right now, one of the most pressing issues, is keeping folks safe. You seem to dismiss the science behind wearing masks. You seem to dismiss the fact that rising COVID numbers will lead to more hospitalizations, threatening people, regardless of party. It doesn't matter what party you belong to. These things that threaten people's health, that reject the best science that's nonpartisan, that folks are working on to keep folks safe while we develop a vaccine. I struggle with what question comes from that. I guess the question is, what do you say to those folks who get sick because they haven't had the opportunity to take advantage of some of these precautions? What do you say to them when they're all alone in that hospital room and you're here dismissing the science behind keeping people safe?
It's a virus. We can't control the virus. You know, Dr. Fauci has gone back and forth. Wear the mask. Don't wear the mask. Wear the mask. Don't wear the mask. So how do we know that they got sick from wearing their mask? There's no way to tell. The World Health Organization has said we've got to stop the lockdowns. You know, we need to open back up. We need to focus on trying to get herd immunity. We need to open back up for what's good for our state, the overall good of the state.
All right, thank you. And thank you to the viewing audience for your questions. We can't ask all the questions, but I am encouraging both of you guys to go back, check out Facebook Live, and there are questions there that you may want to answer. This is the forum is for you, the voters, and for us to be able to engage with the candidates because of due to this pandemic. And like I said, we are in a safe environment. I know I'm not wearing my mask, but I am socially distancing. I wear my mask when I'm not speaking, and so are all of us here. With that, I just want to say it is a risk. You know, Representative, you were very concerned about coming here, and I really appreciate you coming out. But running for office is a risk. You know, it's tough, and you got to do some things that maybe you feel uncomfortable, like calling people for money. But coming here and engaging with us so that we have an opportunity because of this pandemic where we don't see you in the community, where you're not knocking on doors, where you're not available to us, the voters, well, this is a space that we can do it. And I really do appreciate you both coming here today. I wish you both good luck with your campaign, and thank you very much. If you want to go ahead and ask for your the voters for their votes, go ahead.
Briefly.
Okay. Again, thank you. I appreciate this opportunity. Thank you, gentlemen, very much. It was exciting to be here, and I'm glad that I got to interact. Representative Small, thank you for coming. I would appreciate your vote, and if you need information, you go to my website, and stay safe out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Representative.
Thanks. You know, the opportunity that we must seize to keep folks safe while we grow our economy, safeguard investments in education, in infrastructure, these are things that bring us together. I am dedicated to continuing the work that brings folks together, that successfully passes legislation in our legislature to raise teacher pay, to fund water innovation, to support value-added agriculture, renewable energy, and these other areas. And I'm dedicated to helping fight with everybody to stay safe during this unprecedented time. We have to look and not politicize science, not politicize these steps that keep us and our families, our loved ones, people we may not even know, that keep them safe. Let's work to do that together and then work to support each other as best we can. And that starts shopping locally, supporting restaurants with that tip if we can. It expands when we have the privilege of representing folks in office to working together, being dedicated to bring the best information to solve problems. At nathanpsmall.com, that's where you can see some of the work that I've been proud to do in that area. Also, I know folks are facing challenges with rent and other things. nmhousing.org, gonm.biz, or other resources for folks in our community. Thank you.
And again, thank you both, and I appreciate you guys coming out. Good luck on your campaign.
Thank you, guys.
With that, I want to go to our commentators and to the viewers out there. I saw some frustration with both of you guys. So, Kelly, I mean, how are you feeling?
I felt, I mean, anybody who knows Nathan, he's a likable guy and smart guy. But I felt like when he was addressing the questions, it was a little bit vague. I felt frustrated. I wanted more direct answers. I felt like he wouldn't give them, so I was pressing him. He felt like he wasn't being given the opportunity to answer. But, you know, we got an hour, so I wanted him to answer directly so we had direct answers to these issues. And, I mean, people are scared out there right now with COVID, but there's other people who are losing their businesses, and they look around and it doesn't add up to them how the masks and the rules are being treated.
And Austin, I saw a little bit of frustration there with you too.
Well, the same thing as Kelly said, just it seems like a lot of beating around the bush and not addressing the question,
Yeah.
not answering the question. And I think that's a little bit for both sides. You know, I feel like there's a lot of questions that were even left unanswered, even after, you know, the pressing of, look, this is the question answered. So,
yeah.
But at the same time, though, I do feel like they both are passionate about this job. They really want to serve, which is, you know, it's good to know. They're not here to be the boss. They're here to be the servants.
Yeah. But I felt it also. Not as much as you did, Kelly, but I do understand what you're saying. I mean, we're sitting here asking questions that are really could be answered in 30 seconds.
Right.
But they tell a story. They explain a narrative that really doesn't bring meaning.
There was a lot of cliches used.
Yeah. I mean, for me as a voter, you know, you're looking at the candidates, and you know, you see a mom, a teacher. She had, you know, she was rooted with the community, with our youth, and then you see, you know, an incumbent that you almost the cliche, like you say, you know, he's a polished politician. He knows how to not answer the question.
Buy
local.
Like I heard this buy local, and there were like 20 or 30 cliches that he threw out there, and I thought, is he really interacting with the question?
Yeah, and I think that's where I feel, you know, I think well, go ahead, Austin.
I don't want to make it seem as if I'm leaving this debate not understanding where each one stands. I think they made it really clear where they stand and what they want to do for us. There was a few questions that I think they avoided.
Well, I mean, what were the big differences?
The big differences, well, opening up, and you know, I think small is more for keeping this slow trickle of an opening. Yeah. Whereas I feel like Ms. Blanco, she wants to open it up now, and they both have the same point that they're trying to make. The experts are saying, he's saying, I trust the experts who are saying this. She's like, I trust the experts that are saying the same this. You know, we should open up. He's saying we shouldn't, and it's true. The experts have been telling us everything under the sun. We don't know what to do.
I was a little disappointed when I was asking him as our representative that, you know, does the governor consult with you on this
And
lockdown?
he didn't want to answer.
And he never answered.
What about when I asked him, are there not hundreds of business buildings that are just empty in this town? Why couldn't he say, yes, I do understand that. It's something we got to work on. That frustrated me.
Yeah, I mean, and people are making memes of these buildings. I just saw one the other day that there's a building right there where my brother's place is in between Amador that sat there and said, I want a relationship as long as this building has not been fixed.
That's crazy. In that particular building, it was like getting renovated, and then they just stopped. It's just been sitting there. But that's a common occurrence.
He's in power. He's reluctant to admit that there's any problems with the approach of the Democrats, maybe. But be honest, we got an hour to talk about who you really are and what you really believe. I thought she won on just the level of being open and transparent.
Yeah.
I mean, this is for you. You guys get to decide. Early voting has started. We're voting right now in different places other than the Doña Ana County building. So we've been giving information on the clicker on the bottom. But get out and vote. This is our last forum. We're going to be meeting and coming together again on Monday with our commentators to have this discussion, to see what came out of it, to talk about the candidates that came. And we really appreciate all those candidates that did show up. We had 1 week where the candidates did not show up. Carrie Hamblin, Willie Madrid, didn't even bother to come to try even to engage with us. I think that's sad.
That's shameful, isn't it?
I think that's very sad. We are all taking risks, but the biggest risk of all right now, in my opinion, is not being educated, informed, and getting out to vote. We may not be able to change the country, but we can try to change our county. So thank you, the viewing audience. We'll see you next week. It should be a really fun show with all the commentators talking about this past series of forums. Remember, live to vote and vote to live. Thank you very much. I want to thank our sponsors, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Southwest Organizing Project, and the Las Cruces Channel. Good night.
I can't help but think of the finest trucking company in the U.S. They provide a driver experience like no other. From regional routes to great pay, they make it a priority to make sure you feel right at home. As a truck driver, there are several companies to choose from, but I decided to drive with MVT, where they have state-of-the-art equipment and the best trucks in the industry, so you arrive at your destination safely and in style. I truly love what I do. After all, I'm proud to be with MVT.
Join the Mesilla Valley Transportation family.
This program has been made possible by the Citizens for Nonpartisan Civic Engagement, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Southwest Organizing Project, and the Las Cruces Channel Media Network, streaming live on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube.
When you partner with Mesilla Valley Transportation, you can count on a group of hardworking professionals that make sure your freight is secure, handled with care, and delivered on time. We have proudly been moving America's cargo since 1982, starting with local businesses to now transporting for Fortune 500 companies. We invest in the industry's most advanced technology when it comes to dispatching, logistics, and safety. You can trust that our customers are our number one priority. Every day we drive our company to be the best, and that's why we drive for you.
Sorry for that. Okay, so welcome to our New Mexico Election 2020 Candidates Forum wrap-up. Today we're going to be sitting down and having a conversation with all our commentators that participated, and to get, the feedback and highlight a couple of clips that took place during this 12-part series, really. It's been an interesting and fun few weeks, bringing the candidates in, allowing the viewers to have an opportunity to ask questions, and having the candidates participate with us here at the Las Cruces Channel. Due to the pandemic, this is what we had to do. We had to bring in our masks. We had to sanitize the place. We sat there and got a Safe Sets International COVID-19 certification. And we hadn't had any incidents, and everyone's been pretty safe and not getting sick. I do want to sit there and say that we had two of our commentators, Olga Nunez, City Councilor from Sunland Park. She's not here with us today. She wanted to be. And also Mario Jimenez, that works with Common Cause. He wanted to be here also with us today. I want to just sit there and take this opportunity to talk with and introduce the candidates one more time and talk about the pandemic and what impact it had on all of us this election cycle. And I'd like to go ahead and start with Marcy.
Yes, to clarify, I'm not a candidate. We are not running for
anything. You're not a candidate, our commentator.
Despite the rumors on Facebook, no, I am not actually running for anything. No, my name is Marcy Dickerson, and I own the Game 1 and Game 2 in Las Cruces, New Mexico. I had 6 jobs before COVID started. Now I'm down to 2, so I am vastly underemployed at the moment. But I think one of the big things that COVID really did for us as far as elections go, and, what role does government have in your life? How do elections matter? Because many of us have always thought that elections, really doesn't matter. Who's the governor? How's it going to affect us? And I think definitely in 2020 we have learned that elections have consequences. And we've also learned that who we cast our vote for really does matter. Because before 2020, not one of us would have ever thought that one person in the state would have the power to shut us down, to shut our businesses down, to send hundreds of thousands of people into unemployment, to bankrupt businesses and that. And now we know that is a very real statement. So I really think what's important is, we've had the opportunity to talk to candidates, look at our candidates, examine these candidates and what they stand for, and that these people affect our lives. And that's a really big deal. These people have an effect on our everyday lives. And I think that's really important. And that's what we've seen through COVID with this election cycle that I think is different than we've seen every other election cycle.
Champ, what was your take? Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Austin Trout. Austin No Doubt Trout, also known as. My take on COVID. My take on COVID is it sucks. It sucks living through this. This is like the trash times. Shout out to everybody that's been affected in one way or another, and shout out to everybody that's lost their lives or lost someone due to it. With that said, it's made us have to switch our whole game around. For me, boxing was pretty non-existent. I couldn't even train for plenty of the months, so I had to figure out how I could be more essential, more of service to humanity. And that's kind of what's done for me. And I feel like it's been a blessing because I've really, don't get me wrong, I'm still trying to fight, but I'm changing my gears to be towards more of a serving and more of a service. And with that said, to these politicians that we've been able to interview, interrogate, however you want to say it, I feel like they should have their whole being as far as being a servant. The people are looking for leaders right now. The people are looking for answers, for someone who has the answers. And this was a good time for the candidates to be able to tell us what they're going to do to help the people out. And if they portrayed that message, great. If they didn't, then you know what to do. So this whole COVID has really changed all of our mindset, and I think that's going to be the biggest blessing moving forward.
All right. Shirley.
Thank you. And once a candidate, always a candidate. So even though I'm not a candidate right now, I have been. I'm Shirley Baca, former state rep, former PRC commissioner, and candidate of many things. So thank you. And as far as the discussion about COVID, I think everybody deals with what they have to deal with in their own personal life, whether you have children, whether you don't, whether you have seniors or whatever. We all deal with it different. I, for one, have been able to see the scientific aspect of it, the healthcare aspect of it, and even though I don't like it and I don't agree with it, I know that until we actually follow the scientists, the science, wearing masks, social distancing, not gathering in groups of more than 5, although here we are today in groups of more than 5. No, it's been lowered to 5. And, I think that we can say the economy is ruined. But if you're dead, then what good does an economy do? And we can say that one person made a decision, but no, one person didn't make a decision. There was a legislature, there is a legislature in New Mexico of 112 people, 70 House members and 42 senators that actually vote and have given in the past the authority to the governor, whoever it may be, to make decisions when emergency comes and when there's times that a decision has to be made without calling a special session, without other people having things to do. And I'm thinking that now that we already have over 230,000 deaths, 230,000 deaths in the United States, New Mexico is peaking. Doña Ana County had 205 infected yesterday alone. We have tripled in 1 month what our positive rate is. And maybe some of you say, well, it's not that bad. I don't have a family member or I don't know anybody that's died. I've known a couple of people, not very close people, but I've known of people that died, and every life counts. So if one person dies, don't 2 people die. It's something, and I don't want to see that happen. And as soon as we mind the scientists and we do what we're supposed to do, businesses will open up, kids will get to go back to school, people will get to go to retail and restaurants, etc. But it doesn't happen without responsibility, and responsibility starts with us, each and every one of us.
Yeah. All right, Kelly.
Kelly O'Connell, a local attorney. I did talk radio in town for 6 years on KOBE AM 1450 and do a little writing at Canada Free Press. And actually today's article was Sacred Vermin, the individuals who are not getting prosecuted because they're too important in the country, and we need to do something about that. But anyway, I was also the piano player at Encanto for a year. But I found a video last night that I would tell anybody to go look up. It was amazing. The doctor is in, Scott Atlas, and the efficacy, or the efficacy, which means, of course, the efficiency of lockdowns, social distancing, and closings. And what this guy said in this interview, which is about 50 minutes, is he said we started off with the wrong numbers. That COVID was never as bad as we thought, so we've made all our decisions off these bad numbers. And he said the death rate was something like 1/3 of 1%. But what they pointed out was that twice as many people have died from, not from COVID, but from being losing their job, being part of a locked in. And they said, this guy said, there are a lot of kids that are coming into emergency rooms who've been beaten up, broken bones, that type of thing. The parents are home. There's conflict with the kids. They can't go to school, and the parents end up taking out their frustration on the kids. So, according to this guy, 400,000 or 500,000 people have died from COVID because we've mishandled it. And I think that we need to rethink what's going on. We need to reprioritize, and there can't be just one factor. Everybody has to be taken into account, and we've got to make the best of our lives, and that doesn't mean hiding in a closet or a basement trying to avoid COVID.
Yeah. You know, one of the things that when we were doing, and I got involved, like I asked you, Austin, I sat there and I said, would you be a moderator for one of our candidate forums that we would do probably in one of our community centers or at a park because of COVID, and then this opportunity came. And so this opportunity still allowed us to engage with the folks out there through social media. There's somebody else I'd like to really introduce to you, and that is Desiree Hall, co-producer and our social media moderator. So introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about the work you're doing behind the scenes.
Okay, so my name is Desiree Sunset Hall.
Oh.
I graduated in MSU Water Wastewater. I majored in chemistry and microbiology. I am a local DJ. I am the general manager at Palacio Bar. So needless to say, all the fun stuff I like to do during COVID. Watching these candidate forums from behind the scenes, I get to see what everybody out here can't see. And it was all mostly positive for the most part. And I just want to say that the community interaction for what we're trying to do here was absolutely outstanding. And I think the message that we're trying to get out was sent. And I do believe that the input that we provided for them through the candidate forums was paramount for their vote.
Well, so, as the viewers out there asking questions, were we getting lots of questions? I mean, I've gone back to see them, but like, which forums did you see the most comments come from?
In all honesty, the first couple forums, there were people watching. There wasn't too much interaction. It was more towards the end, and I don't like to frame it up like that, but the bigger candidates, the more popular candidates, maybe the ones with the biggest districts. So I would say, Steinborn and Smalls, that was a huge one with the most comments and the most viewers, which it should be. I mean, they represent really big districts, and there's a lot at stake, for people to vote who's going to be doing what or running what, But all of them were good. All of them were good, and even if we only had one question, that's still the most important question, I think.
Was it fun?
I had
for
a
you?
blast. Yes. Had a great time. I like it better back there.
So, one of the things, like we're saying, we're doing this so that the viewers and the people in our community, our friends, our family, our neighbors, have an opportunity to ask questions of the candidates. So I'm asking and encourage you, if you're watching right now, feel free to send. Desiree is still moderating today. But I'd also like to, the issue with the pandemic is that, Shirley, you mentioned it, so right now we're not supposed to gather with people more than 5. But I do feel like we went as far and beyond to make everybody safe here. None of the candidates that said that they were going to come didn't show up. And so with the partitions between us, all of us walking in, and we may not be wearing masks right now, but when we walked in and we sit down, we had our masks on. But I also wanted to roll a clip with Senator Cervantes, and if just the words that he said during one of the forums. If we can roll that clip.
I came into the studio today here, everyone was wearing a mask, including Mr. Roberts and me as well. We're doing things smartly in this room to try and keep one another safe.
So, that's something that I really was very proud of for all of us that we're doing this, because wearing the masks and people's safety was a big concern for all the candidates that came in. They asked us questions in regards to how safe the place is. But I just want to throw this out there to you guys. Did you guys feel like anybody was, the candidates themselves, when they were here with us, do you feel they were using COVID as an excuse to maybe not answer questions or to engage in a way that, Kelly, you're shaking your head.
Well, I was thinking of Joanne Ferrari, who I think when we had discussed it later, people thought she wasn't prepared, and she had the mask on, and it kind of got in the way of understanding her. Although you could understand, but it just felt like rope-a-dope.
Yeah.
It felt like she was on one topic that she knew about before she got the invite, and it was appropriations or whatever, how to get money from the government. And I was thinking the whole time, we've got a new budget, so why don't we talk about that instead of how to get money?
Sure. On the same question, because I was here, and I think you and I were the two moderators that day. Right. I also observed that, yes, she might have had some issue. I think she was a little slow to respond. I think other candidates are slow to respond. I think unless you've been on the hot seat and you're asked a question and you're prepared to respond, it takes a while to think and answer it. But what I observed is that Isabel Solis came in with this notebook and had this letter in a plastic page, and when they were asked to ask your opponent a question, she came out with this page and she started just rambling on the blah, 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 blah.
Shirley has a notebook.
About what?
Shirley has a notebook.
And I bring a notebook every single
Shirley brought a
time.
notebook.
And she started rambling on this letter.
Is that Isabel's notebook?
And so I thought, well, what's up with that? Because number one, I was told that it was mentioned that they were going to be able to ask each other questions. I was told that, and I guess they knew about it. Certainly, Isabel knew. So somebody had given Isabel the heads up. Joanne was not prepared. She did not know. She was not prepared with a question. And Isabel rambled something on that probably nobody understood, because I certainly didn't understand it.
I understood it.
Well, blah, 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 blah. You do understand that pretty good. And so anyway, I think that, yes, she didn't respond as quickly. Yes, I think she had issues and concerns about COVID, and I think we should, and people that don't, well, let it fall where it falls. And yes, I think that there could have been a pre-warning to Isabel, because she certainly came in knowing that she was going to be allowed to ask a question. She had this letter that had been sent by somebody, and she rambled it on.
But I mean, going on what you're saying, I mean, in a real big way, Shirley, Joanne, Representative Ferrari was here because when I called you, it sounded like she didn't want to be here. And I told you, I think we just lost Ferrari. And you sat there, and I believe you made a phone call to her. I mean, that was like one of the only times that we had to deal with somebody almost backing out. And it was at the last hour, and I just wasn't going to sit there and try to make
some people are very concerned about it.
Yeah,
some people don't wear masks.
Yeah, and I think
some of us do.
Yeah, and that's something that I agree with you. You know, the whole fact about notebooks and Isabel having, being prepared, or Ferrari. I just felt that, that in that situation, in that one forum, I did feel like the candidate, Representative Ferrari, was using the COVID. Instead of like being proactive and trying to answer these questions, like Senator Souls coming in to look at the studio, I understand that and respect that. But at 1 hour before it, and they're trying to back out, and then you have to call, I just thought the reason Joanne Ferrari was here was because of you.
Well, there was others.
Marcy, go ahead.
I think we might have to put our R and our D up. I'm just saying. We got R, we got D. I'm not sure what's going on over there. But, I mean, I think, to answer, in my opinion, to answer your question about people being scared of COVID or people not wanting to participate in debates because of COVID, because of what we're dealing with. Okay, this isn't week 2 or 3.
Yeah.
We're on month 7. You know what? You are going to be an elected official for any point up to 2 to 4 years, depending on what seat you're running for. So to stand here and tell the voters, especially now you have such limited access to it, to tell the voters and to tell the other people and the commentators that I don't think I want to talk to you because I'm so scared because I'm going in a room with 6 people. I'm not belittling the science, but the point is you're going to be elected and you're going to be responsible for many more days, hopefully after COVID is over. If COVID lasts for as long as any of these people are going to be elected for, and we're still in shutdown 2 years from now, there won't be a state to mess with. It won't matter. Yeah. But I agree with you. I think a lot of people came in and they were very, oh, COVID this. I do think Ferrari, I watched that, because I couldn't participate because, yes, I'm one of Isabella's supporters. But, I watched it. I think she was vastly underprepared. You know what? Be prepared. And especially when an incumbent is unprepared, I think that's a scary thing because you're the one up there, you're voting for it, you're doing it. I'll say we had a non-incumbent that came in and said they didn't know what capital outlay was about. Okay, you know what? I mean, that one tends to be more on my side than other sides, but I was like, no, you have to know. If you're going to run for office, you have to research. You have to know. If you are an incumbent, there is no way not to know. There's no way not to be able to be prepared to answer the questions to it. I will say Bill Souls, he did a good job. He answered questions, he did well. I will say some of our other candidates on both sides, they did a good job. They were prepared. Skaggs and Steinborn, I felt, went toe to toe. Yeah. They had different, responses, different aspects that came from different sides, but I felt that both of them were prepared. But I definitely think that if you're going to enter public service, the last thing you can do after you put your yard sign up is go hide because you're like, I'm scared of COVID in a very small area. Yeah. Like I get we're not going to have 400, 500 people, massive debates and massive auditoriums for them to see, but they should be able to show up and be prepared. And when they're not prepared, certainly not nail it, not whine about COVID and not call us and be mad about it.
Yeah. I want to go ahead and we're on that, and Kelly, I see you over there, and I'll get to you. But because we're talking about being prepared, if we can share clip number 3, and this is, I got clips of folks that I just wanted to share because I think some of the things that we saw demonstrated that. And this is what's the beauty of having it captured on television or on video, live. We roll clip number 3, please.
Jeff, are you willing to apologize?
No.
Oh, well, just go with it.
For turning a campaign into something nasty.
I would say I wouldn't characterize it that way, and I know it's painful, but I will say, and I'm going to answer your question maybe with my question, which is I was born and raised in this community, and I realized you just moved here 2 years ago. The first, or whenever you moved here, but you got registered in 2018 in Doña Ana County, as I understand it. The first time you voted in this county was when you voted for your.
All right, no worries. That one will come up. We'll explain that one. You'll get another.
Can you get to the differences that you hear, the disinformation specifically?
Just everything that the commissioner said.
We watch something like that, and I think she was a sponsor of a bill that we were discussing. It was a question that you had raised, Shirley. And when she was trying to explain that moment about the bill and abortion,
an abortion bill.
Abortion bill. I would see you guys getting frustrated because you wanted to answer the question. And you did. You pressed her. What were the things that was misinformation and that and she couldn't do it?
We all have our own political opinions, which is one reason we're invited on here. Some people are more Democrat, some people are more Republican. But she had said that there was a mischaracterization by Isabel, and I was curious. I wanted to give her the chance to, defend herself or defend her ideas, inform people. So what was the mischaracterization that Isabel said about this abortion bill, and Ms. Ferrari said everything
that the commissioner said?
Yeah. So I mean, number one, it's so vague. It's kind of confusing, but also it means to me that you don't even know what you're talking about at the moment. I'm sure she knows her own bill, but there was so much passion and enthusiasm by Isabel to talk about this, and Ferrari was just saying she's a liar, and I think that was off-putting.
Yeah. So and you're right, Marcy, and all of us can sit there and see that when we're asking these candidates that are going to represent us, it's an important position that they hold. They hold tremendous power. And so we want to, I think Olga said it, we want public servants, people that understand that we are the ones that put you in this position through our votes, and yes, through your campaigning and your likability, but you really do need to go up to Santa Fe and represent us. And know this is a representative, a sitting representative. And when they can't sit there and back that up.
You know, Isabel said one thing that kind of blew me away, because I'm always thinking about it when I'm listening to politicians, but I don't hear people talking about it. You shouldn't go to represent people with your own pet projects, and you shouldn't just have something that's off the kind of path. You should be working on safety, employment, all of the basic things, keeping businesses open, making the schools better, stuff that everybody can agree with. You shouldn't go with a pet project to bring in something that's extremely divisive.
Well, it's not divisive for her to have carried the bill and passed the bill to set up an early education department and set it up with some permanent funds that will keep it in perpetuity. And that actual department is going to be, it will be starting and will be kept in perpetuity through that. She knew that.
They were talking about abortion.
And on the abortion bill, it was Isabel said.
Not early education.
Oh, well, no, but Isabel said abortions are conducted up to the minute of birth.
Yes.
And then she said, you don't know what you're talking about. However, she should have said these are what it is and what it isn't.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that becomes a philosophical, because she wasn't there representing her own booth.
I think we're getting back to the issue. Like what you're saying is, and what I'm feeling just coming from you right now is, we don't need to defend our elected officials.
But he's saying that she did not represent the people.
No,
he's just saying
it's what Isabel said.
I think we need a wide camera angle.
Okay,
all right, go ahead,
I think we need a wide camera angle on all of this, because that's going to be a lot more fun. So, I mean, I think a piece of this, and certainly what Kelly is saying, not necessarily, I don't think it's about the actual little semantics of what you're believing and what this bill is about. It's about the fact, and I'm going to argue with Shirley for just a second in her opening statement. In her opening statement, she said that COVID, please correct me if I'm wrong, that COVID was not, all of the COVID response wasn't done by one person. It was done by a legislative session. Now, the legislators have not been brought in. They got to be brought in for a very little thing. There was no public access. They went like this, get out. Yes, at some point in the future, the legislators voted the power to the governor because they were thinking of a terrorist act. I have talked to many legislatures, and not one of them have ever said to me, yes, Marcy, we thought that we would be in absolute chaos for 7 months and no one would ask us anything. What I'm saying is we're sending a legislature, whether it's a newly elected legislature, whether it's incumbents, we're sending this group to Santa Fe. And this group, for the first time in a long time, we'll say it that. I know Michelle said they'd shut down the government before in one of our previous debates. But in the first time in a long time, these people are going to have to go up and they're going to have to decide, are we going to stand up to the governor, or are we just going to go about business as normal? And I think that's the piece for all of us when we talk about these candidates that are showing up, especially our incumbents. And don't get me wrong, there's not many incumbents I'm a fan of. I'll say that right now. You knew that when you brought me in. You know, these incumbents show up and they cannot speak to what they support, how they support it, what their bills are, what they stood for. Because what we as the community want is we want somebody to go up there, swords drawn, defend us, talk about us. We are the forgotten southern New Mexico. We've talked about your colonias. Like, oh my goodness, if you asked anybody in Taos where was a colonia, are they even going to be able to tell us? No. They're not. And that's what we're looking for down here. And that's what we're looking for with these candidates. It's not necessarily, do you believe red chili or green chili is correct? It is, can you stand up and can you fight for what we believe?
And that question did come
that's
up.
What we're missing. That's what we're missing. And there weren't many candidates that I would say that could do that.
Yeah, and I learned a lot more from you on that bill, that one particular bill that Ferrari sponsored. and for her not to sit here and defend that bill with, instead of just going, saying everything she
Specifically,
has.
if it's your bill, you should defend it specifically.
I want to get on to
But
some
let
other.
me respond. Let me respond, because we can't say they're going to go with swords drawn to represent us, because who is the us? One of the common, I put down all the common themes of all of the challengers and the common themes of the incumbents, and one of the common themes was to protect traditional New Mexico values and to protect family values. Well, who is us? Obviously, the us are the people that voted to put them there to begin with. And just because you didn't vote to put them there and you don't agree how they're voting doesn't mean they're not defending us. They might be defending us and my family values and my New Mexico traditional values, and heaven knows I come from the original colonizers, so I have traditional New Mexico values. And so, who is the us? It's all relative, and it all depends. And if it's us, those of us that have put them there feel like they're representing us. And I don't believe in coming with swords drawn, because swords drawn is not the way to get things done.
Austin,
that's how the country was built. They didn't say please, no, they rioted. So, for those that be like, oh, how dare they riot? I'm like, have you ever heard of the Tea Party? That's kind of how this game started. So what she was saying about the legislators that gave the power to the governor, if you didn't like that, you got to get rid of that legislation. Understand? You don't like what the governor did, you got to get rid of the governor when it's time to vote. And if you don't like that the legislation gave up their power, then find somebody that will hold on to that power come hell or high water. I don't know. It's all about circumstance. This was the worst pandemic that, of course, not just myself, but my mother and my grandfather have ever lived through. And panic was in the air. So I don't judge people on what they did during a panic, but once it settled a little bit and you kind of get to look and see when the dust clears on what you got to make the adjustments after that. So that's what we're looking at. And it's just right around election time. So if you didn't like how they handled this pandemic initially or months later, do something about it. Here's your chance.
I want to go ahead and share another clip, just because I don't feel we're picking on prior. I'm picking on unprepared candidates. So if I could go ahead and get clip number 5. Clip number 5. This was an interesting, when you're talking with candidates, you really hope that they have done their research and talked with the people and talked with folks that know the issues of their district. And these were the things that just really took me away. But go ahead if we can roll clip number 5. Where do you guys stand on supporting the Colonias Initiative and the Colonias Infrastructure Trust Fund? And Kimberly.
I have not studied that. I'm going to be honest.
All right. That's something that I was taken back. You're running for an office, you're trying to get a job, and you're not prepared. You couldn't answer the question. You were not aware of it. And that was something that I think, Marcia, you just brought up right now. Is people in Taos wouldn't know that. But the district in which you're running, I would assume that you would know something about that. And I think when I was asking these questions, in the back of my head, I was assuming that they knew what.
Well, and so for the record, I am not picking on the Democrats. There was several Republican candidates as well that were not prepared, that could not answer the questions of what is, and Olga asked on one of the debates that I was with her on, what is the most important capital outlay thing for you? There were questions like, what is the Colonias Fund, and what is the Colonias Fund done? There were several on both sides. I mean, this isn't Republican and the Democrats didn't do it. There was a lot of candidates in and of themselves on both sides of the parties that we interviewed in that, whether I was present or I watched it, that they were just not ready. And I'm like, baby, who prepped you for this debate? Where's your political, liaison? Where's your advisor? How do you not know what's going on in your community? And I think that is something where, if you will, yes, this year's a little different because we have more people participating than ever participated. The number of candidates we have running is more than we've ever had before. The number of voter turnout, which none of us knew that when the candidates signed up, but our voter turnout is insane.
Yeah.
And we'll see how that shakes out at the end. But, if you're going to go fight for an elected position, and I very much agree with Olga, this is about servitude. This is about becoming I call it a voice. This is about becoming a voice for the community that you represent. Because that's our illusion, right? That we elect them and they go up and they speak like they want us to. And you're right, Shirley, who's the us? Because that's a very different argument. But, I think they need to be, people need to be prepared. They need to know about it. They need to be able to advocate and fight and advocate intelligently about what is going on.
Yeah. Kelly.
All right, so
Kelly's
this whole thing brings up the experience with Nathan Small, which I felt like he and I were kind of going back and forth. He was frustrated, I was frustrated. I felt like when I asked him a question or Austin asked him a question, his answer was, well, I worked on this bill, or let me tell you about this other bill. And I think because of Trump, and I know some people have strong feelings
You're not supposed to say that name. That's what I was told.
Because of Trump, we have a new standard of being down to earth and being open, whether you agree or not. The issue is be down to earth so people can relate to you. And I know, the media's gone after him for 3 or 4 years, but I think it gives a different expectation because, I think Nathan, he's a smart guy, he's a likable guy. But if you hear where he was coming from, it sounded political as opposed to human.
Yeah, there was the first Senator Souls and what's his name, Senator Cervantes. When I was watching those guys, they had a way of answering the question. I mean, and people call it polished, but they could answer the question.
They weren't offended.
Yeah.
Cervantes was not offended to be pushed.
Yeah.
He liked it.
And there was moments where you did, I did see it with a couple other candidates, in particular with Representative Small, but it felt like he was dancing around a lot of questions.
But what question did he answer directly?
I
said, will you admit there's hundreds of empty business property in this community? Could you please just please
acknowledge that?
Yeah, just that one thing. And he said, well, let me tell you about the history of empty property or whatever. And it's like, no,
that's what
please.
a lot of the candidates that were in office, when it came to a question of moving forward, what are you going to do? They always wanted to refer what they did. Well, I voted on this and I tried to keep this going, so I'm going to, moving forward, it's like, yeah, but that was in another world. Because pre-COVID, our world was very much different.
Very true.
So what are you going to do forward? Because we're in a new world right now, and a lot of them didn't have an answer. Which
That's
is
leadership, right?
Very frustrating and unfortunate. Because, again, I don't think these candidates thought that it was going to be such a big turnout. People are going to be paying so much attention. I feel like some of these candidates feel like they were just going to go off because who they know, who they knew, their ties and whatnot. They had enough money to campaign or campaign in the way that I don't feel is necessary to the public, but to whoever endorses them, whatever. I don't think they were ready for doing that work that we made them do with this forum.
Yeah.
And this forum was no one had a dog in the fight.
Yeah.
So when we asked them questions, we were like, no, we want to know what you're going to do for us.
Yeah.
Please answer the question. And a lot of times you saw them get not just frustrated, but nervous, like, oh, I don't want to sit here and say I'm going to do anything for anybody, because then you're going to hold me to it. And that's the point of these things. So we did our job as far as trying to hold their feet by the fire.
Yes, I absolutely, you're right. We're going to take a break right now, but if you're on social media, Facebook Live, I encourage you to ask a question or respond with what you thought was good or bad or however you thought about these forums. But we'll be right back in just a moment. Thank
When I I think of MVT, I can't help but think of the finest trucking company in the U.S. They provide a driver experience like no other. From regional routes to great pay, they make it a priority to make sure you feel right at home. As a truck driver, there are several companies to choose from, but I decided to drive with MVT, where they have state-of-the-art equipment and the best trucks in the industry, so you arrive at your destination safely and in style. I truly love what I do. After all, I'm proud to be with MVT.
Join the Mesilla Valley Transportation family.
Thank you. I'm Arturo Uribe. We're here with our commentators for the wrap-up show, having a lively discussion, just picking out some of the points that were highlights for us. And I would say that we had, some really pretty good highlights. Most of them pretty much behind the scenes or before the show started. So, I mean, things did happen where, the candidates themselves got into it. I do want to sit there and just share this clip that we did in being prepared. I don't want to hammer that. I want to get on, but I did bring this clip with Don Ladd. I believe it was clip number 4.
Got it.
And in this one, the same thing. There's, the colonias are very important to me. But I think the spaceport was something that we, as the voters in Doña Ana, 15, almost 20 years ago, voted to go ahead and tax ourselves here in Doña Ana, 0.25%, on top of the tax that we as New Mexicans were already paying for our Governor Richardson, who cut a deal with Sir Richard Branson to build this spaceport that was going to be taking people into space. And so my concern was what's going to happen when that money sunsets. Are we still going to support it with our Doña Ana taxpayers' dollars? But here's one of the questions that we asked Don Ladd. If we could roll the clip, please. Would you support us continuing to give money to the spaceport? Don.
To the spaceport? I'm not really informed on all of the spaceport issues.
So again, right there, it's like you're running. We have people and candidates that want to represent us, and I just feel that it's disappointing that they don't know some.
Okay, I really have to talk about that.
Go ahead.
So I was a commentator on that debate, and the reason that Don Ladd hesitated that way was not because she wasn't prepared about spaceport. She was talking about Tesla and Elon Musk coming to town. You brought up spaceport. What she was talking about, Elon Musk wasn't going to spaceport. They were talking about Tesla moving into Sunland Park to create a battery manufacturing area. That's what she was talking about. She was talking about Elon Musk flying over New Mexico, which meant that they looked at Sunland Park to become a Tesla battery manufacturing plant. And because the state of New Mexico had screwed it up so bad, Elon Musk left. And he was like, no, thank you. So when you asked her, I have to defend her on this. I don't really have a lot to do with Don Ladd and Lotta until the fight after, which we'll talk about in a minute. But I was trying to get your attention at that time when I was commenting, when I was a commentator, because I was like, baby, she's not talking about spaceport. Elon Musk, although yes, he's SpaceX, it had nothing to do with that point of the discussion. She was talking about Tesla and Tesla coming to Sunland Park. That's why in that commentary, she seems a little taken aback because she wasn't talking about spaceport.
And I don't know. My point is, and what I saw in there, and we were talking about, yes, but that's not impacting us here in that district. Elon Musk flying over and having Richard Branson be here and do that.
No, that's what I'm saying. She was talking about Tesla coming to Sunland Park.
But he didn't. And so the fact is that, yeah, she may have been talking about Elon Musk, and what struck the question is we still are dealing with a Richard Branson. How are we going to be dealing, and what money and tax money and our dollars are we going to give billionaires like Elon Musk and Richard Branson to bring their businesses here? So I don't have a problem with Elon Musk not bringing Tesla here, because I think there are issues, and I think what Santa Teresa and what Jerry Pacheco and those guys are doing up there is great. And if we don't bring in Elon Musk, I still want to see us bring people in, fly them out into space.
Oh, I'm with you, but there's two separate ordeals. If we're looking at spaceport going up and down, that's great. But when you guys are talking about, we're talking about advocating
for taxpayer dollars.
We're talking about advocating for the colonias and that type of thing, and that's a little different. Yes, there's going to be humans going up and down that are going to have some type of economic, impact to us when it happens.
But my point, Marcy, is when you ask somebody about a job that they're trying to get, and whether she was talking about Elon Musk, but when she should have known about the spaceport. That's just how
I agree. The same way, there's others that should know
Go
about
ahead,
it.
The issue that came up during one of the debates was whether someone had lied about somebody else, and that person had a very strong reaction, and they responded. It was about racism, and she said, basically my whole family's Nigerian, and then the person who had put out the flyer was asked to apologize, and it was amazing to watch.
Yeah, I mean, and that one, we do have that clip.
Where's that clip?
If we can go ahead, I do want to just sit there and just, there was some pretty hot button moments that we got to participate. I got to see them all.
Yeah.
And so, when Dawn was here, Marcy, you were here.
Let's talk about the backup curtain moments.
So I mean, there was a moment where we're sitting here talking with the commentators, and as they go out to the back and on mic, they're in the back, and for the most part, most of the candidates that were back there, they were very respectful to each other. On this one, we didn't. I wish we would have turned the camera in there, and we're learning because it was pretty. What was your take?
My take was it was like Jerry Springer backstage.
Who was that? What happened? Tell the story.
So it was Don Ladd and Lotta. What's Lotta's first name? Ray Lotta. So they had been pleasant to each other during the debate. Toward the end of the debate, when he does the "you can ask him a question" thing, Don Ladd, and really I had no dog in this fight. I didn't care. And so Dawn asks him, and she's like, well, you've had lots of money given to you by Planned Parenthood. Do your Catholic voters know that? And he's like, I have not. And he got all defensive. He's like, I have not had any money given to me by Planned Parenthood. And he was all defensive. And she's like, yes, you have. I have the paperwork in the car. And, she's like this little bitty thing, right? She weighs like a buck, itty bitty, tiny, like 89-pound little human,
Like
and it's not like
Fierce.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like he was fighting with me. And so they get done. He's like, well, no, I didn't. She's like, yeah, I did. I got it in the car. He's like, no, I didn't. So then they go to commentators. So Olga and I are talking. These two get up, and next thing you know, there is screaming and yelling from the back of the house. And I guess there was this huge to-do. She produced the paperwork, which I saw.
that said, yes, you had received all this money from Planned Parenthood. Yes, like most of the other Democratic candidates in the state. Generalization, sorry. But, yes, you had received this. And I guess he got in her face, was screaming and cussing at her. Arturo had to take her out. I was so sad I sat there because I was still mic'd up. That would have been such a champ. We needed you that night.
Hey, I would definitely defended the.
We needed you that night. You could have, right or wrong. Like, here is this aggressive male picking on. I mean, it's not like it's an aggressive male picking on me. Okay, I'm a pretty big girl, and I can probably handle myself because I've worked in bars my whole life. But here was this aggressive male picking on this tiny little woman, and she was in the back, and she was mortified. So when we finally got up, you kicked him out. Like the man
I didn't kick him out. I went back there and got in the middle, and I sat there, and I had to ask him to come outside and calm him down.
But you know what? Let's talk about it this way. We talked about candidates being prepared. We talked about people going to Santa Fe and advocating for us. Seriously,
that's a red flag.
You have a candidate.
It's a red flag.
That cannot handle a discussion about where your funding came from in the back next to the cheese log, which was very good, by the way, next to the delicious cheese log, having screaming and cussing at this woman in her face, having a fit. What kind of candidate are you? And I'm not judging him or anything. It's just like, what kind of candidate are you? You go to Santa Fe.
Republican, Democrat doesn't matter. You have to be able to hold your temper, because I'm sure there's plenty more hot seats that you'll be in as an elected official. And just I'm all about protecting women and children. I think that's one of God's commandments for as a man. Protect the women and children.
I'm glad you said that. Hey, wait, give me one more second. So I would just like to say that I'm really glad Austin Trout said that, because if Austin Trout got in fights with everybody that might disagree with him, that would be really blank. So thank you for protecting women and children. But but it's you have to you have to be able to handle it. But yes, that was one of those. I so wanted the Jerry Springer back of house camera.
Yeah.
Because that would have been a good time.
And talking about men and women and the candidates and how they respect one another. If we can roll the clip number 3 with Senator Steinborn. And this clip here, it was pretty amazing. And throughout the the time that they were here with us, they were very pleasant. They were very nice. But there was a moment there where Ms. Skaggs asks and shares with.
She out of the blue.
Yeah, comes in, says, hey, I was very respectful. I didn't run a dirty campaign against you, and then you started putting out these flyers, and basically calling me a racist. I had actually that week or the week before had seen some flyers where they had some of the candidates and people on social media where they had a noose around his particular neck.
I got to interrupt that.
No, but wait, but that was out there. So I mean, when she was mentioning the fact that he was, had gone dirty on her, there's other organizations, PACs, that get involved. The candidates have no control over that. They cannot coordinate with their campaigns, so other people put out adverts for them. That was one that he could have really taken the wind out of her sail and just said, well, what about the flyer you put out? But if we can go ahead and roll the clip with that exchange, please.
Jeff, are you willing to apologize? For turning a campaign into something nasty?
I would say I wouldn't characterize it that way, and I know it's painful, but I will say, and I'm going to answer your question maybe with my question, which is I was born and raised in this community, and I realize you just moved here 2 years ago. The first, or whenever you moved here, but you got registered in 2018 in Doña Ana County, as I understand it. The first time you voted in this county was when you voted for yourself. And so in 2018, that's not the first time you voted.
That's untrue.
In Doña Ana County.
That is untrue.
Okay. Or in 2020, excuse me, not 2018. But anyway, but the point is that.
Will you apologize?
No.
I mean, I thought, we're talking about how men treat women. And I thought there was a moment there that I thought Ms. Skaggs was being genuine. And when, politics is dirty. Politics, you got to be tough.
Which is what he said.
Yeah, and that's what he said.
Yes.
But I do still feel he could have said that and offered, some sort of respect.
He basically said
that's his opponent, though.
Yeah.
But he basically said that he didn't have to apologize because politics is dirty. He didn't do any fact checking. He didn't listen to her.
Well, part of the thing, too, let me interrupt here, because what he could have done is shown the actual flyer, because I saw the flyer, and in the middle of the flyer, there was a picture of her, of Miss Skaggs, in a parade. There was a red truck, and there was a Confederate flag, a huge Confederate flag. And he said, well, I don't think it was him or the PAC, as Arturo mentioned. Sometimes PACs do things like hanging people from a noose, and that looks like anti-Semitic. It had his head, and he's Jewish. And he said that she supported racist symbols. And a person like myself, seeing a person in a parade in a red truck with a huge Confederate flag, would say, that's kind of racist, and especially nowadays, we don't want to see Confederate flags. However, I don't know what the big deal is about him not apologizing when there is a person that lives in the White House that's a misogynist, a sexist, a racist, and that says whatever the hell he wants. And whenever they tell him to apologize, he doubles down and backs off. I'm not saying it's right.
Trump?
I'm not saying, well, somebody said Trump. I wasn't supposed to say the word, but it's been said.
I mean, that was it. The guy in the White House is Trump, so Steinborn is Trump.
If Republicans like Trump and how he behaves, then they're going to love Steinborn because he's reflecting and imitating what their president behaves like. So the reality is, maybe he was another one that didn't come in with his little flyer ready to say, well, what about this?
He was willing to run it, but he didn't bring it with him?
No,
Isn't
I think
that
a
sloppy?
PAC ran it. I think a PAC ran it.
Are you talking about the puppets ads?
No, I'm talking about a flyer that Miss Skaggs got very sensitive about.
Oh, that was his flyer, or not, or PAC, they did it
His
for him.
campaign
Yeah.
sent
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question, though? If her family is Nigerian, then she has every right to say, I'm not
They're not
racist.
Nigerian. If you look on her
That's what
Facebook,
she
there's
said.
two little boys that are little African American or little African. They're little black boys. And the rest of everybody I looked at, I'm sorry, and you're brown, you're black.
Sure, you're a Democrat. You can't see those things.
How would you know if her family was Nigerian? She said,
Well,
hold on a
then they're
second.
white Nigerians, okay?
No.
There's white people. They're white
All
Nigerians.
right, white Nigerians, new category.
more South
But really, I'd like to, I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate it. But I also want to give you an opportunity because of...
I'm just interested to say they're little black boys.
Is that a bad thing?
No, because but the fact is, like,
Let him talk.
We're going to ask us.
Let him talk.
Who's to say that she didn't just adopt these boys? And if she did, then she can't be that racist. I mean, I don't know if those are her
I
blood
don't think the
family.
issue
I don't
with
know.
Skaggs is racist at all. I don't think that
I don't
was
know
the
much
issue.
about it.
Like,
I do know
don't-
she kind of ignored my Mexican friend who tried to talk to her numerous times at a rodeo, but that doesn't mean she's racist.
Well-
it means she doesn't like that guy's face.
that may mean that
point.
she just
We're
didn't
getting somewhere.
appreciate, your approach.
It wasn't me though.
No, I'm not saying you,
Yeah,
Austin.
but my buddy-
Everybody appreciates
But
it.
should he have apologized, in your opinion?
And I just feel like when we're talking about, I think you just right now just hit me. They're opponents.
They're opponents.
I mean, when you go into the boxing ring, you're not there to be friends.
And honestly, if it was a female that had to fight or was gonna fight, gloves off.
Yeah.
You should be
Yeah,
in the
so
ring.
I mean, now when you say it, and I look at you, and what, I if you're going to get into the game of politics, then don't expect apologies.
But what, on the other hand, though, real quick, is that he knows he's going to win. Nobody knows who she is. He's cyclical. Why not apologize if he figures out he's wrong?
I think there's two pieces to this. I think the first thing to look at is, and we're going to talk about Shirley's comment in just a second. The first thing to look at is, where did that ad come from?
Who did it?
Did that ad come from a PAC, which was like,
But he never said he didn't send it. That's what he said.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. The first thing is, did it come from a PAC that isn't his PAC? Did he control the PAC? Is it his PAC?
But he
Is it
said
not
it
his?
was okay. That part You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm with you. If
said,
it came
I
from
won't
you,
apologize for it.
then you should be. Then
But
they
he
should
didn't
run
say
through
that I'm
candidates.
not going to apologize because it wasn't my ad. I don't know anything about it. He said politics is tough, and I'm not apologizing.
You know what? Then we have 2 points to this.
And I respect
If
your
politics
answer, too.
is dirty and politics is tough, then why was the Steinborn clan whining about the ad that Shirley brought up?
Yep.
Okay?
Good
Now,
point.
but I'm going to take this a totally
Good
different
point.
way. The ad that Shirley brought up, which is an ad put out by people of Las Cruces, and anybody who's living under a rock does not know that's me. Okay, if you are under a rock in Facebook, honey, you know it's me. You know I have something to do with it, so let me explain it. That ad did not, and I know that Lucas Herndon made his bones and he was very excited about posting that. That ad was an ad about marionettes, okay? It was an ad about puppets and marionettes. Now, I did not notice that the way that the marionettes were set up, it looked like Steinborn had a ring around his neck. That
Well,
was not...
all the candidates had it.
Well, no. The rest of them were hands. His angle was different.
He was
okay?
noosed.
He was not noosed. It is a marionette. They have a thing right here. But the point is, I didn't notice it. The ad comes out. People bring it to my attention because Lucas Herndon had a great time with it, and that's wonderful. Go, baby, go. You know, hate me all you want. It immediately got taken down, and it got redesigned. It was a marionette. It was not I was called all kinds of fabulous names. I believe the rabbi now has received text. But the point is, in some of this, there are PACs that their job is to do negative advertising. There are things, we have to remember that all of these ads are done by graphic designers somewhere that are being paid. You know, I don't have an anti-Semitic bone in my body. I mean, I don't hate anybody. You know, I hate you for your actions. I don't hate you for your color, your creed, or whatever you do. You know, if I don't like you, it's because of your actions. But, you know, that is what that ad is. So I want to explain that because there was not a group of humans out there in the world that was after Steinborn because he was Jewish. There was a mistake in graphic design. And I'll stand here and I'll take full responsibility for it. You know, at the time, people didn't know that was me. This came up. I'm publicly saying, yes, you know, I am one of the people behind this. I absolutely am. It's not a secret I'm involved in politics. It's not a secret I'm involved in PACs.
Okay.
You know?
I want to go ahead and Desiree, Sunset.
So yes, that particular instance was the most reaction we got out of any of these candidate forums we had done. So half the people are on this side going, oh my God, I can't believe he would not apologize to her. How dare him? And then the other half are going, well, good. Look what she did to him. You know, I'm not a very political person. This is literally my third election I've ever voted in. One of them was for my boyfriend when he ran.
Oh, yay!
Yeah, so I'm still
the word
learning.
is out.
I'm learning
The word
as
is
I
out.
go, you
It's
know,
over.
and I am a registered felon voter. So I never cared about these things. But what I can tell you is what I've learned. Take the postcard, for example, Shirley. I absolutely understand where you're coming from. Marcy, I can absolutely understand how people can take that and turn it into what it's not. That's just the way it is. If they don't agree with that person, they're going to make it into what they want.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I believe it was a mistake, but I could see at the same time how the other half can go, they did this on purpose and that's not right.
Not to interrupt, just for the record, that ad was up for less than 55 minutes.
I never saw it until
It was up for
Shirley
55
showed us,
minutes.
but I never saw it
55
online.
good
I never
minutes.
saw it.
Hey, that was a very productive 55
We're still talking about it.
On the internet, that means forever.
Yeah.
This is the
Part of
age
it.
of memes, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people, we can make our own memes. In fact, when I get upset, I make dirty memes about my family just to make me feel better. I never send it.
I've seen
right?
some.
But this is the age of
about my
memes.
socks
This is the age where sensitivity is just not coddled that much. You have to have thick skin just to be a high school student on social media, okay? So if you're going to be a politician, in this age of social media and memes, we cannot get hung up about a damn ad, excuse my language. Because the issue is we have a failing economy, we have a freaking pandemic, we have racial tension as like it was in the 60s. There's huge problems that both of those candidates could have overshadowed both of those ads by giving us their plan. What are they going to do to help us get out of this mess? I feel like it's just one strike away from being either a racial war, either a political war, or just a war, civil war of some kind. But there's so many factions, so many divisions that's happening, and I don't feel like our leaders acknowledge that and how they're going to help us fix it.
I want to go back because, you know, we're going a little bit over time. We're doing this for an hour and a half. But one of the things I do kind of want to wrap up and talk and tell you guys, all of you, and Mario and Olga, you guys aren't here, but I really went out of my way to go and invite you. Austin, the way we planned it out, I went and talked with you and sat with you, you know, and really wanted to see you be one of our moderators in a public space like what we were doing downtown in Las Cruces, but doing it in places like Chaparral, Sunland Park, Mesquite, Alto Rodi, or Rincon. Marcy, I mean, I just sit there and I see the work that you do for the community, and I know that your heart is in a good place. You know, I feel that way. You know, and the work that you do isn't easy, and sometimes putting it out there, it's difficult because you're always going to have people that aren't going to support you. And Kelly, man, I just think the same thing about you. Your radio show, I really appreciated that what you were doing for our community was giving us a voice so that we could participate. And the folks that you were bringing on, I think it was really important, and I really miss that. And Shirley, I've just known you since I started organizing. You were out there. I remember when you ran for Congress and how close you came, and you know, with SWAP, being a member of them, and so I really, know that your heart is in a good place. And with Mario and Olga, the same thing. You know, I've had my relationships with them in working for our community and the work that I've been doing. You know, Desiree, I was supposed to get 2 NMSU students to help do this, so I would have a Democrat and a Republican moderating. So if anybody were to, ask, I'd be able to say, well, we had 2 point of views, and so. But I think you handled it amazing, and I really appreciate all you guys. But I think what's more important of what we've created, and what I really want to see happen, is the fact that we all come from different places. And watching you guys, the way you guys get into it, I think is important. That we as a community should be working to come together, to be able to have hard conversations, to respect one another, and to just express how we really see the world. And so I'm very proud of all of you guys, and I'm very proud of what we've created, and I really hope we can grow this. Shirley.
Thank you, and I think that that's the important thing to know, is that we do come together. It's easy to say that the incumbents come talking about what they did, because they are proud of their service and they have done a lot of work, and that the other ones, that the challengers don't know about a colonia or a spaceport, and they should be prepared. We all should be prepared for whatever we run for. But the reality, voters, is that whoever's elected will be going into the 2021 legislative session with a $1 billion shortfall. Minimum. Right now, New Mexico will have a $1 billion shortfall. And so what are we going to do? What are going to be the priorities for the budget? Who will be cut? How will it be cut? And how are we going to raise revenues? Is it going to be through agency vacancies? Is it going to be through capital outlay that hasn't been expended from the general fund? One thing that's being talked about that will generate $30 to $40 million a year will be the legalization of marijuana. And that's going to cause its own little Yeah. But the reality is, incumbents can't really say this is what I'm going to do, because they know what they're going to do is have to balance the budget if they get elected, and the new timers are going to have to be trained and learn the process as they go along to be able to balance the budget. And how are we going to do it? How are we going to provide
Shirley,
education,
I have an idea.
health care?
Heroin is next.
So we can joke, but this is the reality of New
Killing my
Mexico. This
Republican
is the
self over here.
reality of the COVID. You want to know about COVID? This is a reality of COVID.
Thank you.
All right, Marcy.
I got him a stroke out over here.
Okay.
So, yes, all of that is a very true statement. The reality of COVID is the reality of economics. Like, we have people saying, you know, the governor and all of these people saying, we're going to cut, or the president, you know, a presidential candidate. We're talking about, we're going to cut oil and gas. We're going to cut this. We're going to just be environmental. One of the things in this whole thing that scared me was, and I will say this was on the Republican and the Democratic side, one of the things that scared me the most about watching all of these candidates go back and forth was the fundamental lack of understanding from all of them about what small businesses meant to New Mexico, what minimum wage means to small businesses in New Mexico, about a clear plan to get us out of the hellhole we're in right now. And I'm talking, our hellhole was bad a year ago. Now our hellhole's really bad, right?
But Marcia, you know why? It's because most of them, I feel like, and I heard it numerous times, they just want to bring in private sector, franchises, not local. They want to go outward. And so it's like, yeah, well, it doesn't matter about minimum wage, because if you got a McDonald's, you know, 20, and I don't want that in our town.
No.
It's good to have, but the mom and pops, you know,
We have to have
those.
them.
You
Absolutely.
can't beat it. And it's just the best quality you can get for your
And the other piece of it is we need mom and pop industry, and certainly the small businesses are the backbone of our state. We have to support them. We also need all of those people to come in. So one of the big differences in the world between like what I do and like Intel or some of these big ones is, what I do is I take the money that all of you in the community have, and I take it in the form of, you pay for your hamburgers and your beers, and I recycle it and I spit it back out to you.
Right.
When a company like Intel chooses us, they take the money from all them people in the world, and they then bring it into our community. And now I can pay Intel can pay every one of you more, and you have more money to go spend at my places, and we do that. If we in southern New Mexico, which is, I think we face a different battle here than like Albuquerque or Rio Rancho does, because we're only 40 little miles away from 750 an hour, right? Way over there, just not too far. But, you know, we have got to get some of those industries, whether it's small, locally owned, like Electronic Caregiver, you know, it's locally owned, or whether it's Intel and Tesla or some of these big
Tesla
boys.
would have been something to promote.
You know, we've got to get money from out of the world, out there in the world, into our community. Because I look at it this, we can't really, as New Mexicans, start to look at, here's the social programs we have, here should this, here should that, or that we should spend how many $1 billion on artwork, until every New Mexican has a job. The colonias. Think about what your world down there would be like. So when we were talking and we were debating, and Olga was here, right? What was one of the things that Olga said? Olga said, well, there's not that many businesses in Sunland Park, so the business shutdown doesn't affect us. Okay, honey, that should be totally wrong. You know, you have an amazing labor force. Your labor force in Sunland Park is traveling to El Paso every single day. If we want to bring COVID into this, they are at risk every single day. You are right on the border. You are in a prime location. Why isn't it that we have in those colonias? Why aren't we building up those businesses in the colonias? Why would we should have it to where any person in the colonias, there's no reason for them not to have a job. Unless there's a justified reason.
But the people in the colonias do have jobs. They work agribusiness. They work in Santa Teresa. They work in El Paso. You know, so those businesses. What we don't have is the infrastructure and the desire from the community to grow those businesses. But there are new businesses out there for the community, and you see them out there.
Let me clarify, because I sound like a jackass. I don't mean that they're not working. I mean that we don't have businesses
in that area that are supplying those jobs, which create the tax base that create the infrastructure. That's what I meant. So please, I sounded like a total.
But even with the when the minimum wage was coming up, I was working out there, and the businesses out there, I was at Chopez, they were like, we can't have anyone tell us or regulate us to pay a certain amount of money. We're already paying them more than minimum wage, but we can't, there was much concern about the minimum wage in those rural areas because of family-based, and that they were already, the carnicerias, the bakeries, the little mom and pops.
But we need those businesses that come in that create that gross receipts revenue, that create that tax base, where then those businesses come in, and with them come the infrastructure. With them comes the sewage. I mean, if you look at every single development in Las Cruces, you look at, speaking of Steinborn, let's talk about his daddy. We talk about Sonoma Ranch. The city of Las Cruces didn't pay for those streets. They didn't pay for that septic system. They didn't pay for the sewer. They didn't pay for the water. They didn't pay for that. The developers did.
Maybe you should be a candidate, because we should be talking about candidates, and maybe your ideas are so good that you might want to think of running for the legislature in the future so you can help make some of this
I think I'm looking at a bunch of candidates, but go ahead, Kelly.
Well, I've been the reason I brought up to Nathan all the empty buildings is, why doesn't anybody in this community who is on the center or the left go after this issue? There's got to be a reason,
And you know what? When you say that, it just lends itself. Shirley, you work up in Santa Fe. Is there something we're not seeing as voters, as commentators, as people that are we not seeing something that happens in Santa Fe?
You're not seeing the importance of your voice in the committees in person, and because you go with Colonia's Development Day, and you go with a bunch of people, and you see what a difference it makes when they go from office to office and they sit in the committees. I think that people can say, I was just telling Marcy earlier, one of the common themes that I heard through the challengers was eliminate the tax on Social Security. Well, hello, there was 6 bills that were introduced this legislative session in 2020 to eliminate, and they all had different little things, and the one that moved along the most was the one that said if you made $25,000 or less in Social Security, you wouldn't have to pay income tax, the dual tax. One said $30,000, you wouldn't have to make it, and then the other ones were just at random. Well, this is an idea that has been forwarded by the think tank, Think New Mexico, for the last couple of years, and it's moving along. It hasn't made it, number one, because there was a lot of conservatives that didn't want it because it would take out $75 to $80 million from the budget. So what are we going to do next year? Probably we won't.
There has to be a deeper reason that so many businesses over the years have closed. I mean, it's like...
I don't think that when I see this minimum wage, the strongest advocates against the minimum wage, and they come in bunches, is the Restaurant Association, Carol Wright, and all the restaurants.
What about the fact
people take notice and the legislatures sit there?
What about the fact that you can open a business in one day in El Paso, and it takes months and sometimes years to open a business here?
I mean, like, we're not the candidates, and we don't know,
The point
but...
is that if there's a problem with gross receipts, with taxing, with regulation...
We try to get that out of Mr. Small and his candidate. We try to ask him, how can you make it easier for a business owner to open up a business? And like I told him, most of my boxing money came from out of state, which is great, so I don't get taxed for it. But the businesses I try to open up here, it was so many hoops to run through. It was. And I was like, dude, I had to get 2 different basic counselors, so to speak. The small business branch, they'll help you and walk your hand through it. I had to do it like 3 times, but it was a lot of hoops to jump through.
My personal input quickly, I work in 3 really great places here that have closed down. I worked at Hootenannings for 9 years.
Who?
Shut down.
Oh, I miss Hootenannings.
I worked...
That was mixed, right?
At the Meridian, which used to be Chaslin's Steakhouse, for years, shut down. I worked at the rainforest. Shut down.
Did the owners of any of these places have a common statement about why?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Food nannies, it was more of, they had the bar and the liquor store. The liquor store had sold twice to underage people, but it's the same license. So the license had 2 strikes. Their options were to risk getting a third or just selling it before the state takes it. The Meridian, kind of like what you were talking about. This woman I know owned it. She couldn't afford it anymore. An out-of-state person came and bought it, and he shut it down. The rainforest, unfortunately, was tragic in my opinion. The wife and the husband owned it. The husband passed away.
Yeah.
And she didn't know what to do with the bar. She kept the hotel open, but the bar. But there's no real help out there for people who are trying to stay afloat when things like that happen. There's not.
We also, just so you know, New Mexico has twice as many business regulations on the books than Arizona or Texas. We have twice as many. It is very hard to start a business in New Mexico. It is very hard to navigate through a business, especially in probate.
And liquor license.
Liquor license. Oh, that's a whole nother story.
Control.
You know, no, we have basically gone to all of our state borders and hung up a sign that said, if you are a business and you want to come to our state to give us jobs, stay the hell out. I mean, and that needs to be solved.
I think what we've created here in this space, and I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up. And again, I just want to say thank you guys. Thank you. Because what I really see happening now is I think we need to take what we've created, grow this, and bring people together so that we're having a conversation in 2 months from now on how we are going to open up. How do we work with the businesses that want to open up? So when we do that, it's going to take all of our efforts. And whether we're this party or that party, wherever we're coming from, I think it's a time that on some of these issues, we can come together. It's that simple. It's going to be hard work in finding those people. But I look around this table, I look around at all you guys, and I know that where we're at right now, we can do this together. Right now, we've learned that, the governor, and from what I heard talking with other elected officials, the governor didn't get the input from our legislators. I think after this election in November 3rd, we're going to go back to those that we elect and ask them to work with us so that we can bring the resolve, so that we can bring the change. And it may be for economic development, it may be for infrastructure in our colonias, it may be so that we can address some of the issues in our community that we have not addressed, whether it's roads or the parks or a mental health facility. We have to come together, all of us, and it's incumbent upon us to do this work. These elected officials, they can be here for as long as we want them. If I could roll that other little picture, I saw this driving around here in Doña Ana. I was driving by and I seen it a couple of times, but I think it really means something to me. Politicians are temporary. Wu-Tang is forever. Wu-Tang. And I thought that just says it all. For me, walking around our community, driving around, seeing the empty buildings, seeing, folks, struggling with what's going on in this pandemic. I don't believe this pandemic is going to be forever, but we need to come together. With that, I just want to go ahead and give each of you guys about maybe 30, 40 seconds and just go ahead and just, talk to the voters. Go ahead, Mark.
I was all prepared to go to the restroom. So excuse me. I think the most important thing is that if you're home and you're watching us, you're engaged. You want to know. Go out and vote. If you haven't voted already, make sure you vote. Make sure your voice is heard. Because you know what? Next Tuesday, at the end of next Tuesday, that's all we get. So make sure your voice is heard. Make sure your voice is counted. If you didn't already vote, absentee, in person, whatever, get out and vote. Because no matter what happens to us in the future, if the majority of New Mexicans have expressed themselves in their vote, then guess what? Everybody else has to live with it. But get out, show your voice. Don't be angry from home. Don't be happy from home. Go out and vote and get your vote done. Thank you.
Ciao.
Listen, first and foremost, I have to tell y'all it's going to be cold tonight. Bring your pets in, please. Don't leave them out. Don't let them freeze out there. It's going to snow tonight and possibly tomorrow. So that's my public service announcement. If you watched the series, you've probably seen that a lot of these candidates, they looked really good on paper. The websites sounded really good. But then when you got to talk to them face to face, a lot of them weren't ready for the job. They didn't, in my opinion, deserve the job. So if you didn't like any of the candidates that you have, and please still do your research, go and vote. But if you didn't like the candidates, I think it's time to start working on building up your own candidate. Because that's also an option that we have as citizens. We can make our own candidate that really represents us, and we can get him or her into office. And that is definitely an option, and probably the best option in my opinion. A little too late for that. So go out and vote for the best candidate. And I hate to say it's the lesser of two evils. No, go vote for the best candidate for today and start raising the absolute best candidate for tomorrow.
Shirley.
Oh, thank you.
30 seconds. 30
Okay,
seconds.
at the end of each show, Arturo, you always say, vote to live to vote and vote to live. And I think that's true, and I think all of us have kind of reflected that here. I'm hoping from what I've heard that you will run for office, some of you, because you do come with some good ideas. And yes, we have too many regulations, but get out there and change it. Don't just gripe and complain and whine. As of today, I called the county clerk's office. As of today at 4:00 p.m., we had twice what we had in 2016. Absentee ballots, 21,500. Early votes, 27,000. For a total of 48,200 votes.
Wow.
Go ahead, Dio.
Wow.
So, for those of you that want to be partisan, 25,300 Democrats, 1,800 Republicans, 7,800 declined to state, and 300 Libertarians. Regardless of what your party is, you have today through Saturday to vote. Saturday at the satellite centers from 10 o'clock to 7 o'clock, and then nothing Sunday and Monday, and then Tuesday all day long. So no excuse. Vote, vote, vote.
All right, Kelly.
All right, so thank you very much, Shirley. I would just like to remind you of the website that I mentioned. Go and look and see if we are being taken advantage of, and whether or not the numbers really add up to what they were supposed to be. The doctors in Scott Atlas and the efficacy of lockdown, social distancing, and closing. Just look up Scott Atlas. But I do appreciate Arturo putting this together, and beyond any commitment that you have to Democrat or Republican, the voting process is important. But educate yourself before you vote and figure out what your issues are, and you can't go wrong. Thank you.
Sunset. Yeah, Sunset. I want to give you, close it out, and then I'll wrap it up.
Oh, well, thank you. I just want to say it doesn't matter who you vote for. The most important thing is that you vote. Just always remember our local vote is more important than our national vote. And love each other, love your neighbors, respect each other, and tune in next time.
Love your enemies, too.
Oh,
I want to go ahead and just sit there and say thank you to the viewing audience. Thank you for your participation. When we started this, I wasn't sure what to expect, but I do feel because of your participation, because of what we've done, it's been an incredible learning experience, and this is just another tool for the way we do civic engagement in our community. So thank you. I want to say thank you to our sponsors, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Southwest Organizing Project, and the Las Cruces Channel. Today I would really like to say thank you to the game for giving us the food and catering our event for this after party. Remember, vote to live, live to vote. Get out and vote. Have a good night, and thank you.
I can't help but think of the finest trucking company in the U.S. They provide a driver experience like no other. From regional routes to great pay, they make it a priority to make sure you feel right at home. As a truck driver, there are several companies to choose from, but I decided to drive with MVT, where they have state-of-the-art equipment and the best trucks in the industry, so you arrive at your destination safely and in style. I truly love what I do. After all, I'm proud to be with MVT.
Join the Mesilla Valley Transportation family.